Macmillan Audio presents The Gilded Wolves by Roshani Chokshi. Read for you by Lori Catherine Winkle and PJ Auckland.
Flectere sinequeo superos, aceronta movebo. If I cannot move heaven, I will raise hell. Virgil. Once, there were 4 houses of France. Like all the other houses within the Order of Babel, the French faction swore to safeguard the location of their Babel fragment, the source of all forging power. Forging was a power of creation, rivaled only by the work of God. But one house fell, and another house's line died without an heir. Now all that is left is a secret.
Prologue. The matriarch of House Core was running late for a dinner. In the normal course of things, she did not care for punctuality. Punctuality, with its unseemly whiff of eagerness, was for peasants, and she was neither a peasant nor eager to endure a meal with the mongrel heir of House Nix. "What is taking my carriage so long?" she yelled down the hall. If she arrived too late, she would invite rumors, which were a great deal more pesky and unseemly than punctuality. She flicked at an invisible speck of dust on her new dress. Her silk gown had been designed by the couturiers of Roudnitz and C in the Premier Arrondissement's Place Vendôme. Taffeta lilies bobbed in the blue silk stream of her hemline. Across the gown's low bustle and long tulle train, miniature fields of buttercups and ivy unfurled in the candlelight. The forging work had been seamless. As well it should be, given the steep price. Her driver poked his head through the entryway. "Deepest apologies, madame. We are very nearly ready." The matriarch flicked her wrist in dismissal. Her Babel ring, a twist of dark thorns shot through with blue light, gleamed. The ring had been welded to her index finger the day she became matriarch of House Core, successfully beating out other members of her family and intra-house scrambles for power. She knew her descendants and even members of her house were counting down the days until she died and passed on the ring, but she wasn't ready yet. And until then, only she and the House Nix patriarch would know the ring's secrets. When she touched the wallpaper, a symbol flashed briefly on the gilded patterns, a twist of thorns. She smiled. Like every forged object in her home, the wallpaper had been house-marked. She'd never forget the first time she'd left her house mark on an artifact. The ring's power made her feel like a goddess cinched to human shape. Though that was not always the case. Yesterday, she'd stripped the mark of Core off an object. She hadn't wanted to, but it was for last week's order auction, and some traditions could not be denied. Including dinners with the head of a house. The matriarch marched toward the open door and stood on the granite threshold. The cold night air caused the silken blooms on her dress to close their petals. "Surely the horses are ready?" she called into the night. Her driver did not answer. She pulled her shawl tighter and took another step outside. She saw the carriage, the waiting horses, but no driver. "Has everyone in my employ been struck by a plague of incompetence?" she muttered as she walked toward the horses. Even her courier, who was merely to show up at the order auction, donate an object, and leave, had failed. To his lists of clear-cut errands, he'd undoubtedly added, "Get fabulously drunk at l'Eden," that gaudy sinkhole of a hotel. Closer to the carriage, she found her driver sprawled face down in the gravel. The matriarch stumbled backward. Around her, the sounds of the horses stamping their hooves cut off abruptly. Silence fell like a heavy blade through the air. "Who is there?" she meant to say. but the words collapsed noiselessly. She stepped back. Her heels made no sound on the gravel. She might have been underwater. She ran for the door, flinging it open. Chandelier light washed over her, and for a moment, she thought she'd escaped. Her heel caught on her dress, tripping her. The ground did not rush up to meet her, but a knife did. She never saw the blade, only felt the consequence of it. A sharp pressure digging into her knuckles, the snap of finger bones unclasping, hot wetness sliding down her palm and wrist and staining her expensive bell sleeves. Someone prying her ring from her fingers. The matriarch of House Core did not have time to gasp. Her eyes opened wide. In front of her, forged moth lights with emerald panes for wings glided across the ceiling. A handful of them roosted there, like dozing stars. And then, from the corner of her vision, a heavy rod swung toward her head.
Part 1. From the archival records of the Order of Babel, The Origins of Empire, Master Emanuele Orsatti, House Orcus of the Order's Italy faction, 1878, reign of King Umberto I. The art of forging is as old as civilization itself. According to our translations, ancient empires credited the source of their forging power to a variety of mythical artifacts. India believed their source of power came from the bowl of Brahma, a creation deity. Persians credited the mythical cup of Jamshid, etc. Their beliefs, while vivid and imaginative, are wrong. Forging comes from the presence of Babel fragments. Though none can ascertain the exact number of fragments in existence, it is the belief of this author that God saw fit to disperse at least 5 fragments following the destruction of the Tower of Babel. Genesis, chapter 11, verses 4 through 9. Where these Babel fragments scattered, civilizations sprouted. Egyptians and Africans near the Nile River, Hindus near the Indus River, Orientals from the Yellow River, Mesopotamians from the Tigris-Euphrates River, Mayans and Aztecs in Mesoamerica, and the Incas in the Central Andes. Naturally, wherever a Babel fragment existed, the art of forging flourished. The West's first documentation of its Babel fragment was in the year 1112. Our ancestral brethren, the Knights Templar, brought back a Babel fragment from the Holy Lands and laid it to rest in our soil. Since then, the art of forging has achieved levels of unparalleled mastery throughout the continent. To those blessed with a forging affinity, it is an inheritance of divinity, like any art. For just as we are made in His image, so too does the forging artistry reflect the beauty of His creation. To forge is not only to enhance a creation, but to reshape it. It is the duty of the Order to safeguard this ability. It is our task, sacred and ordained, to guard the location of the West's Babel fragment. To take such power from us would be, I dare say, the end of civilization. 1. Sévérin. 1 week earlier. Sévérin glanced at the clock. 2 minutes left. Around him, the masked members of the Order of Babel whipped out white fans, murmuring to themselves as they eagerly awaited the final auction bidding. Sévérin tipped back his head. On the frescoed ceiling, dead gods fixed the crowd with flat stares. He fought not to look at the walls, but failed. The symbols of the remaining 2 houses of the French faction hemmed him on all sides. Crescent moons for House Nix, thorns for House Core. The other 2 symbols had been carefully lifted out of the design. "Ladies and gentlemen of the Order, our spring auction is at its close," announced the auctioneer. Thank you for bearing witness to this extraordinary exchange. As you know, the objects of this evening's auction have been rescued from far-flung locales like the deserts of North Africa and dazzling palaces of Indochine. Once more, we give thanks and honor to the two houses of France who agreed to host this spring's auction. House Nix, we honor you. House Cor, we honor you. Severin raised his hands, but refused to clap. The long scar down his palm silvered beneath the chandelier light, a reminder of the inheritance he had been denied. Severin, last of the Montagnier-Alary line and heir to House Vanth, whispered its name anyway. House Vanth, I honor you. 10 years ago, the Order had declared the line of House Vanth dead. The Order had lied. While the auctioneer launched into a long-winded speech about the hallowed and burdensome duties of the Order, Severin touched his stolen mask. It was a tangle of metal thorns and roses gilded with frost, forged so the ice never melted and the roses never wilted. The mask belonged to the House Corps courier, who, if Severin's dosage had been correct, was currently drooling in a lavish suite at his hotel, l'Eden. According to his intelligence, the object he had come here for would be on the auction block any moment now. He knew what would happen next. Light bidding would take place, but everyone suspected House Nix had fixed the round to win the object. And though House Nix would win, that artifact was going home with Severin. The corner of his lips tipped into a smile as he raised his fingers. At once, a glass from the champagne chandelier floating above him broke off and sailed into his hand. He lifted the flute to his lips, not sipping, but once more noting the ballroom's layout and exits just over the glass rim. Tiers of pearly macaron in the shape of a giant swan marked the east exit. There, the young heir of House Nix, Hypnos, drained a champagne flute and motioned for another. Severin had not spoken to Hypnos since they were young. As children, they had been something of playmates and rivals, both raised almost identically, both groomed to take their father's rings. But that was a lifetime ago. Severin forced his gaze from Hypnos and looked instead to the lapis blue columns guarding the south exit. At the west, 4 Sphinx authorities stood motionless in their suits and crocodile masks. They were the reason no one could steal from the Order. The mask of a Sphinx could sniff out and follow any trace of an object that had been house-marked by a matriarch's or patriarch's ring. But Severin knew that all the artifacts came to the auction clean, and were only house-marked at the auction's conclusion when they were claimed, which left a few precious moments between time of sale and time of claiming in which an object could be stolen. And no one, not even a Sphinx, would be able to trace where it had gone. A vulnerable, unmarked object was not, however, without its protections. Severin glanced at the north end, diagonally from him, toward the holding room, the place where all unmarked objects awaited their new owners. At the entrance crouched a gigantic quartz lion. Its crystalline tail whipped lazily against the marble floor. A gong rang. Severin looked to the podium where a light-skinned man had stepped onto the stage. Our final object is one we are most delighted to showcase. Salvaged from the Summer Palace of China in 1860, this compass was forged sometime during the Han Dynasty. Its abilities include navigating the stars and detecting lies from truth, said the auctioneer. It measures 12 by 12 centimeters and weighs 1.2 kilograms. Above the auctioneer's head, a hologram of the compass shimmered. It looked like a rectangular piece of metal, with a spherical indentation at its center. Chinese characters crimped the metal on all sides. The list of the compass's abilities was impressive, but it was not the compass that intrigued him. It was the treasure map hidden inside. Out the corner of his eye, Severin watched Hypnos clap his hands together eagerly. "Bidding starts at 500,000 francs. A man from the Italian faction raised his fan. 500,000 to Monsieur Montserrat. Do I see? Hypnos raised his hand. 600,000, said the auctioneer. 600,000 going once, twice. The members began to talk amongst themselves. There was no point trying in a fixed round. Sold, said the auctioneer with forced cheer. To House Nix for 600,000. Patriarch Hypnos. At the conclusion of the auction, please have your house courier and designated servant sent to the holding room for the customary 8-minute appraisal. The object will be waiting in the designated vessel where you may mark it with your ring. Severin waited a moment before excusing himself. He walked briskly along the edges of the atrium until he made it to the quartz lion. Behind the lion stretched a darkened hall lined with marble pillars. The quartz lion's eyes slid indifferently to him, and Severin fought the urge to touch his stolen mask. Disguised as the House Corps courier, he was allowed to enter the holding room and touch a single object for exactly 8 minutes. He hoped the stolen mask would be enough to get him past the lion. But if the lion asked to see his catalog coin for verification, a forged coin that held the location of every object in House Corps' possession, he'd be dead. He hadn't been able to find the dreaded thing anywhere on the courier. Severin bowed before the quartz lion, then held still. The lion did nothing. Its unblinking gaze burned his face as moments ticked past. His breath started to feel sticky in his lungs. He hated how much he wanted this artifact. There were so many wants inside him that he doubted there was room for blood in his body. Severin didn't look up from the floor until he heard it, the scrape of stones rearranging. He let out his breath. His temples pulsed as the door to the holding room appeared. Without the lion's permission, the forged door would have remained unseen. All along the walls of the holding room, marble statues of gods and creatures from myth leaned out of recessed niches. Severin walked straight to a marble figure of the snarling, bull-headed minotaur. Severin raised his pocket knife to the statue's flared nostrils. Warm breath fogged the forged blade. In one smooth line, Severin dragged the blade's tip down the statue's face and body. It split open. The marble hissed and steamed as his historian stumbled out of it and fell against him. Enrique gasped, shaking himself. You hid me in a minotaur? Why couldn't Tristan make a hiding dimension in a handsome Greek god? His affinity is for liquid matter. Stone is difficult for him, said Severin, pocketing the knife. So, it was either the minotaur or an Etruscan vase decorated with bull testicles. Enrique shuddered. Honestly, who looks at a vase covered in bull testicles and says, "You, I must have you"? The bored, the rich, and the enigmatic. Enrique sighed. All my life aspirations. The two of them turned to the circle of treasure, many of them forged ancient relics looted from temples and palaces. Statues and strands of jewels, measuring devices and telescopes. At the back of the room, an onyx bear representing House Nix glowered at them, its jaws cracked wide. Beside it, an emerald eagle representing House Corps shook its wings. Animals representing the other order factions all around the world stood at attention, including a brown bear carved of fire opal for Russia, a wolf sculpted of beryl for Italy, even an obsidian eagle for the German Empire. Enrique dug inside his costume of an order servant and pulled out a rectangular piece of metal identical to the compass House Nix had won. Severin took the fake artifact. Still waiting on my thanks, you know, huffed Enrique. It took me ages to research and assemble that. It would have taken less time if you didn't antagonize Zofia. It's inevitable. If I breathe, your engineer is prepared to launch warships. Then hold your breath. That should be easy enough, said Enrique, rolling his eyes. I do it every time we acquire a new piece. Severin laughed. Acquiring was what he called his particular hobby. It sounded aristocratic, wholesome even. He had the order to thank for his acquisition habit. After denying his claim as heir of House Vanth, they'd blackballed him from every auction house, so he could not legally purchase forged antiquities. If they hadn't done that, perhaps he wouldn't have gotten so curious about what objects they were keeping him from in the first place. Some of those objects were, as it turned out, his family's possessions. After the Montagnier-Alary line was declared dead, all the possessions of House Vanth had been sold. In the months after Severin turned 16 and liquidated his legal trust, he had reclaimed each and every one. After that, he'd offered his acquisition services to international museums and colonial guilds, any organization that wished to take back what the Order had first stolen. If the rumors about the compass were right, it might allow him to blackmail the Order, and then he could acquire the only thing he still wanted: his house. You're doing it again, said Enrique. What? That whole nefarious whilst looking into the distance thing. What are you hiding, Severin? Nothing. You and your secrets. Secrets keep my hair lustrous, said Severin, running his hand through his curls. Shall we? Enrique nodded. Room check. He tossed a forged sphere into the air, where it hung suspended. Light burst from the object, sliding down the walls and over the objects to scan them. No recording devices. At Severin's nod, they positioned themselves before the onyx bear of House Nix. It stood on a raised dais, its jaws parted enough so the red velvet box holding the Chinese compass shone bright as an apple. The moment Severin touched the box, he had less than 8 minutes to return it. Or, his gaze went to the beast's shining teeth, the creature would take it back forcefully. He removed the red box. At the same time, Enrique drew out a pair of scales. First, they weighed the box with the original compass, then marked the number before preparing to switch it with the decoy. Enrique cursed. Off by a hair. But it should work. The difference is hardly discernible by the scales. Severin's jaw clenched. It didn't matter if it was hardly discernible by the scales. It mattered if the difference was discernible to the onyx bear. But he'd come too far to back away now. Severin placed the box in the bear's mouth, pushing it in until his wrist disappeared. Onyx teeth scraped against his arm. The statue's throat was cool and dry, and entirely too still. His hand shook. "Are you breathing?" whispered Enrique. "I'm definitely not." "Not helping," growled Severin. Now he was up to his elbow. The bear was rigid. It didn't even blink. "Why hasn't it accepted the box?" A creaking sound lit up the silence. Severin jerked his hand back. Too late. The bear's teeth lengthened in a blink, forming narrow little bars. Enrique took one look at Severin's trapped hand, turned pale, and bit out a single word. "Shit."
2. Layla. Layla slipped into the hotel room of the House Corps courier. Her dress, a discarded housekeeper uniform fished out of the dregs of storage, snagged on the doorframe. She grumbled, yanking it, only for a seam to unravel. "Perfect," she muttered. She turned to face the room. Like all the Les Dames guest rooms, the courier's suite was lavishly appointed and designed. The only piece that looked out of place was the unconscious courier, lying face down in a pool of his saliva. Layla frowned. "They could have at least left you in your bed, poor thing," she said. towing him so he turned over onto his back. For the next 10 minutes, Layla redecorated. From the pockets of her housekeeper's dress, she threw women's earrings on the floor, draped torn stockings over lamp fixtures, mussed the bed, and poured champagne over the sheets. When she was done, she knelt beside the courier. "A parting gift," she said, "or apology, however you see fit." She took out her official cabaret calling card. Then she lifted the man's thumb and pressed it to the paper. It shimmered iridescent, words blooming to life. The Palais des Rêves calling cards were forged to recognize a patron's thumbprint. Only the courier could read what it said, and only when he touched it. She slid the card into the breast pocket of his jacket, scanning the lettering before it melted into the cream paper. Palais des Rêves, 90 Boulevard de Clichy. Tell them L'Enigme sent you. A party invitation sounded like a poor consolation prize for getting knocked unconscious, but this was different. The Palais des Rêves was Paris's most exclusive cabaret, and next week they were throwing a party in honor of the 100th anniversary of the French Revolution. Invitations currently sold on the black market for the price of diamonds. But it wasn't just the cabaret that had people excited. In a few weeks' time, the city would host the 1889 Exposition Universelle, a gigantic world fair celebrating the powers of Europe and the inventions that would pave the way for the new century. Which meant that Les Dames Hotel was running at full capacity. "I doubt you'll remember this, but do try and order the chocolate-covered strawberries at the Palais," she said to the courier. "They're utterly divine." Layla checked the grandfather clock, 8:30. Séverin and Enrique weren't due back for at least an hour, but she couldn't stop checking the time. Hope flared painfully behind her ribs. She'd spent 2 years looking for a breakthrough in her search for the ancient book, and this treasure map could be the answer to every prayer. "They'll be fine," she told herself. Acquisitions were hardly new to any of them. When Layla had first started working with Séverin, he was trying to earn back his family's possessions. In return, he helped in her search for an ancient book. The book had no title she knew of. Her only lead was that it belonged to the Order of Babel. Going after a treasure map hidden inside a compass sounded rather tame in comparison to former trips. Layla still hadn't forgotten the time she ended up dangling over Niziros Island's active volcano in pursuit of an ancient diadem. But this acquisition was different. If Enrique's research and Séverin's intelligence reports were correct, that one tiny compass could change the direction of their lives. Or, in Layla's case, let her keep this life. Distracted, Layla smoothed her hands across her dress. A mistake. She should never touch anything when her thoughts were too frenzied. That single, unguarded moment had allowed the dress's memories to knife into her thoughts. Chrysanthemum petals clinging to the wet hem, brocade stretched over the carriage footstool, hands folded in prayer, and then blood. Blood everywhere, the carriage overturned, bones snapping through the fabric. Layla winced, snatching back her hand. But it was too late. The dress's memories caught her and held tight. Layla squeezed her eyes shut, pinching her skin as hard as she could. The sharp pain felt like a red flame in her thoughts, and her consciousness wrapped around that pain as if it would lead her out of the dark. When the memories faded, she opened her eyes. Layla pulled down her sleeve, her hands shaking. For a moment, Layla crouched on the floor, her arms around her knees. Séverin had called her ability invaluable before she told him why she could read the objects around her. After that, he was too startled, or perhaps too horrified, to say anything. Out of the whole group, only Séverin knew her touch could draw out an object's secret history. Invaluable or not, this ability was not normal. She was not normal. Layla gathered herself off the floor, her hands still shaking as she left the room. In the servants' stairway, Layla shucked off the housekeeper uniform and changed into her worn kitchen uniform. The hotel's second kitchen was dedicated strictly to baking, and during the evening hours, it belonged to her. She wasn't due on the Palais des Rêves stage until next week, which left her with nothing but free time for her second job. In the narrow hallway, Les Dames' waitstaff bustled past her. They carried chilled oysters on the half-shell, quail eggs floating in bone marrow soup, steaming coq au vin that left the hall smelling like burgundy wine and buttery garlic. Without her trademark mask and headdress, not one of them recognized her as the cabaret star L'Énigme. Here she was simply another person, another worker. Alone in the baking kitchen, Layla surveyed the marble counter strewn with culinary scales, paintbrushes, edible pearls in a glass dish, and, as of this afternoon, a croquembouche tower nearly 2 meters high. She had been up at dawn baking choux pastry balls, filling them with sweetened cream, and making sure that every sphere was the perfect coin gold of dawn, before rolling them in caramel and stacking them into a pyramid. All that was left was the decoration. L'Eden had already won all manner of accolades for its fine dining. Séverin would accept nothing less. But it was the desserts that lit up the guests' dreams. Layla's desserts, though absent of forging, were like edible magic. Her cakes took the shape of ballerinas with outstretched arms, their hair spun sugar and edible gold, their skin pale as cream and strewn with sweet pearl dust. Guests called her creations divine. When she stepped into the kitchen, she felt like a deity surveying the slivers of a universe not yet made. She breathed easier in the kitchen. Sugar and flour and salt had no memory. Here, her touch was just that, a touch. A distance closed, an action brought to an end. An hour later, she was putting the finishing touches on a cake when the door slammed open. Layla sighed, but she didn't look up. She knew who it was. 6 months after Layla had started working for Séverin, she and Enrique had been playing cards in the stargazing room when Séverin walked in carrying a dirty, underfed Polish girl with eyes bluer than a candle's heart. Séverin set her down on the couch, introduced her as his engineer, and that was that. Only later did Layla discover more about her. Arrested for arson and expelled from university, Zofia possessed a rare forging affinity for all metals and a sharp mind for numbers. When she first came to l'Eden, Zofia spoke only to Séverin and seemed utterly uncommunicative when anyone else approached her. One day, Layla noticed that when she brought desserts for meetings, Zofia only ate the pale sugar cookies, leaving all the colorfully decorated desserts untouched. So, the next day, Layla left a plate of them outside Zofia's door. She did that for 3 weeks before she got busy one day in the kitchens and forgot. When she opened the door to air the room, she found Zofia holding out an empty plate and staring at her expectantly. That had been a year ago. Now, without saying a word, Zofia grabbed a clean mixing bowl, filled it with water, and guzzled it on the spot. She dragged her arm across her mouth. Then she reached for a bowl of icing. Layla smacked her hand lightly with a rolling pin. Zofia glowered, then dipped an ink-stained finger into the icing anyway. A moment later, she began absent-mindedly stacking the measuring cups according to size. Layla waited patiently. With Zofia, conversations were not initiated so much as caught at random, and followed through until the other girl grew bored. I set some fires in the house courier's room. Layla dropped the paintbrush. What? You were supposed to wake him up without being in the room. I did. I set them off when I stepped outside. They're tiny. When met with Layla's wide-eyed stare, Zofia abruptly changed the subject, though to her it probably did not seem abrupt at all. I don't like crocodile musculature. Séverin wants a decoy of those Sphinx masks. Can we go back to the fire? The mask won't meld to human facial expressions. I need to make it work. Oh, I also need a new drawing board. What happened to the last one? Zofia inspected the icing bowl and shrugged. You broke it, said Layla. My elbow fell into it. Layla shook her head and threw Zofia a clean rag. She stared at it, befuddled. Why do I need a rag? Because there's gunpowder on your face. And? And that is mildly alarming, my dear. Clean up. Zofia dragged the rag down her face. It seemed Zofia was always emerging from ashes or flames, which earned her the nickname Phoenix among Leden. Not that Zofia minded, even though the bird didn't exist. As she cleaned her face, the ends of the cloth caught on her unusual necklace, which looked like strung-together knife points. "When will they be back?" asked Zofia. Layla felt a sharp pang. "Enrique and Severin should be here by 9. I need to grab my letters." Layla frowned. "This late? It's already dark out, Zofia." Zofia touched her necklace. "I know." Zofia tossed her the rag. Layla caught it and threw it in the sink. When she turned around, Zofia had grabbed the spoon for the icing. "Excuse me, Phoenix, I need that." Zofia stuck the spoon in her mouth. "Zofia!" The engineer grinned. Then she swung open the door and ran off, the spoon still sticking out of her mouth. Once she finished the dessert, Layla cleaned up and left the kitchen. She was not the official pastry chef, nor did she wish to be, and half the allure of this hobby job was that it was only for pleasure. If she did not wish to make something, she didn't. The farther she walked down the main serving hall, the more the sounds of Leden came alive, laughter ribboning between the glassy murmur of the amber chandeliers and champagne flutes, the hum of forged moths and their stained glass wings as they shed colored light in their flight. Layla stopped in front of the Mercury cabinet, the hotel's messaging service. Small metal boxes marked with the names of the hotel staff sat inside. Layla opened her box with her staff key, not expecting to find anything, when her fingers brushed against something that felt like cold silk. It was a single black petal pinned to a one-word note. Envy. Even without the flower, Layla would have recognized that cramped and slanted handwriting anywhere. Tristan. She had to force herself not to smile. After all, she was still mad at him. But that would not stop her from accepting a present, especially one he had forged. Forged. It was a word that still sat strangely on her tongue, even though she'd lived in Paris for 2 years. The empires and kingdoms of the West called Tristan and Zofia's abilities forging, but the artistry had other names in other languages. In India, they called it Chota Sans, the small breath. For while only gods breathed life into creation, this art was a small sip of such power. Yet, no matter its name, the rules guiding the affinity were the same. There were 2 kinds of forging affinities, mind and matter. Someone with a matter affinity could influence one of 3 material states: liquids, solids, or gases. Both Tristan and Zofia had matter affinities. Zofia's forging affinity was for solid matter, mostly metals and crystals, and Tristan had an affinity for liquid matter, specifically the liquid present in plants. All forging was bound by 3 conditions: the strength of the artisan's will, the clarity of the artistic goal, and the boundaries of their chosen medium's elemental properties. Which meant that someone with a forging affinity for solid matter with the specificity in stone would go nowhere without understanding the attendant chemical formulas and properties of the stone they wished to manipulate. As a rule, the affinity manifested in children no later than 13 years of age. If the child wished to hone the affinity, he or she could pursue study. In Europe, most forging artisans studied for years at renowned institutions or held lengthy apprenticeships. Zofia and Tristan, however, had followed neither of those paths. Zofia because she had been kicked out of school before she had the chance. And Tristan because, well, Tristan had no need of it. His landscape artistry looked like the fever dream of a nature spirit. It was unsettling and beautiful, and Paris couldn't get enough of him. At the age of 16, the waiting list to commission him stretched into the hundreds. Layla used to wonder why Tristan stayed at l'Eden. Perhaps it was loyalty to Séverin. Or because l'Eden allowed Tristan to keep his bizarre arachnid displays. But when Layla stepped into the gardens, she felt the reason. The perfume of the flowers thick in her lungs, the garden turning jagged and wild in the falling dark. And she understood. Tristan's other clients had so many rules, like House Core, which had commissioned extravagant topiaries for its upcoming celebration. l'Eden was different. Tristan loved Séverin like a brother, but he stayed here because only in l'Eden could he lift marvels from his mind, free of any demands. Once she stepped into the gardens of l'Eden, she was inside Tristan's imagination. Despite its name, the gardens were no paradise, but a labyrinth of sins. 7, to be exact. The first garden was lust. Here, red flowers spilled from the hollow mouths of statues. In one corner, Cleopatra coughed up garnet amaryllis and pink-frilled anemone. In another, Helen of Troy whispered zinnia and poppies. Layla moved quickly through the labyrinth. Past gluttony, where a sky of glossy blooms that smelled of ambrosia closed tight the moment one reached for them. Then greed, where a gold veneer encased each slender plant. Next came sloth, with its slow-moving shrubs, wrath with its fiery florals, then pride with its gargantuan, moving topiaries of green stags with flowering antlers and regal lions with manes of jasmine, until finally she was in envy. Here, a suffusion of greenery, the very shade of sin. Layla stopped before the Tezcat door propped up near the entrance. To anyone who didn't know its secrets, the Tezcat looked like an ordinary mirror, albeit with a lovely frame that resembled gilded ivy leaves. Tezcat doors were impossible to distinguish from ordinary mirrors without, according to Zofia, a complicated test involving fire and phosphorus. Luckily, she didn't have to go through that. To get to the other side, she simply unlocked it by pinching the 4th gilded ivy leaf on the left side of the frame, a hidden doorknob. Her reflection rippled as the silver of the Tezcat door's mirror thinned to transparency. Inside was Tristan's workplace. Layla breathed in the scent of earth and roots. All along the walls were small terrariums, landscapes squeezed into miniature form. Tristan made them almost obsessively. When she asked him once, he told her it was because he wished the world were easier, small enough and manageable enough to fit in the hollow of one's palm. Layla! Tristan walked toward her with a wide smile on his round face. There was dirt smudged on his clothes, and she breathed a sigh of relief. No sign of his gigantic pet spider. But she did not return his smile. Instead, she lifted an eyebrow. Tristan wiped his hands down his smock. "Oh, you're still mad?" he asked. "Yes." "Would giving you a present make you less mad?" Layla lifted her chin. "Depends on the present, but first, say it." Tristan shifted on his feet. "I am sorry." "For?" "For putting Goliath on your dressing table. Where does Goliath belong? And for that matter, where do all your pet insects and whatnot belong?" Tristan looked wide-eyed. "Not in your room?" "Close enough." He turned to the work table beside him, where a large frosted glass terrarium took up half the space. He lifted the cover, revealing a single deep purple flower. The slender petals looked like snippets of evening sky, a rich velveteen purple, hungry for the light of stars. Layla traced their edges softly. The petals were almost exactly the same shade of Séverin's eyes. The thought made her draw back her hand. "Voila! Behold your present, forged with a little bit of silk taken from one of your costumes." When he caught her frantic gaze, he added, "One of the ones you were going to throw away, promise." Layla relaxed a bit. "So, am I forgiven?" He already knew he was, but she still decided to draw out the moment a little longer than necessary. She tapped her foot, biding her time and watching Tristan squirm. Then, fine. Tristan let out a whoop of happiness, and Layla couldn't help but smile. Tristan could get away with anything with those wide gray eyes. "Oh, I came up with a new device. I wanted to show Séverin. Where is he?" When he caught sight of her face, Tristan's grin fell. "They're not back yet?" "Yet," emphasized Layla. "Don't worry, you know these things take time. Why don't you come inside? I'll make you something to eat." Tristan shook his head. "Maybe later. I have to check on Goliath. I don't think he's feeling well." Layla did not ask how Tristan would know the emotional states of a tarantula. Instead, she took her gift and headed back inside the hotel. As she walked, unease shaded her thoughts. At the top of the stairs, the grandfather clock struck the 10th hour. Layla felt the lost hour like an ache in her bones. They should have been back by now. Something was wrong.
3. Enrique. Enrique scowled as he held apart the bear's jaws. "Remember when you said this will be fun?" "Can this wait?" Séverin grunted through clenched teeth. "I suppose." Enrique's tone was light, but every part of Séverin's body felt leaden. The onyx bear held Séverin's wrist between its teeth. Every passing second the pressure heightened. Blood began to run down his arm. Soon the pressure of the creature's jaws wouldn't just trap his wrist. It would snap it in half. At least the emerald house-core eagle hadn't got involved. That particular stone creature could detect suspicious activity and come to life even when its own object was not in question. Enrique nearly muttered a prayer of thanks, until he heard a soft caw. Air gusted over his face from the unmistakable flap of wings. "Well then." "Was that the eagle?" Séverin said, wincing. He couldn't twist his body to turn. "No, not at all," said Enrique. In front of him, the eagle tilted its head to one side. Enrique pulled more strongly on Séverin's trapped wrist. Séverin groaned. "Forget it," he wheezed. "I'm stuck. We need to put it to sleep." Enrique agreed, but now the question was how. Because forged creatures were too dangerous to go unchecked, all artisans were legally required to add a failsafe known as Somno, which put the object to sleep. But even if he found it, the Somno might be further encrypted. Worse, if he let go of the jaws, they'd only crush Séverin's wrist faster. And if they didn't get out by the 8-minute limit, the forged creatures would be the least of their worries. Séverin grunted. "By all means, take your time. I love a good, slow, painful death." Enrique let go. Steadying himself, he circled the onyx bear, ignoring the ever-closer jumping of the emerald eagle. He ran his hands along the bear's body, the black haunches and shaggy feet. Nothing. "Enrique," breathed Séverin. Séverin fell to his knees. Rivulets of blood streamed, dripping down the creature's jaws. Enrique swore under his breath. He closed his eyes. Sight wouldn't help him here. With so little light in the room, he would have to feel for any words. He trailed his fingers across the bear's haunches and belly, until he caught something near its ankles. Chipped away depressions in the stone, evenly spaced and close together, as if it were a line of writing. The letters and words came to life beneath his touch. "Fiduciam in domum." "Trust in the house," translated Enrique. He whispered it again, running the scenarios through his head. I have an idea." "Do enlighten me," managed Séverin. The bear lifted one of its heavy jet paws, casting a shadow over Séverin's face. "You have to trust it," cried Enrique. "Don't fight it. Push your wrist farther." Séverin didn't hesitate. He stood and pushed. but his hand remained stuck. Sévérin growled. He threw himself against the creature. His shoulder popped wetly. Every second felt like a blade pressed tight against Enrique's skin. Just then, the eagle took off in the air. It circled the room, then swooped, talons out. Enrique ducked as the jeweled claws grazed his neck. He wouldn't be so lucky the next time. Once more, claws rasped at his neck. The eagle's talons tugged him upward, his heels lifted off the ground. Enrique shut his eyes tight. "Mind the hair," he started. Abruptly, he was dropped to the ground. He opened his eyes a crack. A bare ceiling met his gaze. Behind him, he heard the shuffling of talons on a podium. He raised himself up on his elbows. The eagle had gone statue still. Sévérin heaved and rose to a stand. He clutched his wrist. Then, yanking his arm, he swung it forward. Enrique grimaced at the wet snick of joints popping back into place. Sévérin wiped the blood on his pants and plucked out the forged compass from the mouth of the still, onyx bear. He slid it into his jacket and smoothed back his hair. "Well," he said finally, "at least it wasn't like Niceros Island." "Are you serious?" croaked Enrique. He trudged after his friend to the door. "It'll be like dreaming, you said. As easy as sleep." "Nightmares are part of sleeping." "Is that a joke?" demanded Enrique. "You do realize your hand is mangled?" "I am aware." "You almost got eaten by a bear." "Not a real one." "The dismemberment would have been real enough." Sévérin only grinned. "See you in a bit," he said, and slipped out the door. Enrique lingered to give Sévérin a head start. In the dark, he felt the presence of the Order's treasure like the eyes of the dead. Hate shivered through him. He couldn't bring himself to look at the looming, salvaged piles. He might help Sévérin steal, but the greatest thief of all was the Order of Babel, for they stole more than just objects. They stole histories, swallowed cultures whole, smuggled evidence of illustrious antiquity onto large ships, and spirited them into indifferent lands. "Indifferent lands," mused Enrique. "That's a good line for later." He could use it in the next article he submitted to the Spanish newspaper dedicated to Filipino nationalism. So far, he didn't have the connections that made anyone think his thoughts were worth listening to. This acquisition could change that. But first, he had to finish the job. Enrique counted down the 30 seconds. Then he straightened the borrowed servant's outfit, adjusted his mask, and stepped into the darkened hall. Between the gaps of the marble pillars, he could make out the flutter of fans stabbing the air. Right on time for his meeting, the Vietnamese diplomat Vu Van Ding rounded the corner. A falsified letter poked out of his sleeve. Though he had hated doing it, Tristan was exceptionally good at faking people's handwriting. That of the diplomat's mistress was no exception. Last week, Enrique and the diplomat had shared a drink at L'Eden. While the diplomat was distracted, Layla had fished out the mistress's letter from Ding's jacket, and Tristan had copied her penmanship to orchestrate this very meeting. Enrique eyed Ding's clothes. Like so many diplomats from colonized countries, he had outwardly allied with the Order. Once there had been versions of the Order all over the world, each dedicated to their country's source of forging power. Although not all of them called the artistry forging, and not all of them credited its power to the Babel fragments. But those versions no longer existed. Now their treasures had been taken to different lands. Their artistry changed, and their ancient guilds given two choices: ally or die. Enrique straightened his false suit and bowed. "May I assist you with anything, sir?" He extended his hand. Fresh panic reared inside him. Surely Ding would look. Surely he would know it was him. The very tips of his fingers brushed Ding's sleeves. "Indeed you may not," said Ding coldly, drawing away his arm. Not once did he look him in the eye. "Very well, sir." He bowed. With Ding still waiting on a meeting that would never take place, Enrique walked to the back of the ballroom. He dragged his fingers down his face and neck. A slight prickling sensation rolled down the skin he'd touched, and a thin film of color floated above his skin and clothes, swirling to match the appearance and apparel of Ambassador Wu Van Ding. Thanks to the mirror powder dusting his fingertips, he now looked identical to the ambassador. Long ago, mirror powder had been banned and confiscated, and so the Order had not bothered to ward their meetings against it. They hadn't counted on Severin being friendly with the Officer of Customs and Immigrations. Enrique moved quickly through the crowd. The mirror powder might be effective, but long-lasting it was not. Enrique jogged down the main staircase. At the base was a Tezcat door that seemed to date back to a time when the fallen house had not yet been ousted from the French faction of the Order of Babel, for its borders held the symbols of the original 4 houses of France. A crescent moon for House Nix, thorns for House Cor, a snake biting its own tail for House Vanth, a 6-pointed star for the fallen house. Of them, only Nix and Cor still existed. Vanth's bloodline had legally been declared dead, and the fallen house had fallen. Supposedly its leaders found the West's Babel fragment and tried to use it to rebuild the biblical Tower of Babel, thinking it might give them more than just a sliver of God's power, but the actual power of God. Had they succeeded in removing the West's Babel fragment, they might have destroyed the known civilization. Severin always said that was a rubbish rumor and believed the Order had destroyed the fallen house as a power grab. Enrique wasn't so sure. Of the 4 houses, the fallen house was said to be the most advanced. Even the Tezcat doors forged by the fallen house did more than just camouflage an entrance. Rumor went that they were capable of bridging actual distances, like a portal. But whatever the house had once possessed, no one knew. For years, the Order had tried to discover what had become of the fallen house's ring and massive treasure, but none had been able to find it. Today, thought Enrique, that might change. Through the Tezcat, Enrique could see glittering corridors, a handsomely dressed crowd, and the glint of far-off chandeliers. It always unnerved him that though he could see the people on the other side, all they would see was a slim, polished mirror. He felt strangely like a god in exile, filled with a kind of hollow omniscience. As much as he could see the world, it would not see him. Enrique stepped through the Tezcat and emerged in one of the opulent halls of the Palais Garnier, the most famous opera house in all of Europe. One man looked up, stunned. He stared at the mirror, then Enrique, before scrutinizing his champagne flute. Around Enrique, the crowd milled about obliviously. They had no idea about the forged ballroom the Order kept secret. Then again, everything about the Order was kept secret. Even their invitations only opened at the drop of an approved guest's blood. Anyone else who accidentally received one would see nothing but blank paper. To the public, the Order of Babel was nothing more than France's research arm tasked with historical preservation. They knew nothing of the auctions, the treasures buried deep beneath the ground. Half the public didn't even believe the Babel fragment was a physical object, but rather a dressed-up biblical metaphor. Enrique strode through the crowd, tugging his lapel as he walked. His servant costume shifted, the threads unraveling and embroidering simultaneously until he was dressed in a fashionable evening jacket. He flicked his watch, and the slim band of forged leather burst into a silk top hat that he promptly spun onto his head. Right before he stepped outside, Enrique hesitated before the Verret stone bust. The Verret bust wasn't a decorative piece, but a detection device used to reveal hidden weapons. 1 ounce of verret rivaled a kilo of diamonds, and only palaces or banks could afford the stone. Enrique double-checked that he'd left his knife behind, and then stepped over the threshold. Outside, Paris was a touch humid for April. Night had sweated off its stars, and across the street, a black hansom glinted dully. Enrique got inside, and Sévérin flashed him a wry grin. The second Sévérin rapped his knuckles against the hansom ceiling, the horses lurched into the night. Reaching into his coat pocket, Sévérin pulled out his ever-present tin of cloves. Enrique wrinkled his nose. On its own, the clove smell was pleasant, a bit woodsy and spicy. But over the past 2 years he'd been working for Sévérin, cloves had stopped being a scent and become more of a signal. It was the fragrance of Sévérin's decision-making, and it could be delightful or dangerous, or both. "Voilà," said Sévérin, handing him the compass. Enrique ran his fingers over the cold metal, gently tracing the divots in the silver. Ancient Chinese compasses did not look like Western ones. They were magnetized bowls, with a depression in the center where a spoon-shaped dial would have spun back and forth. A thrill of wonder zipped through his veins. It was thousands of years old, and here he was, holding it. "No need to seduce the thing," cut in Sévérin. "I'm appreciating it." "You're fondling it." Enrique rolled his eyes. "It's an authentic piece of history, and should be savored. You might at least buy a dinner first," said Sévérin, before pointing at the metal edges. "So? Is it like what we thought it'd be?" Enrique weighed the half of the compass in his hand, studying the contours. As he felt the ridges, he noticed a slight deformity in the metal. He tapped on the surface and then looked up. "It's hollow," he said, breathless. He didn't know why he even felt surprised. He knew the compass would be hollow, and yet the possibilities of the map reared up fast and sharp in his head. Enrique didn't know what specifically the map led to, only that it was rare enough to send the Order of Babel into a furtive clamoring. His bet, though, was that it was a map to the lost treasures of the fallen house. "Break it," said Sévérin. "What?" Enrique clutched the object to his chest. "The compass is thousands of years old. There's another way to pry it, gently apart." Sévérin lunged. Enrique tried to snatch it away, but he wasn't as fast. In one swift motion, Sévérin grabbed both sides of the compass. Enrique heard it before he saw it. A brief, merciless snap. Something dropped from the compass, thudding on the hansom's floor. Sévérin got to it first, and the minute he held it up to the light, Enrique felt as if a cold hand had pushed down on his lungs and squeezed the breath out of him. The object hidden within the compass certainly looked like a map. All that was left was one question. Where did it lead?
4. Zofia. Zofia liked Paris best in the evening. During the day, Paris was too much. It was all noise and smell, crammed with stained streets and threaded with hectic crowds. Dusk tamed the city, made it manageable. As she walked back to l'Eden, Zofia clutched her sister's newest letter tight to her chest. Gila would find Paris beautiful. She would like the linden trees of Rue Bonaparte. There were 14 of them. She would find the horse chestnuts comely. There were 9. She would not like the smells. There were too many to count. Right now, Paris did not seem beautiful. Horse shit marred the cobbled roads. People urinated on the street lanterns. And yet, there was something about the city that spoke vibrantly of life. Nothing felt still. Even the stone gargoyles leaned off the edges of buildings as if they were on the verge of flight. And nothing looked lonely. Terraces had the company of wicker chairs, and bright purple bougainvillea hugged stone walls. Not even the Seine River, which cut through Paris like a trail of ink, looked abandoned. By day, boats zipped across it. By night, lamplight danced upon the surface. Zofia peeked at Hila's newest letter, sneaking lines beneath every shining lantern. She read one sentence, then found that she could not stop. Every word brought back the sound of Hila's voice. Zoja, please tell me you are going to the Exposition Universelle. If you do not, I will know. Trust me, dear sister. The laboratory can spare you for a day. Learn something outside the classroom for once. Besides, I heard the World Fair will have a cursed diamond, and princes from exotic lands. Perhaps you might bring one home. Then I will not have to play governess to our stingy Strick. How he can be father's brother is a mystery for only God to ponder. Please go. You are sending back so much money lately that I worry you are not keeping enough for yourself. Are you hale and happy? Write to me soon, little light. Hila was half wrong. Zofia was not in school. But she was learning plenty outside of a classroom. In the past year and a half, she had learned how to invent things the École des Beaux-Arts never imagined for her. She had learned how to open a savings account, which might, assuming the map Séverin acquired was all they'd hoped it to be, soon hold enough money to support Hila through medical school when she finally enrolled. But the worst lesson was learning how to lie to her sister. The first time she had lied in a letter, she'd thrown up. Guilt left her sobbing for hours until Layla had found and comforted her. She didn't know how Layla knew what bothered her. She just did. And Zofia, who never quite grasped how to find her way through a conversation, simply felt grateful someone could do the work for her. Zofia was still thinking about Hila when the marble entrance of the École des Beaux-Arts manifested before her. Zofia staggered back, nearly dropping the letters. The marble entrance did not move. Not only was the entrance forged to appear before any matriculated students 2 blocks from the school, but it was also an exquisite example of solid matter and mind affinity working in tandem, a feat only those trained at the école could perform. Once, Zofia would have trained with them, too. "You don't want me," she said softly. Tears stung her eyes. When she blinked, she saw the path to her expulsion. 1 year into schooling, her classmates had changed. Once her skill awed them. Now it offended them. Then the rumors started. No one seemed to care at first that she was Jewish, but that changed. Rumors sprang up that Jews could steal anything, even someone else's forging affinity. It was completely false, and so she ignored it. She should have been more careful, but that was the problem with happiness. It blinds. For a while, Zofia was happy. And then, one afternoon, the other students' whispers got the better of her. That day, she broke down in the laboratory. There were too many sounds, too much laughing, too much brightness escaping through the curtain. She'd forgotten her parents' lesson to count backward until she felt calm. Whispers grew from that episode. Crazy Jew. A month later, 10 students locked themselves in the lab with her. Again came the sounds, smells, laughing. The other students didn't grab her. They knew the barest touch, like a feather trailed down skin, hurt her more. Calm slipped out of reach no matter how many times she counted backward, or begged to be let go, or asked what she had done wrong. In the end, it was such a small movement. Someone had kicked her to the ground. Another person's elbow clashed into a vial on a table. The vial splattered into a puddle, which pooled out and touched the tips of her outstretched fingers. She had been holding a piece of flint in her hand when fury flickered in her mind. Fire. That little thought, that snippet of will, just as the professors had taught her, traveled from her fingertips to the puddle, igniting the broken vial until it bloomed into a towering inferno. 7 students were injured in the explosion. For her crime, she was arrested on grounds of arson and insanity and taken to prison. She would have died there if not for Séverin. Séverin found her, freed her, and did the unthinkable. He gave her a job, a way to earn back what she lost, a way out. Zofia rubbed her finger across the oath tattoo on her right knuckle. Luckily, it was only temporary, or her mother would have been appalled. She could not be buried in a Jewish cemetery with a tattoo. The tattoo was a contract between her and Séverin, the ink forged, so that if one of them broke the agreement, nightmares would plague them. That Séverin had used this tattoo, a sign of equals, instead of some of the cruder contracts, was something she would never forget. Zofia turned on her heel and left Rue Bonaparte behind. Perhaps the marble entrance could not recognize when a student had been expelled, for it did not move, but stayed in its place until she disappeared around a corner. In l'Eden, Zofia made her way to the stargazing room. Séverin had called for a meeting once he and Enrique got back from their latest acquisition, which she knew was just a fancy word for theft. Zofia never took the grand lobby's main staircase. She didn't want to see all the fancy people dressed up and laughing and dancing, plus it was too noisy. Instead, she took the servants' entryway, which was how she ran into Séverin. He grinned despite appearing thoroughly disheveled. Zofia noticed how tenderly he held his wrist. "You're covered in blood." Séverin glanced down at his clothes. "Surprisingly, it hasn't escaped my attention." "Are you dying?" "No more than usual or expected." Zofia frowned. "I'm well enough, don't worry." She reached for the door handle. "I'm glad you're not dead." "Thank you, Sophia," said Séverin with a small smile. "I will join you soon. There's something I'd like to show everyone through a Nemo bug." On Séverin's shoulder, a forged silver beetle scuttled under his lapel. Nemo bugs recorded images and sound, allowing projection-like holograms should the wearer choose, which meant she had to be prepared for an unexpected burst of light. Séverin knew she didn't like those. They jolted her thoughts. Nodding, Zofia left him in the hall and walked into the room. The stargazing room calmed Zofia. It was wide and spacious, with a glass-domed vault that let in the starlight. All along the walls were orreries and telescopes, cabinets full of polished crystal, and shelves lined with fading books and manuscripts. In the middle of the room was the low coffee table that bore the scuff marks and dents of 100 schemes that came to life on its wooden surface. A semicircle of chairs surrounded it. Zofia made her way to her seat. It was a tall metal stool with a ragged pillowcase. Zofia preferred to balance upright because she didn't like things touching her back. In a green velvet chaise across from her sprawled Layla, who absent-mindedly traced the rim of her teacup with one finger. In a plushy armchair crowded with pillows sat Enrique, who had a large book on his lap and was reading intently. Of the 2 chairs left, one was Tristan's, which was less of a chair and more of a cushion because he didn't like heights. And one was Séverin's, a black cherry armchair Zofia had custom forged, so that an unfamiliar touch caused it to sprout blades. Tristan barged into the room, his hands outstretched. "Look, I thought Goliath was dying, but he's fine. He just molted." Enrique screamed. Layla scuttled backward on her chaise. Zofia leaned forward, inspecting the enormous tarantula in Tristan's hands. Mathematicians didn't frighten her, and spiders and bees were just that. A spider's web was composed of numerous radii, a logarithmic spiral, and the light-diffusing properties of their webs and silk were fascinating. "Tristan!" scolded Layla. "What did I just tell you about spiders?" Tristan lifted his chin. "You said not to bring him into your room. This is not your room." Faced with Layla's glare, he shrank a bit. "Please, can he stay for the meeting? Goliath is different. He's special." Enrique pulled his knees up to his chest and shuddered.
What is so special about that?
Well, said Zofia, as part of the infra-order of Megalomorphae, the fangs of a tarantula point down, whereas the spiders you're thinking of have fangs which point and join in a pincer-like arrangement. That's rather special. Enrique gagged. Tristan beamed at her.
You remembered!
Zofia did not find this particularly noteworthy. She remembered most things people told her. Besides, Tristan had listened just as attentively when she explained the arithmetic spiral properties of a spiderweb. Enrique made a shoo motion with his hands.
Please take it away, Tristan, I beg you. Aren't you happy for Goliath? He's been sick for days. Can we be happy for Goliath from behind a sheet of glass and a net and a fence? Maybe a ring of fire for good measure?
Asked Enrique. Tristan made a face at Layla. Zofia knew that pattern. Widened eyes, pressed down brows, dimpled chin, and the barest quiver of his bottom lip. Ridiculous, yet effective. Zofia approved. Across from her, Layla clapped her hands over her eyes.
Not falling for it, said Layla sternly. Go look like a kicked puppy elsewhere. Goliath can't stay here during a meeting, that's final.
Tristan huffed.
Fine.
Then he murmured to Goliath,
I'll make you a cricket cake, dear friend. Don't fret.
Once Tristan had left, Enrique turned to Zofia.
I rather sympathized with Arachne after her duel with Minerva, but I detest her descendants.
Zofia went still. People and conversation were already a cipher without throwing in all the extra words. Enrique was especially confusing. Elegance illuminated every word the historian spoke, and she could never tell when he was angry. His mouth was always bent in a half-smile, regardless of his mood. If she answered now, she'd only sound foolish. Instead, Zofia said nothing, but pulled out a matchbox from her pocket and turned it over in her hands. Enrique rolled his eyes and turned back to his book. She knew what he thought of her. She had overheard him once. She's a snob. He could think what he liked. As the minutes ticked by, Layla handed out tea and desserts, making sure Zofia received exactly 3 sugar cookies, all pale and perfectly round. She settled back in her chair, glancing around the room. Eventually, Tristan returned and dramatically plopped onto his cushion.
In case you're wondering, Goliath is deeply offended, and he says...
But they would never know the tarantula's specific grievances, because at that moment a beam of light shot up through the coffee table. The room went dark. Then, slowly, an image of a piece of metal appeared. When she looked up, Séverin was standing behind Tristan. She hadn't heard him enter. Tristan followed her gaze and nearly jumped when he saw Séverin.
Must you creep up on us like that? I didn't even hear you come into the room. It's part of my aesthetic,
said Séverin, dangling a forged muffling bell. Enrique laughed. Layla didn't. Her gaze was fixed on his bloodied arm. Her shoulders dropped a bit, as if she was relieved it was only his arm that was bloodied. Zofia knew he was alive and well enough, so she turned her attention to the object. It was a square piece of metal, with curling symbols at the 4 corners. A large circle had been inscribed upon the middle. Within the circle were small rows of stacked lines shaped like squares.
That's what we planned for weeks to acquire? Asked Tristan. What is it, a game? I thought we were after a treasure map hidden in a compass.
So did I, sighed Enrique.
My bet was that it was a map to the fallen house's lost stash, said Tristan.
My bet was on an ancient book the Order lost years ago, said Layla, looking terribly disappointed. Zofia, what did you think it'd be?
Not that,
she answered, pointing at the diagram.
Looks like all of us were wrong, said Tristan. So much for blackmailing the Order.
At least because all of us were wrong, none of us have to play test subjects to whatever strange poison Tristan makes next, Layla pointed out.
Touché.
said Enrique, raising a glass.
I resent that,
said Tristan.
Don't call it a loss yet,
said Séverin, pacing.
This diagram could still be useful. There has to be a reason why the patriarch of House Nyx wanted it. Just like there has to be a reason why all of our intelligence was on high alert with this transaction. Enrique, care to enlighten us on what this diagram is? Or are you too preoccupied with praying for my immortal soul?
Enrique scowled and closed the book on his lap. Zofia glanced at the spine. He was holding the Bible. Instinctively, she leaned away.
I've given up on your soul,
said Enrique. He cleared his throat and pointed at the hologram.
What you see before you might look like a board game, but it's actually an example of Chinese cleromancy. Cleromancy is a type of divination that produces random numbers that are then interpreted as the will of God or some other supernatural force. What you see in this silver diagram are the 64 hexagrams found in the I Ching, which is an ancient Chinese divination text that loosely translates to Book of Changes. These hexagrams, he pointed at the small squares composed of 6 stacked lines in an 8x8 arrangement, correspond to certain cryptic words, like force or diminishing. Supposedly, these arrangements translate fate.
What about the spiral things on the edge? Asked Tristan. The 4 symbols bore no resemblance to the Chinese characters or sharp lines forming the hexagrams. The symbols were made up of rounded shapes and curves.
I'm not entirely sure,
admitted Enrique.
It doesn't match anything recognizable from Chinese augury. Perhaps it's an added-on signature from whoever possessed the compass after it had been made. Either way, it doesn't seem like a map to anything, which honestly is disappointing, but that doesn't mean it won't fetch a good price on the market.
Layla drew herself up on her elbows, tilting her head to the side a little more.
Unless it's a map in disguise.
The room fell silent. Séverin shrugged.
Why not?
He asked softly.
Any ideas?
Zofia counted the lines. Then she counted them again. A pattern nudged against her thoughts.
This is nothing we haven't seen before,
tried Séverin cheerfully.
Remember that underwater Isis temple?
Distinctly, said Enrique.
You said there wouldn't be any sharks.
There weren't.
Right, just mechanical leviathans with dorsal fins,
said Enrique.
Forgive me.
Apology accepted, said Séverin, inclining his head.
Now, when it came to that code, we had to rethink the direction. We had to question our assumption. What if what we're looking at is not just a map, but a hint to what it might lead to?
Tristan frowned.
A bunch of divination lines do not a treasure make, dear brother.
Lines, said Zofia distractedly. She tugged at her necklace. Are they lines?
That,
said Séverin, pointing at her,
is exactly the type of reasoning I'm talking about. Question the very assumptions. Good thinking.
What if you shine it under a different light? Mused Tristan.
Or do those symbols at the 4 corners correspond to something that's a hint?
Asked Enrique. Zofia kept quiet, but it was as if the pattern had peeled off the metal square. She squinted at it. Numbers, she said suddenly. If you change the lines to numbers, it becomes something else. We did a similar procedure last year with the coded Greek alphabet riddle. I remember because that was when Séverin took us on that expedition to Niziros Island. All 5 of them collectively shuddered. Tristan drew his knees to his chest.
I hate volcanoes.
Zofia sat up, excited. A pattern had finally taken shape in her mind. Each of those hexagrams is made up only of broken and unbroken lines. If you make every unbroken line a 0, and every broken line a 1, then it's a pattern of 0s and 1s. It looks like some kind of binary calculus. But that doesn't tell us anything about the treasure, said Tristan. I wouldn't be too sure about that. The ancients were obsessed with numbers, said Enrique thoughtfully. It's clear in their art, which makes me wonder what else might be here. Maybe it's not a strange calculus after all. Enrique tilted his head. He pointed at the symbols tucked into the four corners. Séverin, can you alter the image and break off the four corners? Séverin manipulated the Nemo hologram so the four corners broke off. Then he shrank the I Ching diagram, enlarged the four corners, and placed them beside one another. There, said Enrique. I see it now. Séverin, place them in a block and rearrange the order. Turn the first symbol sideways, attach it to symbol 2. Symbol 3 should hang down, and the fourth symbol goes on the left. Séverin did as asked, and when he stepped back, a new symbol took shape. The Eye of Horus, breathed Enrique. Envy flashed through Zofia. How, she said, how did you see that? The same way you saw numbers and lines, said Enrique smugly. You're impressed, admit it. Zofia crossed her arms. No. I dazzle you with my intelligence. Zofia turned to Layla. Make him stop. Enrique bowed and gestured back to the image. The Eye of Horus is also known as a wajet. It's an ancient Egyptian symbol of royal power and protection. Over time, most Horus eyes have been lost to history. No, said Séverin. Not lost, destroyed, during Napoleon's 1798 campaign to Egypt. The Order sent a delegation tasked specifically with finding and confiscating all Horus eyes. House Kor sent half its members, which is why they have the largest supply of Egyptian forged treasures in Europe. If there's any forged Horus eyes left from that campaign, it's with them. But why was it destroyed? Asked Layla. That's a secret between the government and the Order, said Séverin. My guess is that certain forged Horus eyes showed all the Somno locations on Napoleon's artillery. If everyone knew how to make his weapons useless, where would he be? What's the other theory? Asked Layla. Napoleon thought all the Horus eyes were looking at him funny, and so he had them destroyed, said Tristan. Enrique laughed. But then why have a Horus eye on an I Ching diagram? Pressed Zofia. If it's a calculus of zeros and ones, what would it even see? Enrique went still. See. His eyes widened. 0 and 1, and seeing. Zofia, you're a genius. She raised her shoulder. I know. Enrique reached for the Bible he'd left on the coffee table and started flipping through the pages. I was reading this earlier for a translation I'm working on, but Zofia's mathematical connection is perfect, he said. He stopped flipping. Here we are. Genesis chapter 11, verses 4-9, also known as the Tower of Babel passage. We all know it. It's an etiological tale, not just meant to explain why people speak different languages, but also to explain the presence of forging in our world. The basic story is that people tried to build a tower to heaven. God didn't want that, so he made new languages, and the confusion of tongues prevented the building's completion. But he didn't just strike down the building, he said, before reading aloud. And they ceased building the city. Therefore its name is called Babel, because there the Lord confused the language of all the earth. But the Lord delighted in his creation's ingenuity, and deposited upon the land the bricks of the tower. Each brick bore his touch, and thus left an impression of the power of God to create something from nothing. Something from nothing. She'd heard that phrase before. Ex nihilo, said Séverin, smiling widely. Latin for out of nothing. What's the mathematical representation of nothing? 0, said Zofia.
Thus, the movement of 0 to 1 is the power of God, because out of nothing, something is created. The Babel fragments are considered slivers of God's powers. They bring things to life, excluding, of course, the power to bring back the dead and create actual life, said Enrique. Across from her, Zofia noticed that Layla's smile fell. Enrique leaned out of his chair, his eyes uncannily bright. If that's what the diagram is really about, then what does that mean about the Horus Eye? Layla let out a long breath. You said looking through the Horus Eye revealed something. Whatever it could see had to be dangerous enough that the instrument couldn't be kept in existence. What would be dangerous enough to threaten an entire empire? Something that has to do with the power of God? Because only one thing comes to my mind. Séverin sank into his chair. Zofia felt a numb buzzing at the edge of her thoughts. She felt as if she leaned over a vast precipice, as if the next words would change her life. In other words, said Séverin slowly, you think this might be telling us that looking through a Horus Eye reveals a Babel fragment?
5. Séverin. Séverin stared at the luminous dark of the Eye of Horus. In that second, the air smelled metallic. He could almost see it. Gray rippling the sky as if it were hectic with fever. Fanged teeth of light flashing in the clouds. A taunt to snap. This realization felt like watching a storm. He couldn't stop what would come next. And he didn't want to. When he first heard about the compass, he imagined it would lead them to the lost treasure of the fallen house, the only cache of treasure that the Order would do anything to possess. But this was like reaching for a match, only to come out holding a torch. The Order had covered up their hunt for Horus Eyes, and now he knew why. If someone found the West's fragment, they could disrupt all forging not just in France, but Europe, for without a fragment to power the art of forging, civilizations died. And while the Order might know the Horus Eye's secret, the rest of the world didn't, including many colonial guilds that had been forced into hiding by the Order. Guilds whose knowledge of the Babel fragment's inner workings rivaled the Order's. Séverin could only imagine what they'd do to get their hands on this information, and what the Order would do to keep it from them. We're not... Enrique couldn't finish his sentence. Right? You can't be serious, said Layla. She was pinching the tips of her fingers repeatedly, a nervous habit of hers. When she was unhappily distracted, she couldn't touch an object without accidentally reading it, and the whole world became dangerously visible to her. When she was blissfully distracted, though, the rest of the world disappeared. Something he couldn't quite forget. This could kill us. Séverin didn't meet Layla's gaze, but he could feel her dark eyes pinning him. He looked only to Tristan, his brother in everything but blood. In the dark, he seemed younger than his 16 years. Memory bit into Séverin. The two of them crouched behind a rose bush, thorns ripping at the soft skin of their necks, their hands clutching each other's while the father they called Wrath screamed their names. Séverin opened and closed his hand. A long silver scar ran down his right palm and caught the light. Tristan had a matching one. Are you? Asked Tristan softly. Serious? All this time, they'd been after an artifact that would be a bargaining chip to the Order. An artifact that would force the Order to restore his lost inheritance. Instead, he had information that was either a dream or a death sentence, depending on how he played this game. Séverin reached for his tin of cloves. I don't know enough to be serious, he said carefully. But I'd like to know enough to have options. Tristan swore under his breath. The others looked shocked. Even Zofia blankly stared into her lap.
"This information is dangerous,"
said Tristan.
"We'd be better off if you just threw the compass at House Nyx's door."
"Dangerous, yes. But the most rewarding things are," said Severin. "I'm not saying we approach the Order tomorrow and tell them we've got hold of one of their secrets. I have no intention to rush anything." Enrique snorted.
"Slow and painful death is far better than getting it over with quickly, sure."
Severin rose to his feet. For a decision like this, he didn't want to be eye level. He wanted them to look up. They did.
"Think about what this could mean for us. It could bring us everything we wanted."
Enrique dragged his palm down his face.
"You know how moths look at a fire and think, 'Ooh, shiny,' and then die in a burst of flames and regret?"
"Vaguely."
"Right. Just checking to be sure."
"What about Hypnos?" asked Layla. "What about him?"
"You don't think he'll notice what went missing? He has quite the reputation for zealousness when it comes to his possessions. And what if he knows what the compass really contained?"
"I doubt it," said Severin.
"You don't think he could figure it out?"
asked Layla. "He can't. He doesn't have you." When Layla's eyes widened, he caught himself and gestured to the whole group. "All of you."
"Aww,"
said Enrique.
"What a sweet sentiment. I shall take it to my grave. Literally."
"Besides, Zofia and Enrique made a perfect fake artifact. There's no way Hypnos can trace it back to us." Enrique sighed.
"God, I'm brilliant."
Zofia crossed her arms.
"I am too."
"Of course you are," soothed Layla.
"You're both brilliant."
"Yes, but I'm more,"
huffed Enrique. Severin interrupted them with 2 sharp claps. "Now that we have the piece, let's examine it thoroughly. We make no plans beyond that. We make no speculation about what comes next. We don't do anything until it's clear what we're working with. Understood?" The 4 of them nodded. Just like that, the meeting was concluded. They rose slowly. Enrique was the first to head to the door. He paused in front of Severin.
"Remember."
And then Enrique hooked his thumbs together and made a strange waving motion with his hands. "You're a bird?"
"A moth,"
said Enrique.
"A moth approaching a flame."
"That's a very alarming moth."
"It's a metaphor."
"It's an alarming metaphor, too." Enrique rolled his eyes. Behind him, Zofia smuggled more cookies on her plate before brushing past him.
"How are the Sphinx masks coming along?"
Zofia did not break her gait or even turn as she said,
"Why?"
"Might need them sooner than later,"
Enrique called after her. When Severin turned back to the room, he went still. Though the room was nearly dark, whatever light clung to its corners now raced to illuminate Layla. It seemed the world couldn't help but want to be near her. Every beam of light, pair of eyes, atom of air. Maybe that's why sometimes he couldn't breathe around her. Or maybe it was memory that choked him in those seconds. Memories of one night they'd both sworn to put behind them. Layla had. It was fate that, of course, he couldn't. Layla practically stormed toward him. Usually she had a habit of being relentlessly radiant. She hated seeing someone hold an empty plate and always thought everyone was hungry. She knew everyone's secrets even without having to read their objects. At the Palais des Rêves, she turned that radiance into an allure that earned her star billing and the name L'Enigma, the mystery. But this evening she spared him no smile. Her dark eyes looked like chips of stone. Uh-oh. "No tea and sympathy for me?" he asked. He lifted his hand. "I am wounded, you know."
How thoughtful of you to delay the hour of your death so that I might witness it firsthand, she said coldly. But the longer she looked at his wrist, the more her shoulders softened. You could have been hurt. It's the price one pays for chasing wants, he said lightly. The problem is, I have too many of them. Layla shook her head. You only want one thing. Is that so? He meant it teasingly. But Layla's posture changed almost immediately. More languid somehow. She moved closer, sliding her hand down the front of his jacket. I will tell you what you want. Sévérin held still. This close, he could count her eyelashes, the starlight gilding her face. He remembered the soft flutter of her eyelashes against his cheek when she'd brought him down to her long ago. The heat of her skin seeped through the linen of his shirt. What game was she playing? Layla's fingers slipped into the inner breast pocket of his jacket. She pulled out his silver tin, popped the latch, and withdrew a clove. Eyes still locked on his, she dragged her thumb across his lower lip. The motion felt like the afterburn of sunshine on his retina. Two images lazily superimposed. Layla touching his mouth then, Layla touching his mouth now. It jarred him so much, he didn't remember parting his lips. But he must have, because a moment later, a sharp clove hit his tongue. Layla drew back. Cold rushed in to fill the space. All in all, it took no more than a few seconds. The whole time her composure had stayed the same. Detached and sensual, like the performer she was. The performer she had always been. He could see her staging an identical routine at the Palais des Rêves, reaching into a patron's jacket for his cigarette case, placing it on the man's lips, and lighting it before she took it for herself. That's what you want, she said darkly. You want an excuse to go hunting, but you have mistaken the predator for prey. With that, her skirts swirled around her heels as she left. Sévérin bit down on the clove and watched her leave. She was right. He was hunting, and so was she. Neither of them could afford to lose sight of their prize, so one night in each other's arms stayed as one mistake, and the memory of it was shoved into the dark. He waited a moment before turning back to Tristan. He knew what argument he'd have with his brother. He had prepared for it, and yet it still wrenched something from him to see the shine in Tristan's eyes. Just tell me, he said wearily. Tristan looked away from him. I wish this were enough for you. Sévérin closed his eyes. It wasn't about enough. Tristan would never understand. He had never felt the pulse of an entirely different future, only to see it ripped from his grasp and smothered in front of him. He didn't understand that sometimes the only way to take down what had destroyed you was to disguise yourself as part of it. It's not about enough, said Sévérin. It's about balancing the scales. Fairness. Tristan didn't look at him. You promised you would protect us. Sévérin hadn't forgotten. The day he said that was the day he realized some memories have a taste. That day, his mouth was full of blood, and so his promise tasted like salt and iron. Let's say this whole venture doesn't kill us. What if you get what you want? If you get back your house, you'll be a patriarch. His voice pitched higher. Sometimes I wished you didn't even want to be a patriarch. What if you become like... Don't! He hadn't meant for his voice to sound so cold, but it did, and Tristan flinched. I will never be like our fathers. Tristan and Sévérin had 7 fathers, an assembly line of foster fathers and guardians, all of whom had been fringe members of the Order of Babel, all of whom had made Sévérin who he was, for better or worse.
"Being part of the Order won't make me one of them," said Sévérin, his voice icy. "I don't want to be their equal. I don't want them to look us in the eye. I want them to look away, to blink harshly, as if they've stared at the sun itself. I don't want them standing across from us. I want them kneeling."
Tristan said nothing.
"I protect you,"
said Sévérin softly.
"Remember that promise? I said I'd protect you. I said I'd make us a paradise of our own."
"L'Éten," said Tristan miserably. Sévérin had named his hotel not just for the Garden of Paradise, but for the promise that had been struck long ago, when the two of them were nothing but wary eyes and skinned knees, while the houses and fathers and lessons moved about them as relentless as seasons.
"I protect you,"
said Sévérin again, this time quieter.
"Always."
Finally, Tristan's shoulders fell. He leaned against Sévérin, the top of his blond head tickling the inside of Sévérin's nose until he sneezed.
"Fine,"
grumbled Tristan. Sévérin tried to think of something else to say. Something that would take Tristan's mind off what the five of them were planning to do next.
"I hear Goliath molted." "Don't pretend like you care about Goliath. I know you tried to set a cat on him last month. To be fair, Goliath is the stuff of nightmares."
Tristan didn't laugh. Over the next week and a half, Layla spied on the Order members who frequented the Palais des Rêves, keeping an ear out for any rumors of theft following the auction. But all was quiet. Even the notorious Sphinx guards who could follow the trail of any house-marked artifact had not been glimpsed outside the city residences of House Core and House Nyx. Everything was fine. It was a hope Sévérin was still clinging to when his butler came in with the mail.
"For you."
Sévérin glanced at the envelope. An elaborate letter H was emblazoned on the front. Hypnos. He dismissed the butler, and then stared down at the envelope. Bits of brown flecked the front, like dried blood. Sévérin touched the seal. Instantly, something sharp stabbed into the pad of his finger, a forged thorn concealed in the melted wax. He hissed, drawing back his hand, but a drop of blood hit the paper. It sank into the envelope, and the elaborate letter H shivered, unraveling before his eyes until it opened into a short missive. "I know you stole from me." Part 2. Excerpt from Reports of New Caledonia. Admiral Théophile Ducasse, French faction, Order of Babel, 1863. Second Republic of France under Napoleon III.
The indigenous population, the Kanak, are becoming rather agitated. Through our translators, we have surmised that forging is considered the provenance of native priests. None of their artisans appear to possess an affinity for mind. Instead, they are mostly gifted in matter affinity of salt water or wood. Each of their homes is adorned with a flesh fêtière, a carved finial where their ancestors, whom they worship, supposedly reside. But we have discovered another use of these finials. As you know, sir, we discovered the presence of nickel along the banks of the Diao River. While our colonists have taken great pains to extract the mineral, the best instrument for detecting its presence comes from their supposed sacred finial monuments. Regretfully, I must inform you of an event that occurred last week. During the hours of dawn, one of my men had been working hard to tear down the finial from the top of a Kanak hut. Though he was successful in removing the finial, the family refused to tell us how to make the forged finial respond to nickel. A skirmish arose. The Kanak man took his own life, declaring that some knowledge is not meant to be known. We have not found a way to make the forged finials work. But I will persevere. 6. Enrique. Enrique had been summoned to the bar of the Grand Lobby. In different circumstances, that might be his favorite summons of all time, but Severon's note had been uncharacteristically brusque. Enrique checked the grand clock of the lobby. 5 sharp. His appointment with Severon wasn't until 5:30, which left just enough time for one cocktail. Encircling the lobby was a grand Ouroboros, an infinity symbol represented by a snake biting its tail. A huge forged brass serpent twined in an endless circle, candlelight rippling off its metal body. Refreshments and bouquets were nestled in the golden scales of its back, and every day at noon and midnight it finally snapped hold of its tail, and shining confetti rained from the ceiling. Around him, heiresses wearing plumed capes and artists with ink-smudged fingers strolled toward the gardens or the dining room. In one corner, politicians schemed together, their heads bent, eyes obscured by the clouds of smoke from their pipes. As usual, Enrique tuned out the sounds. There were too many languages to keep track of, so it was easier to let the sounds wash over him. Here and there he caught dialects sharpened by the desert sun, languid vowels worn smooth by the waves of coastal regions. All of it unfamiliar music, until one phrase caught his ear. Magandang gabi po. Good evening. The language was his native Tagalog. Enrique swiveled toward the speaker and recognized him instantly. Marcelo Ponce. From across the room, Ponce caught his eye and waved a hand in welcome. Along with Dr. Rizal, Ponce was a member of the Ilustrados, a group Enrique had joined because, like him, all the members were European-educated Filipinos who dreamed of reform to their Spanish-controlled country. But to them, he was only just a member, not a visionary. Not someone who charted the course of a new future, no matter how much he wanted to be part of their inner circle. Kuya Marcelo, said Enrique respectfully. He still felt a flash of awe that he got to call the great Marcelo brother, but it was more tradition than intimacy. Kuya Enrique, said Marcelo warmly. His gaze dropped to the pen in Enrique's hand. Working on another article to submit to La Solidaridad, or translating a new language? Some of both, said Enrique, flushing. Actually, if you have time, perhaps I might share my new writing with you. That's wonderful news, truly. Keep up the good work, said Marcelo distractedly. He looked over Enrique's shoulder. I'm actually meeting someone who might help us petition the Queen of Spain. Oh, said Enrique. I could help. Marcelo smiled. But of course, Enrique Mercado Lopez, journalist, historian, and debonair spy. Before Enrique could answer, Marcelo patted his cheek. Of course, it must be easy to spy when you hardly look like one of us. We'll see you at the next meeting. Ingat ka, kuya. Marcelo squeezed his shoulder as he walked past him. Enrique forced himself to keep walking, even though his face burned and his limbs felt leaden. Of course, it must be easy to spy when you hardly look like one of us. Marcelo spoke with no malice. In a way, that was worse. At birth, Enrique had favored his father, a full-blooded Spaniard. In the Philippines, many considered this a good trait. They called him mestizo. His aunts and uncles even joked that his dark-skinned mother must not have been in the room when he was conceived. Perhaps this was why the Ilustrados did not let him into their inner circle.
It wasn't his intellect that made him unwanted. It was his face. Enrique sagged against the bar counter. One should never drink champagne unhappy, so instead he tipped his flute back and forth, watching the bubbles slosh down the sides. L'Eden's secret bar was small, designed more like a crypt than a gathering place, and hidden behind a bookcase. Inside, flowering vines crawled down the walls. Their buds put forth no flowers, only dainty teacups or champagne coupes of cut quartz, depending on the time of day. Tristan and Zofia's inventions dominated the room. When building officials deemed a glass chandelier a hazard, Tristan forged one out of moonflowers and anemone. When the officials declared that lanterns would be a fire risk, Zofia collected phosphorescent stones from the Brittany coast and forged them into a ceiling net that looked like softly blooming stars. Looking at the designs, Enrique felt a familiar stab of envy. He had always wanted to forge. When he was little, he thought it was like magic. Now he knew there was no such thing. Neither fairies in the forests nor maidens in the sea. But there was this art, this connection to the ancient world, to the myth of creation itself, and Enrique longed to be part of it. He'd hoped forging might make him a hero like the kind his grandmother told him about when he was younger. After all, if forging could reshape objects of the world, why couldn't it reshape the world itself? Why couldn't he be the artist, architect of change? But his 13th birthday came and went, and neither the affinity of mind nor matter called to him. When he realized he didn't have the talent, he chose to study the subjects that felt closest to forging, history and language. He could still change the world. Maybe not with something as dramatic or grand as forging, but in more intimate ways. Writing, speaking, human connection. When he came to Paris, the rallying cry of the French Revolution fitted into the hollows of his dreams. Liberté, égalité, fraternité. Liberty, equality, brotherhood. Those words sang to him as they sang to other students like him. Students who had begun to question the tight grip Spain had kept on the Philippines for nearly 300 years. In Paris, Enrique had found others like him, but it was Sévérin who changed his life, who took a chance on his abilities as a historian when no one else had. Sévérin listened to his dreams of changing the world and showed him what needed changing. With one older brother primed to take over the family's lucrative merchant business, and the other older brother promised to the church, Enrique had been allowed to pursue whatever he wanted. He knew what he wanted. He just had to make the Ilustrados want him, too. Maybe threatening the order with the Horus Eyes secret was the answer. Enrique let himself daydream what might happen next. Maybe he and Sévérin could tell the order that civilization hung in the balance. Maybe they could confront them on a stage. Lighting was critical for any dramatic showdown. And there had to be champagne. Obviously. Then Sévérin would become patriarch. Enrique could make some speech about lineage resurrected. That would sound nice, perhaps with confetti raining down. House Vanth would be restored, and naturally the house would need a historian. Him. Then the Ilustrados would clamor for his attention because they'd finally have an insider who could report on the Order of Babel's workings. It was the only blind spot in their intelligence. After that, he and Sévérin and their whole crew could change the world. Maybe they could get swords. Enrique had no clue what to do with one, but just holding one sounded rather epic. What if someone made a statue of him? Let's go. Enrique startled, and his champagne flute fell. My drink! He cried as it smashed on the ground. You aren't even drinking. You are daydreaming. But I liked holding it. Come on. Sévérin didn't wait for him as he jogged up the short staircase. Scowling, Enrique muttered something in Tagalog that would have made his grandmother smack him with her slipper. It wasn't like Sévérin to be that brusque. His shoulders were up to his ears as they walked past the grand lobby and the entrance to the Seven Sins garden. Near the stables, a carriage discreetly pulled up to the road. Unlike the usual fleet of Léden's carriages, this one bore neither name nor insignia. Enrique clambered in after Sévérin. The driver closed the door, and dark curtains unraveled to block the windows. Enrique fidgeted with his sleeves.
So, now do I get to know what's happening?
From his pocket, Sévérin withdrew an envelope. The blood-red seal had been split down the middle, but the wax-stamped letter was clear enough. H. Enrique stilled. A beat passed.
Hypnos.
He knew the moment he spoke the name that it was true. The very air seemed to affirm his suspicions. Wind crept through a tear in the curtain, chilling his skin. Sévérin clenched his jaw.
He knows we stole from him. He's asked for a meeting.
What? He thought the plan had been foolproof. No prints, no recording devices. Nothing to give away their presence in the auction's holding room. As an order patriarch, Hypnos could have had them arrested. Or worse. That he wanted a meeting spoke of something else. A game of give and take and blackmail. Enrique wasn't sure what to make of the fact that Sévérin had chosen only him to come along. Was he expendable or invaluable? Enrique didn't know much about the patriarch of House Nix, but Tristan had once slipped that Hypnos and Sévérin had been playmates, back when both boys were raised as heirs to their houses. One quick glance at Sévérin confirmed they hadn't been in contact since then. Sévérin's expression was stony, his eyes drawn. His thumb dragged up and down the silvery scar on his palm. What if he... Enrique couldn't bring himself to say the words, kills us. Sévérin seemed to guess his meaning anyway.
Hypnos was always clever, he said slowly. But if he tries anything, I have dirt on him that could destroy his standing with the Order the moment he lays a hand on us. True, but one can't exactly savor vengeance when one is dead.
Sévérin pulled down the brim of his hat.
I have no intention of dying.
When the carriage stopped, Sévérin leaned forward to unlock the door. As he did so, Enrique caught a glimpse of the letter held in his bandaged hand. He frowned. It was blank. Hypnos had named his residence Erebus, after a place in Greek myth where nightmares bloom next to red poppies. Ridiculous. Enrique found his nickname Hypnos just as pretentious. No one would have named an infant after the god of sleep. At least for the sake of that poor child, Enrique hoped not. While most of the houses of the Western world used and collected forging objects made from both affinities, House Nix collected treasures of a particular strain, those that showcased an affinity of the mind. House Nix had objects that spliced memory, soaked dreams, gathered someone's will in a tight fist, and brought forth vivid illusions. Mind was the most regulated form of artistry, used as much in pleasure houses and entertainment venues as it was for prison camps. It was the only affinity that universally required registration, whether or not a person chose to hone that talent. Some mind affinity techniques were even banned, and for good reason. Until about 20 years ago, mind manipulation objects had been especially popular in the southern states of the Americas, where wealthy landowners kept slaves. Up ahead loomed the entrance to Erebus. At either side stood two lions carved of diorite, and above the threshold shone a milky jade strip of Verit stone. Like the Verit entrance at the Palais Garnier, the stone could detect any weapon or harmful forged object. The only way to neutralize its effect was to carry Veritstone on one's person, like two magnets repelling one another. Supposedly, there was nothing in the world like Verit, although Enrique had recently come across a treatise on a North African artifact that made him wonder otherwise.
"He's known for his illusions," said Severin, interrupting his thoughts. "Focus on one thing, and don't lose yourself in his tricks."
The door swung open. Without hesitating, Severin walked between the two lions. When he passed beneath the Veritstone, it glowed bright red, and the stone lions growled, their heads whipping toward him. A bulky guard appeared at the entrance.
"Reveal your weapon," he said.
"My apologies," said Severin mildly. He withdrew a small knife from his pocket.
"I always keep one on hand for cutting apples."
Enrique kept his face blank. Severin was lying.
"You'll have to pass through the Verit entrance again."
"We're already late," said Severin.
"Patriarch Hypnos won't like that, and I can assure you there's nothing else on my person. Here, I'll turn out my pockets in front of you."
Severin made a show of lifting the bottoms of his trousers and insides of his sleeves. When he got to his pockets, a card fluttered to the floor. The guard picked it up, his eyes widening.
"Ah, and that's a credit for 2 free nights at the hotel I own. You may have heard of it. It's called L'Eden."
The guard had certainly heard of it.
"Why don't you hold on to it and let me through? Or I could take it for safekeeping as I go through a silly entrance yet again."
The guard hesitated, then waved Severin through the doors. Enrique followed after him without incident. He never had reason to carry a weapon. Erebus, he soon discovered, was aptly named. No sooner had they crossed into the hall than it shifted. One moment he glimpsed parquet floors, ebony pillars covered in golden filigree, a sumptuous rug close to his toes. He should have kept his gaze on the floor, but a flicker of movement distracted him. He looked up. Instantly, the room transformed into a wildwood. Silver dusk seeped between frosted tree branches. The chandelier dissolved into a snowdrift. What pieces he could see of the carpet looked sugared. Cold touched his skin. He could smell it. The mineral tang of snow. The inside of his nose burned from cold. He was in a world of ice and sugar. Blood spatter on white silk. No, not blood. Poppies. Poppies blooming, shriveling, budding in glyph-like patterns. Secrets just beneath the petals and the snow. If he only... A voice broke the illusion.
"Goodness, how rude of me."
The images melted. No more snow, or poppies, or sugar. Enrique was on his knees, hands splayed on the scarlet rug, as if he wanted to shred it apart. In front of him, a pair of polished shoes. He looked up before he realized he should have stood first. The patriarch of House Nix stared down at him. Until now, he had only seen Hypnos at a distance. He knew the other boy's skin, a deep umber like the rain-soaked bark of an oak tree. He knew the textured hair cropped close to his head. Even knew his strangely colored eyes, a blue so pale they looked like panes of frost. Hypnos was beautiful at a distance. Up close, he was just plain staggering. Enrique stumbled to his feet, hoping the other boy hadn't noticed. When he looked up, Hypnos' eyes looked darker, the pupils blown out, as if he was trying to take in all of him, too.
"Had I known what pretty company you keep, I might have met with you sooner, Severin,"
said Hypnos, not taking his eyes off Enrique. Severin let out a brittle laugh.
"I doubt that. You've been a patriarch for 2 years, and you still have to run every inhale and exhale by the order of Babel. I can't imagine what they must make of your meeting with me." My understanding was that any Order member would be forbidden from speaking to me, if they remembered my existence. Do they even know what you're doing right now? Hypnos raised one eyebrow.
Do you want them to?
Severon didn't answer, and Hypnos didn't push it. You requested a meeting, said Severon. Why?
After all this time,
Enrique thought.
Hypnos grinned. I wanted to meet my thieves.
Well, you found us. Hypnos made a tisk sound.
Now, I only did a little bit of the work. You did the rest.
Enrique shook off the dregs of the illusion. He took a step closer to Severon. All his awareness shifted around the inflection of Hypnos' words. What do you mean? He asked.
Lo, it speaks!
Exclaimed Hypnos. He clapped his hands.
That fake compass you left me was a pretty decoy, but there was blood on it. And so I performed a little test. Whoever had stolen from me had bled all over my poor stone beastie. So, I added a bit of blood forging to my letter to make sure that none but the thief could read it. I had my men deliver it to every person I could think of. Who, I wondered, would steal from me? And why? And then, of course, when I ran out of options, I sent it to you. The fancy hotelier with a reputation a little too spotless, who's always a little too close to every theft of an Order object.
So you see, he said, his expression suddenly quite serious.
I didn't find you. You brought yourself to me.
Enrique squeezed his eyes shut. Too late, he remembered glimpsing Severon's letter. The curious expanse of blank page. No wonder he couldn't read it. Severon betrayed nothing. Clever.
One can always rely on a man's hubris. I figured you wouldn't share the letter.
Hypnos tilted his head.
How devastating for you. To let down your team and admit that you'd failed. Oh, don't look at me like that, Severon. The Order may not have looked in your direction all this time, but I have.
I'm flattered you think I'm worth watching. Hypnos winked.
With a face like that, I must not be the only one.
What do you want, Hypnos?
You know what I can do to you. I can have you arrested, executed, tarred and feathered, etc. There's no point really in detailing it.
Hypnos paused to smile.
But I don't want to do any of that. I'm actually quite an exceptional human being, and I fancy myself rather generous. So instead, I ask only two things. First, that you return the compass. Second, that you turn your acquisition skills to an object I've long desired. In return, I'll give you what you want.
Severon's face had gone rigid, his mouth flattened to a line, his dark eyes nearly burning. Slowly, Hypnos raised his hand. His babble ring, a thin crescent moon that spread across the middle of his hand, caught the light. From where Enrique stood, it looked like a scythe.
Mon cher, you and I always had so much in common, said Hypnos. Now we have even more. Look at us. Two orphaned bastards with colored mothers.
He leaned closer to Severon.
How strange. Yours doesn't show up on the skin the way mine does. Mine was the daughter of slaves in a sugarcane plantation my father owned in Martinique. Once I was born, my French aristocrat of a father left her. But I remember you as your mother. That always made me rather jealous, I admit. She had the loveliest hair. What was she? Egyptian? Algerian? Her name was so beautiful, too.
Don't, said Severin, clipped. A muscle in his jaw ticked. Hypnos shrugged lightly and turned to Enrique, smiling as if he were just another guest and this were just another day.
Has he told you how the Order's inheritance test works?
Enrique shook his head.
It's like this, said Hypnos, walking up to him. May I, beautiful?
Enrique managed a nod. Hypnos turned over his hand, sliding his brown thumb down his palm, before stopping above his racing pulse.
In each Babel ring, there's a core of the matriarch or patriarch's blood. The blood fuels the ring's ability to housemark, among other things. When the matriarch or patriarch dies, or if they wish to retire their seat early, a head of house is summoned to administer the inheritance test. First, the ring that will be passed on is cut into the heir's hand.
Hypnos dragged one edge of the crescent moon across Enrique's hand. Through his skin, he felt a hum of power, like lightning traveling through his veins.
Then, the ring of the witness is held over the bloodied ring. If the heir is of the same blood as the matriarch or patriarch, both rings turn blue. If the heir is not,
you are left with a handsome scar, finished Severin coldly. Hypnos dropped Enrique's hand.
The Order is not above falsifying the inheritance test, he said, facing Severin. It's been performed in the past by families wishing to pass over one heir for a different family member.
On what grounds would they deny an heir his inheritance? Asked Enrique. Hypnos ticked off the reasons on his fingers.
They might not like how the child's mind works, or who they love, or
the Order might like their bloodlines nice and neat, cut in Severin, his voice distant. 2 heirs of mixed blood would not do. An easy solution is to choose one over the other. Hypnos's jaw tightened. Gone was his lax demeanor. Regret twisted his handsome features.
If memory serves, you tried to tell me that years ago, he said quietly.
And if memory serves, you didn't listen. Spots of color appeared on Hypnos's cheeks.
As you so aptly pointed out, my very breath has been monitored by the Order since the day my father died and passed the ring to me. But if you acquire this artifact for me, I will administer the inheritance test myself. No falsifications like last time. I can return your ring to you. I know where it's kept.
Enrique felt as though all the air had been drained from the room. Severin refused to look at Hypnos as he spoke. What do you want?
A Horus eye.
Enrique sucked in his breath. Where is it? Hypnos hesitated for a moment, then said,
The vaults of our score.
No, said Severin immediately. I'm not stepping into that woman's house. And no wonder, thought Enrique. The matriarch of House Core must have helped falsify the results of the inheritance test that stole Severin's title.
Just before the auction, she was viciously attacked, said Hypnos. Her ring was stolen.
Probably an inside job, said Severin. We don't get involved with those.
We?
Enrique felt a thrill of pride. That's right, he wanted to say, but he didn't.
I'm not asking you to find her ring, said Hypnos. There are people already dedicated to that search. What I'd like your help for goes beyond that. As I'm sure you haven't forgotten, the rings of our houses guard the location of the West's Babel fragment.
Severin laughed. And do you think this mastermind thief knows the fragment's location and wishes to perform some nefarious activities there with the stolen ring?
Because, as I recall, revealing the fragment's location requires 2 rings, not 1. Your precious knowledge should stay safe.
Enrique knew little about the inner workings of the Order, but Sévérin had once told him that knowledge about the location of the West's fragments circulated among the houses of different empires every century. France was the most recent possessor of the location's knowledge. If the ring of House Core had truly been stolen, that knowledge would be in grave danger. And if Sévérin was right and the theft was an inside job, then that made all the more sense why Hypnos would want to steal rather than inquire after the Horus Eye. If House Core had been compromised from the inside, then no one in the house was trustworthy. And if by some chance the thief had taken the ring to the fragment's location, then looking through the Horus Eye would immediately reveal its whereabouts.
With a single ring, the fallen house nearly threw the world off balance, said Hypnos. They paid the price to be certain, but history always repeats itself.
Enrique remembered the forged threshold of the Palais Garnier as he was leaving the auction. An image stood out in his mind. A peeling hexagram on a gilt mirror. The symbol of the disgraced fallen house. Something about that hexagram sat heavily in his thoughts.
And if I may be so bold, which I am, so I will, you have no choice but to help me, Sévérin.
You can threaten me with imprisonment, but I'll get out. You could set your guards on us, but I've already planted an incendiary sphere, and I could have this place up in flames before you take a single step, said Sévérin.
Enrique bit back a grin. Sévérin's lie at the entrance. The small knife he'd surrendered without complaint. He'd distracted the guard with a false weapon while hiding the real one.
When did you...
Sévérin smiled.
I had to do something to pass the time while you were making eyes at my historian.
Wait, I was bait?
Demanded Enrique. You're flattered.
Maybe a little.
When Hypnos looked around the room, Sévérin waved his hand.
Don't bother. You won't find it in time. And I won't go anywhere near that house, said Sévérin, turning on his heel. Perhaps we can work out a different agreement. In the meantime, Enrique and I must be going.
Hypnos loosed a breath.
I hate when I have to do this. Flaring tempers, veiled threats. Ah! It ages me, mon cher, and I detest that.
Hypnos stomped his foot. An image rippled across the surface of the scarlet rug. Nausea twisted through Enrique. Before him wavered an image of 3 kneeling bodies in the distance, their heads bent forward, hands bound. But the shapes were unmistakable.
Layla. Zofia. Tristan.
Sévérin immediately paled.
You see, you can walk out and survive, but I can't say the same for the rest. I want an oath that you'll return the compass, go to our scar, and get me that Horus Eye, said Hypnos, holding out the forged quill that tattooed oaths. Do this, Sévérin, and I can give you back your house.
Sévérin was rooted to the spot.
Are they alive?
Do we have a deal or no?
Asked Hypnos in a sing-song voice.
Are they alive?
They won't be if you don't swear the oath. We'll be equally bound, Sévérin. I assure you it's for the best. You'll like working with me, I promise. I'm fabulous at parties, have excellent taste in menswear, etc., etc., said Hypnos, waving his hand. And if you don't agree to this, then I will break every bone in their bodies and etch your name onto the splinters. That way your name will be all over their deaths.
Hypnos's smile was sharp as broken glass.
Still unwilling?
7. Sévérin.
Wrath was the second of Severon's 7 fathers. Some of his fathers lasted for months, others for years. Some had wives who did not let him call them mother. Some fathers died before he could learn to hate them. Others died because he hated them. The last time Severon saw his father's ring, he was 7 years old. The ring was a pinched oval of tarnished brass depicting a snake biting its tail. The underside of the tail was a blade. After the fire killed his parents, the matriarch of House Kor dragged his father's ring across his palm, and the snake tail cut through his skin like a hot knife to a slab of butter. For a moment, he saw the flash of promised blue, the very glow his father had often talked of that proved he was the true heir of House Vanth. But then it disappeared, obscured by the sweeping cloak of the patriarch of House Nyx. Severon remembered how they talked in hushed whispers, these people who he had once called tante and oncle. When they turned to face him, it was as if they had never bounced him on their knee or snuck him an extra plate of dessert. The mere span of a minute had rendered them strangers.
"We cannot let you be one of us,"
said the matriarch. He would never forget how she had looked at him, how she had dared to show him pity.
"Tante,"
he managed, but she cut him off with a sharp brush of her gloved hand.
"You may not call me that anymore."
"A pity," Severon heard his former oncle say. "But we simply cannot have more than one." A group of lawyers later informed Severon that he would be taken care of until he came of age to inherit the trust funds of House Vanth, for though he was not the blood heir, his name appeared on every deed and contract, thus entitling him to the assets. Severon did not mourn the death of his father as much as he mourned the death of Kahina. His father had not allowed him to call her mother, and in public she referred to him as Monsieur Severon. But at night, when she snuck into his room to sing his lullabies, she always whispered one thing before she left.
"I am your Umi, and I love you."
His first day in Wrath's home, Severon wept and said,
"I miss Kahina."
Wrath ignored him. By the second day, Severon had not stopped weeping and once more said,
"I miss my Kahina."
Wrath had stopped on his way to the commode. He turned around. His eyes were so light that sometimes his pupils looked colorless.
"Say her name again,"
said the old man. Severon hesitated, but he loved her name. Her name sounded like how she smelled, like fruits from a fairy tale garden. He loved how when he said her name, he remembered that she used to hunch over him, all that black hair curtaining over his small head, so he could pretend it was nighttime, and therefore story time. The moment he spoke her name, Wrath backhanded him. He did it over and over, demanding that he say Kahina, until blood replaced the fairy tale taste of his mother's name.
"She's dead, boy,"
Wrath had said when he was finished.
"Died in the fire along with your father. I don't want to hear her name again."
Wrath's bastard boy also lived in the house, though he hardly treated him like his own child. The boy was younger than Severon and had wide gray eyes. When Wrath was mad, he did not care which boy he took, so long as one was taken. In his study, Wrath kept a Phobos helmet, a forged object of mind affinity that coaxed out the wearer's nightmares and played them on a loop. Wrath only watched when the boys started screaming after the Phobos helmet was secured to their heads. He never touched them, except his occasional blows.
"Your imagination hurts you far worse than anything I could ever do,"
he once said. One day, Wrath called for the other boy. By then, Severon had learned his name was Tristan.
That day he saw Tristan crouched in the shadows. Neither boy moved.
"Have you seen him?"
demanded Wrath. Severin had a choice. He made it.
"No."
Wrath took him instead. The next day, Wrath called for both of them. Severin was outside, wandering the grounds. Wrath's footsteps echoed loudly. Severin might have been caught if he hadn't felt a small tug on his sleeve. The silent boy was hiding in the rose bushes. His lap was full of flowers. He scooted to the side to make room for Severin.
"I protect you,"
Severin whispered.
"I protect you."
One promise. One promise, and he couldn't even keep it. Every time he blinked, he saw their bodies. Zofia's bright hair mussed by dirt. Tristan crouching, swaying. And Layla, who should have sugar in her hair, not shards of glass. Layla, who he dug his nails into his palm, screaming at the driver to go faster. Beside him, Enrique was a ghost of himself, whispering and turning over rosary beads in his hand. The second they got to Leyden, Enrique leapt out of the carriage.
"I'll check for them inside."
Severin nodded, then broke into a run across the Seven Sins garden. He didn't stop running until he arrived at Tristan's workshop in Envy. Tristan's back was to him, hunched over, his neck bent, his work table strewn with small fronds and snippets of petals, all the makings of the miniature worlds he obsessively cobbled together. Severin couldn't find his next breath. Had they strangled him? Propped him upright like a cruel joke? If so, then what about Layla and Zofia? Were they dead in the kitchens and the laboratory? Or... Tristan turned.
"Severin?"
Severin stood there, swaying.
"Why do you look nauseous? Is it that sleepwalking guest in room 7? I caught him sleepwalking naked in the servants' quarters last night, and if that's what happened, I honestly don't blame you."
"The others," rasped Severin.
Are they...
Tristan frowned.
"I just saw Layla and Zofia in the kitchens. Why? What's wrong?"
Severin grabbed him abruptly in a hug.
"I feel like I'm missing something important,"
wheezed Tristan.
"I thought you were dead."
Tristan laughed.
"Why would you think that?"
But when he caught the flat look in Severin's eyes, he paused.
"What happened?"
Severin told him everything, from Hypnos's proposition to the reward waiting at the end.
"A score!"
Tristan practically spat.
"After what she..."
"I know."
"Are you going to take the offer?"
Severin held up his hand, showing the harsh slash of the oath tattoo.
"I have no choice."
In that moment, Tristan's face was inscrutable. After what felt like forever, Tristan turned over his own hand. The silvery scar down his palm matched Severin's. Neither of them knew where Tristan had gotten his scar, but it didn't matter. Finally, Tristan placed his hand over Severin's, stacking their scars before saying,
"I protect you."
One of the greatest secrets of the Fallen House was where they had held their meetings. It was said the key both to their secret meeting locations and to their lost treasure lay in the bone clocks once given to each member of their house. In the 50 years since they had been exiled and executed by the Order, no one had cracked the clock's code. These days it was considered nothing more than a rumor that time had smoothed down to the shape of a myth. But that didn't stop interest in acquiring the bone clocks. Of late, the clocks had become something of a collector's item. One of the few remaining ones sat on Severin's bookshelf. In all the time that Severin had kept the bone clock, it hadn't revealed any of its secrets. Although sometimes the clock stopped at 6 minutes past 2 o'clock, which he considered rather strange considering that there was only one word found on the clock,
Nocte.
Midnight. Sévérin often looked at it when he was thinking. 50 years ago, it had seemed impossible for anything to ruin the fallen house. And now, to Sévérin, the clock was a reminder. Anything could fall. Towers that scraped the heavens. Houses with pockets deeper than empires. Shining seraphs who had once been in the confidence of God. Even families who were supposed to love you. Nothing was invincible but change. Sévérin was still staring at the clock face when the letter from Hypnos arrived. He ripped open the envelope, scanned the first line, and scowled.
To be fair, you would have done the same.
Sévérin's knuckled grip paled.
Before you throw this in the fire, I do hope you listen to that seed of rationale deep within your fury. We are to work together, and though I might not extract my promises the best way, I always keep them, as I know you do. Tell me what you need from me.
Sévérin hated that word. Need. He hated how Hypnos's promise of a new inheritance test had itched that very word to life. Sometimes he wished he didn't remember life before the order. He wished someone with a mind affinity could root through his memories and shred those years. He was haunted, not even by people, but the phantoms of sensations. Firelight limning the outlines of his fingers. A cat with a fluffy tail who napped at the foot of his bed. Orange blossom water on Kahina's skin. A spoon dipped in honey and smuggled into his waiting hand. Wind on his face as he was tossed into the air and caught in warm arms. Words that sank into his soul like growing roots steeped in sunshine.
I am your Umi, and I love you.
Sévérin squeezed his eyes shut. He wished he didn't know what he had lost. Maybe then every day wouldn't feel like this. As if he had once known how to fly, but the skies had shaken him loose and left him with nothing but the memory of wings. Sévérin rolled his shoulders. His fingers left damp impressions on Hypnos's letter. He crumpled it in his fist. He knew what he was going to do. What he needed to do. As he walked out the door of his study, a phantom ache curled between his shoulder blades, as if they craved the weight of wings. Through the frosted glass door of the kitchen, he saw their shapes crowded around the high-top counters. He heard the chime of bone china, silver spoons hitting tea saucers, the crisp snap of cookies. He could picture them with perfect clarity. Zofia carefully cutting her cookie in half, then dipping each half into the tea. Enrique demanding to know why she was torturing the cookies. Tristan scoffing that tea was hot, watered-down leaves. And,
Layla, is there any hot chocolate?
Layla, who moved like a sylph among them, watching them with those eyes that said she knew their worst secrets and still forgave them. Layla, who always had sugar in her hair. He could sense all of them, and it terrified him. He placed his hand on the doorknob. The oath tattoos on his right hand glared back at him. They might owe him their service, but he was the one bound to them. He was the one who would always be left behind. Soon Zofia's debt would be paid off and leave her wealthy enough to start a new life. Soon Enrique would join the inner circle of Filipino visionaries and move out of Leyden. Soon Layla would leave too. When she offered her services to him and trusted him with her story, as he had trusted her with his, she told him there was an object she was searching for, and she would go wherever that search took her. Which left Tristan, the only one who would stay of his own free will. But what if they acquired the Horus Eye? Hypnos would be bound to perform the test, and this time,
No one would cheat him. House Vanth would be resurrected. As patriarch, he could give them more than just the connections of the rich. He could get Zofia's sister into medical school, give Enrique access and intelligence for his Ilustrados, help Layla find the ancient book she searched for, keep his promise to Tristan. He could give them more than just something to tide them over until the next acquisition. He could give them enough to stay. The four of them started when he entered. Judging from the empty teacup, they'd been expecting him for a while. After a long moment, Layla poured him tea. Even with her hair in front of her face, he knew she was smiling. He hated that he knew that. 2 years ago, he hadn't thought such things were possible. Back then, Layla had just started working at the Palais as his spy and in the kitchens as a pastry chef. One day she barged into his study, her hair streaked white with flour, carrying a glossy, jewel-bright fruit tart in her hand. Already she'd charmed half the staff and secured more acquisitions than he'd ever been able to do on his own. That she spent most of her free time wandering the library or the kitchens wouldn't have bothered him if she hadn't kept trying to force her creations on him or spouting her opinions on every little thing when he was trying to work. Worse was that she wanted nothing in return. She would leave cakes on his desk, and if he tried to pay her, she'd smack his hand. Try it, she had insisted that day, pushing back his chair and holding out a piece. He'd been too startled by the unexpected way she kept manifesting, like a dream recurring when it was just forgotten, that he didn't have time to say, "I don't want any damn sweets." Her fingers parted his lips. Flavors turned incandescent on his tongue. He might have moaned. He couldn't remember anymore. "Taste that," she had whispered. "They're zested yuzu from the orchards instead of lemon rind, and vanilla bean instead of only vanilla extract. The glaze is hibiscus jam I made myself, not some boring apricots. What do you think? Doesn't it taste like a dream?" This was the first time he realized he could feel her smile, like light pressing against closed lids. He blinked, opening his eyes, watching how her lips pulled into a grinning crescent. Since then, whenever she smiled, he remembered the flavor of that fruit tart, the tang of hibiscus and soft vanilla. Unexpected and sweet. Enrique cleared his throat, and Sévérin shook himself. "Finally," said Enrique. He popped the last cookie in his mouth. "Consider that a penalty for showing up so late," he said with his mouth full. Sévérin pulled up a chair, feeling their eyes on him. Of course, Layla was the first to speak. "Sévérin, what are we going to do? Enrique told us what happened back there." Enrique blushed a guilty red and took a well-timed gulp of tea. "You're bound to Hypnos," said Layla. He flexed his fingers, watching his scars stretch. "What happens next is not up to me," he said. "This won't be like our acquisitions of the past. It'll be even more dangerous. And if you choose a different path, I won't hold it against you. I'll deactivate the oath tattoos and pay you accordingly." Sévérin didn't trust himself to look at them, until he heard Enrique's resigned sigh. "I mean," said Enrique, after a long moment. "Me too," said Layla. Zofia nodded her assent. Tristan swallowed hard, eyes fixed on the counter. He took the longest to raise his gaze to Sévérin and nod. A hot pain spread through Sévérin's chest. No physical ache, but the ripping teeth of something cruel. Hope. He refused to show it. Instead, he forced a smile. "Good. Now, to get the Orusai out of the vault,
We have to focus on two things. First, finding the eye's exact location inside Carl's vault. For that, we're going to need the catalog coin, so we'll be paying a visit to our old friend, the Housecar courier. Thanks to Layla, we know exactly where he'll be tomorrow.
The Palais des Rêves,
said Layla, smiling. Enrique made a high-pitched sound. Wait, no! I want to go there! It's the party of the year! Zofia frowned.
What's so great about the party?
It's going to be lavish, said Enrique, sighing.
Who said I can get any of you in?
Asked Layla. Wait. How, exactly, are you planning on getting the Housecar courier to part with his catalog coin? Asked Enrique. We couldn't even find it when we needed it for the auction. That's where the Sphinx mask comes into play, courtesy of Zofia. I pose as a Sphinx, but I'll need someone dressed as a Sûreté officer. The Sûreté was the detective branch of the armed forces, the only ones authorized to hold an order member in for questioning. Sévérin turned to Tristan, who groaned. Why me? You have an excellent face. What's wrong with my face? Demanded Enrique. Can I go? He wants to go, pointed out Tristan. Why can't he go? Because I chose you. Enrique whined. Sévérin doesn't think I'm pretty.
Sévérin, tell him he's pretty,
said Layla. Sévérin crossed his arms. Zofia, tell him he's pretty. Zofia didn't look up from her tea.
I am personally undecided, but if we're assessing based on objectivity, then according to the principles of the golden ratio, also known as phi, which is approximately 1.618, your facial beauty is mathematically pleasing.
I'm swooning, grumbled Enrique. It has to be Tristan, said Sévérin. It has to be an honest face, the kind that demands trust. Sévérin heard a thud as Tristan kicked a table leg. A tiny temper tantrum could only mean he was partially persuaded. Tristan glared at him. Will it be during the day? Night. What about Goliath? Everyone sighed. Goliath has a very strict feeding schedule. He likes his crickets exactly at midnight, not before or after. Who's going to feed him?
Isn't Goliath big enough?
Asked Layla. He's probably the one eating all the birds in the garden, said Enrique. Have you noticed they're all gone? Tristan cleared his throat. Who will feed Goliath? Enrique raised his hand limply. Me. But Tristan wasn't done. If I do this, everyone has to help me with my next miniature project. Everyone groaned. Tristan crossed his arms. Fine, then I won't do it. You win, said Sévérin. Tristan smugly sipped his cocoa. Getting the eye's location sets us up, but that leaves us with Housecar itself. Their spring festival is in 2 weeks' time. Tristan is the only one of us who has been to Housecar multiple times for landscaping forging, so he'll handle the external layout. What about the invitations? Asked Enrique. They were delivered months ago. Hypnos will take care of it, allowed Sévérin. He has to be good for something.
Our instruments can't get past Veritstone,
pointed out Zofia. She's right, said Enrique. We'll get stopped at the front door. The only thing that repels Veritstone is Veritstone, and it's not like anyone has a spare piece of Verit lying around that would throw off the sensors. Sévérin popped a clove into his mouth. Oh no, said Enrique. I hate when you do that. Now what? I seem to recall you mentioning some North African artifact that purported similar properties. Enrique's eyes went wide. I had no idea you listened to me. Surprise. But, yes, there's an artifact I wanted to examine, but it's being kept under lock and key at an exhibition. It's part of some exhibit on superstitions from the colonies, but it's not going to open until the Exposition Universelle. Very well. Enrique blinked. Wait, do you want me to break into the exhibition? Of course not. Thank God. Zofia is going with you. What? Said Zofia and Enrique at the same time. I work alone, said Zofia. Enrique rolled his eyes. Most women kill to be alone with me. I have learned that something does not have to be animate in order to use the word kill, said Zofia. Like how some people say, kill time. Perhaps these women you are referencing are killing their expectations.
Tristan snorted half his cocoa, then looked at the clock and blanched.
I have to go, he said. I've got a commission due.
Enrique sighed.
I need to do more research on the artifact. Zofia, you might as well come with me. You'll need to know these too.
Zofia scowled and slid off her chair, leaving Sévérin and Layla in the kitchen. Sévérin reached for his tea. He was glad the kitchen was bright, and that they sat on opposite sides of a wide table. It wasn't as though the circumstances of that one night had ever repeated themselves, but every time he was alone with her, it was as if his thoughts slipped over a cliff, where images best left forgotten reared up like ghostly waves.
Layla. Majnun,
she said mildly. Only Layla called him Majnun, or madman. Usually it was said with something like affection, but her tone was cold. Sévérin looked around the kitchen. Layla preferred warm, bubbling chaos in her workspace. Stained recipes papering the walls. Chipped mixing bowls that she insisted had soaked in happiness and were therefore superior to something new. Wooden spoons engraved with the names of the people she cared about, swinging and clanging from the ceiling. But today, everything looked pristine. Nothing on the surface. Everything tucked away. It was the opposite of happy.
You never learn, she said, sipping her tea. Perhaps this could have been avoided had you just let me read your correspondence. The letter was forged. There's no way. The seal was forged. The paper itself was ordinary. I could have told you where it had been, how many homes it had traveled to before finding you. I could have told you it was a trap.
She was right, and he knew it. But sharing it with everyone would have only proven that he'd placed them in danger.
What would you have me do?
I would have you trust me, she said, as I have trusted you.
That trust was the reason why there was no contract or oath tattoo between them. 2 years ago, Layla had saved his life by reading the pocket watch of a hotelier who wished him dead, just so he could take over the property. She'd proved her abilities to him by reading an old Ouroboros pendant passed down from his father. And once she'd drawn out the depths of him, she'd offered her own secrets in return. She could have lorded her findings over him, but instead she gave him a knife of his own, and that was how it was. The two of them smiling, the damning unknown things held like knives at each other's throats. Barring Tristan, it was the most secure friendship he'd ever known.
You're making this a far greater deal than it is, said Sévérin.
One look at Layla, and he knew he'd said exactly the wrong thing.
It's my life, Sévérin,
she said stonily.
And it means a great deal to me.
He flushed.
I didn't mean it like that.
I don't care what you meant. I care about something getting in the way of my search,
said Layla fiercely.
Your ego included.
Always, Layla returned to her search for the forged book with the answers to her existence, though not even Layla knew its contents. Just as she was unstoppable and relentless for the ones she loved, she embodied that with her search too. Nothing could hold her back. Not the family she'd left behind in India, and someday soon, not the family she'd made here.
All I'm asking is that you trust us the way we trust you, she said. Do you know what I am?
Angry, he tried with a weak smile.
Layla was not amused.
I'm an instrument. I know that. You know that.
Don't call yourself that, he started. But Layla spoke over him.
And yet you refuse to use me even when I ask it of you. So, it would seem like you're in need of reminding.
Her hand darted forward, reaching for his wrist.
Layla,
he warned.
You spilled your box of cloves on your sleeves this morning. You hid one of Zofia's incendiary devices in Hypnosis Hall. You stared at the bone clock in your office for nearly an hour. Want more? Because I can do more,
said Layla, her voice nearly breaking.
This suit was made by a woman who sobbed into the cloth upon finding that she was pregnant out of wedlock. This suit—
Stop, he said, standing so fast that his chair smacked the glass behind him. He looked down to where her fingers still touched his wrist. Neither of them moved. He could hear her breath, shallow and fast, from across the table. Not once since they had agreed to work together 3 years ago had she read his objects. At her touch, he felt dangerously exposed. He had to leave. Now.
You're not an instrument. Not to me,
he said, not looking at her.
But if you're so insistent, then put yourself to use. Get me on that guest list to the Palais des Rêves.
As evening approached, Sévérin heard commotions outside his office. This was nothing new. He ignored it and focused on the papers before him. For some reason, he thought he could smell sugar and rosewater in the air. The perfume Layla kept in a rose quartz bottle. Morning and night, she'd swipe the crystal stopper across her wrists, down the line of her bronze throat. It was a faint scent, one he'd only caught when his lips had skimmed down her neck. Sévérin pinched the bridge of his nose.
Get the hell out of my head.
To one side of his desk lay the blueprints of House Corps' palatial layout. To the other side lay Zofia's mock-up of a Sphinx mask. But then he heard a name called out in the corridor.
L'Enigma!
Oh, no, thought Sévérin.
Leave us,
said an imperious voice.
Us?
Sévérin pushed back his chair, ready to cross the room and lock the door, when Layla, not that anyone recognized her at the moment, entered. Sévérin had never seen her as L'Enigma. He never went to the cabaret. But he knew the rumors of her effect on the audience. Looking at her now, the rumors were a shadow to the reality. With her peacock headdress and mask, L'Enigma looked more myth than girl. Jewel-toned plumes swept down her back. Pale silk clung to her legs, forged to billow as if an unseen wind was her constant companion. Her blouse was little more than a corset of pearls. Layla took a couple steps forward, pausing long enough to let the growing crowd outside the hall see her hand slide up his arm.
I wanted to surprise you,
she said silkily. Then she turned to face the open door and the growing crowd of curious faces.
Are we to have an audience?
Someone pulled the door shut. The moment the door closed, Sévérin stepped out of her reach. He glanced at the closed door. Behind it, gossip had probably infested the halls.
What?
He didn't trust himself to speak more than that.
You asked me to get you on the guest list. Voila.
Layla draped herself in one of the study chairs, then took off the headdress. At her touch, the forged peacock plume shrank into a green silk choker with a resin pendant. Layla pulled her hair to one side as she fiddled with the clasp of her necklace.
It keeps coming undone,
she said, frowning.
I think Enrique clasped it wrong. Help me.
Every line of her body seemed relaxed. Their fight had passed. It wasn't their first clash, and it wouldn't be their last, and so neither of them bothered to apologize. Sévérin moved behind her.
Explain how that display gets me on the guest list,
he asked, taking the clasp in hand.
All courtesans are allowed to invite a lover to stay in their private chambers during a performance, she said. Tonight, that man is you.
His fingers slipped, and Layla tensed.
I haven't forgotten the promise we made,
she said lightly. 1.5 years ago, he'd told her, "We can't do this again." And she'd replied, "I know." He had a house to reclaim, a whole future to lift out of the dark. He'd had girls in his bed before, but nothing like that night. Nothing that made him, for a moment, forget who he was supposed to be. No fancy was worth his future. Since then, neither of them had mentioned the promise they'd struck. Both of them pretended that it never happened, and they'd succeeded. They could work together. They could be friends. They could move on.
This is just a planted rumor,
said Layla quickly.
I'll be sure to appear with someone else the next night, and thus free you of any association.
He didn't like how his thoughts snagged on the word, tonight. As he finished clasping her necklace, his thumb brushed against the nape of her neck. Layla shivered, leaning forward. The top of the long scar next to her spine peeked out over the collar.
Your hands are frigid,
she said, scowling.
What kind of lover has cold hands?
One who makes up for temperature with talent. He meant it jokingly, but his voice came out too rough. Layla turned in her seat. Unthinkingly, his eyes went to her mouth. She'd gotten ready in a hurry. A faint dust of white caught the edge of her red lip.
Sugar dust.
Had she been baking when time got away from her? Or was it on purpose? An invitation for someone else to taste. A burst of red light on his desk made them jump apart. Layla startled, then winced. Her hand was stuck to the edge of the desk.
I must have touched it by accident.
Sévérin's desk was forged to answer only to his handprint. If anyone else touched it while it was activated, they would be stuck. He walked over, pressing his palm to the jade table. The red glow subsided, and Layla snatched back her hand. Sévérin didn't know what to say. The air was so full of her, there was barely enough to draw into his lungs.
The words you're looking for, Majnun, are thank you,
said Layla, rising out of the chair. And then she headed to the door. Right before Layla reached for the handle, she touched her choker. Her forged headdress unraveled, twining sinuously across her face, and stealing whatever expression had flickered there. Once more, Sévérin sat at his desk.
The words you're looking for, Majnun, are thank you.
Layla was almost always right, a fact that he would not admit to her even on pain of death. But today, she was wrong.
8. Layla. Layla was beginning to panic. First, she had less than 2 hours before her performance at the Palais des Rêves. Second, she hadn't picked up her new gown at the couturier, and there was bound to be a line for her favorite tailor. Third, she could not find her forged choker anywhere, and she refused to leave without it. The necklace held her peacock headdress, and if she didn't wear it, someone might recognize her. Layla tossed aside one of the many pillows on her bed, then shook the gauzy drapes of her canopy. "Where is it?" she said aloud. "Did you take it?" "Why do I always get the blame?" demanded Tristan. He was sprawled face down on her bedroom floor. One of her pillows was propped under his chin as he painstakingly arranged her whole perfume collection in a line in front of him. Layla recognized every bottle except one, a glass sphere holding a number of black marbles. "You could make yourself useful and help me," she grumbled. "What are you doing in here anyway? You have your own room." "I'm researching," he shot back.
Can you research somewhere else? If I go to Zofia's lab, she'll give me a math lesson. If I go to Enrique's office, he'll give me a history lesson. What about Severin?
Tristan made a face. Layla knew what that meant. The two boys were fighting. Typical.
You know he cares about you, don't you?
Asked Layla. Tristan ignored her. He reached forward, unstoppering one of her fragrances and taking a whiff. He grimaced.
This one smells like a dying whale.
Layla snatched the perfume bottle out of his hand.
I like that one,
she said primly. She looked at her bedroom floor. There were silks from former costumes that she was thinking about turning into drapes, baskets full of unfinished necklaces, an entire assembly line of shoes, and a couple of sketches from the cabaret artists who had drawn her on stage. Layla tugged on a strand of her hair, agitated.
I can't leave without my choker. I thought it was right.
A pale glint of ribbon, just behind Tristan, caught her eye. Layla plucked it off the floor and dangled it in front of Tristan.
Tristan, it was right next to you. You couldn't look?
He blinked at her, wide-eyed.
Sorry? You are not sorry,
she huffed. Layla spun on her heel, but the heel slipped. She fell backward. Tristan tried to catch her, but he didn't move fast enough, and her head thudded painfully against the floor. Tristan shoved a pillow under her scalp.
Layla, are you all right?
As she tried to push herself into a seated position, her arm knocked the glass sphere holding the small black marbles.
My experiment!
Cried out Tristan. The glass sphere shattered. Instead of scattering on the floor, the black marbles bounced into the air. She looked up, her lips parted in shock as she stared at the hovering marbles. In a flash, they crashed down. Layla tried to shield her face, but one of them slipped past her lips. She instantly spat it out, and plumes of ink burst into the air, dousing her in thick shadows.
Tristan!
She hollered. Layla heard a scuffling sound in front of her. She couldn't tell from what, since she couldn't see anything, but then, in a voice that was unmistakably Tristan's, she heard, "Uh-oh." 1 hour later, Layla was sitting in her carriage and wiping at a smudge of ink on her thumb. The black marbles, it turned out, were Tristan's newest forged invention, combining cuttlefish ink and the cellulose within plant cells. When held in the mouth and spat out, they created a nighttime effect, hence their name, night bites. They had the ability to drench someone in ink and choke off their vision for nearly 20 minutes. This was a very useful thing when one was fighting enemies. It was not very useful when one was supposed to perform before a crowded audience in a matter of hours. At least Zofia had been there to mix a chemical solution to wipe off the ink. Enrique had also helped, but he mostly laughed while Tristan ran around in circles shouting, "Sorry, sorry, sorry!" As her carriage jostled along the cobblestone road, Layla leaned out the window. In her headdress and mask, she was instantly recognizable. Even her carriage, which boasted a wrought iron train shaped like peacock feathers, was meant to announce her presence. She preferred it that way. Being loud in one life allowed her to be quiet in others. Paris expected drama from L'Enigme. L'Enigme burned jewels from ex-lovers. They were actually cleverly designed paste courtesy of Zofia. L'Enigme had rivals, all of whom were friends who agreed on a predetermined schedule of spats for the public. L'Enigme was a princess, exiled for falling in love with a British nobleman, a demoness let loose upon the streets of Paris. L'Enigme was a heartless temptress who danced because the snap of some poor man's heart between her teeth was far better than any coin. L'Enigme was Layla, but Layla was not L'Enigme. The carriage pulled to a stop before 7, Rue de la Paix, the fashionable address of Paris's renowned couturier. Other carriages stopped too. Women in various states of costume, plumed hats, and jewel-studded reticules stepped outside, lingering just long enough so the crowd knew where they were entering. Even though it was unseasonably cold for spring, Layla made a show of shrugging off her black mink pelt. The fur slid down part of her shoulder, exposing the bejeweled strap of her La Nuit et les Étoiles costume, the night and the stars. Dusk drew a shroud of velvet across the Rue de la Paix. Faint music melted into the sound of horse hooves on stone. In the distance, the Place Vendôme column looked like a needle that had punctured the sky and stolen its rain. The slicked streets drank in the lantern light, painting streaks of gold down the cobblestones. Around Layla, the crowd surged, loud questioning taking place over the cheers and shouts of admiration.
L'Enigme! Did you hear that La Belle Otero burned peacock feathers on her stage last night?
L'Enigme! Shouted one man.
Is it true that you and La Belle Otero are no longer speaking?
Layla laughed, covering her mouth with a gloved hand. Her forged snake rings slithered down her fingers.
La Belle Otero can do many fabulous things with her mouth. Speaking is not one of them.
The crowd gasped. Some scolded her. Others laughed and repeated it. Layla paid them no mind. It was as she and Carolina wanted. Carolina, known by the public as La Belle Otero, had devised the insult herself. The star of the Folies Bergère was a stunning performer, but an even more brilliant strategist when it came to publicity. They had come up with the plan last month over tea. Layla made a mental note to send Carolina her favorite box of dried pineapples. Inside the salon, Layla walked briskly over the parquet floors and past the tall mirrors. As she walked, she heard the soft murmur of rumors chasing her shadow.
Did you hear who she took as a lover?
All her lovers were either made up or spoken of as favors for male friends who had no interest in taking women to bed. It was a rule she'd kept since she arrived in France. Only once had she broken it, with Séverin. Just once she'd let an attraction turn to an indulgence. What was one time? That was the thought she held on to when she drew him to her. Lust was one thing, but what she'd felt that night was a pull, the kind that keeps stars from falling out of the night sky. It was vast. It was unlike what she'd imagined. It was a mistake. In the salon, forged dresses floated down a crystal runway, the fabrics rippling and stretching as if an invisible human body moved them. Couturiers clambered up ladders, hoisting yards of stiff, jewel-toned crinoline or bolts of forged silk that mimicked anything from a late autumn sky to a smoky twilight flecked with dimming stars. Her couturier greeted her at the entrance.
"Is my evening gown ready?"
she asked.
"Of course, mademoiselle. You will love it," he said. "I worked on it all night long."
"And it will match my costume?"
Yes, yes,"
he assured her. Though her Night and Stars costume wouldn't change, she needed an evening gown for her entrance to the Palais des Rêves revolutionary party. The couturier ushered her to a dressing room. Inside, a forged chandelier of champagne rotated above her. One flute broke off from its companions and drifted down to her hand. Layla held it, but did not drink.
"Voilà,"
said the man. He clapped his hands, and a gown glided into her dressing room. It was ivory satin, with puffed sleeves, a crescent neckline beaded with small pearls, and a black lattice overlay that looked like iron scrollwork. She touched it lightly. At once the scrollwork twisted, and the black silk lattice seamlessly melded into a new pattern of inky florals.
"Exquisite,"
she breathed.
"And perfectly themed for the Exposition Universelle," he added. "I have modeled it after the tiered lattices of La Tour Eiffel. I will leave mademoiselle to evaluate my handiwork. I do hope if mademoiselle likes her garment, she might consider walking out of the store while wearing it."
Layla already knew her answer was yes, but her diva persona ruled her for the evening. She shrugged.
"I shall inspect it for myself and decide."
The couturier hid his grimace behind a well-practiced smile.
"Of course."
And with that, he left her and the dress. When she was sure he had gone, Layla set down her champagne flute on the small ivory table and began to undress. She wished there were not so many mirrors. She hated looking at her body. In the mirrors, her ruined back was reflected 1,000 times over. Gingerly, Layla reached over her shoulder, tracing the scar, pushing herself to read her own body. Each time she tried, she came away with nothing. Each time she breathed a sigh of relief. She could read only objects, not people. Did that mean she was truly human? Or was her own body mute in the way she could read any object except one that had been forged? It was a question she had asked her mother every night in India. Before bed, her mother would rub sweet almond oil onto her back, massaging the scar tissue. "It will fade," she said. "And then I'll be real?" Layla would ask. Her mother's hands always stilled when she asked that question. "You are real, my girl, for you are loved." Her father's hands had not always been so kind. He did not always know what to make of her, his crafted child. Perhaps it was because she looked nothing like her parents. She had the dark eyes of a cygnet, an uncanny shade of animal black, and glossy hair like the wet pelt of a jungle cat. That had been what the Jajugar used, after all. A chick stolen from a swan's nest, and an unlucky beast trapped in a ditch. The rest of her had been lifted from a child's grave. In India, those with the forging affinity were called magicians, Jadugars. For a price, they could perform complicated forging techniques. It was said that the Jadugars of Pondicherry were especially skilled in obscure arts because they possessed an ancient book in a language no longer spoken. Supposedly, the book held the secrets of forging, the likes of which rivaled the powers of the gods themselves. The Jajugar her parents visited was skilled in crafting a new body from broken ones. He could even tease out the consciousness and transfer it to a new vessel, which was exactly what her parents had asked for when they had brought her, stillborn at birth, to the Jajugar's hut outside the town. Years later, Layla was told that if she had been brought to the Jajugar even an hour later, her soul would have unraveled for good. This was a fact her mother loved to remember, and her father longed to forget. They had asked for the beautiful girl they dreamed their daughter would become, and ended up with her. Red and screaming as any newborn, she became stunning, true, but she always bore that seam along her spine, as if she had been sewn together. When her mother died, her father changed. He turned direction when he saw her, took his meals in his room, barely spoke to her except when she stood in front of him. Layla watched her father grow scared of her and took to wrapping her hands so that she would not frighten him with her abilities. Her mother called her ability a gift. Her father called it a consequence of her making, for they'd never heard of someone with her gifts. It wasn't until she was 16 and all her friends were preparing for weddings or agreeing to betrothals that she confronted her father. One evening, she showed him the bangles her mother had left behind. "Father, may I wear these after you arrange my wedding?" Her father sat in the dark, his eyes distant. When he looked at her, he laughed. "Wedding?" he asked. He pointed at the length of her body. "The Jajugar who made you said his work won't hold past your 19th birthday, child. What's the point of arranging a marriage? Besides, you're a made girl, not even real. Who would have you?" Those words chased Layla to the ashram of the Jajugars, but the man who had crafted her body was long dead, and the book of secrets they had guarded had been stolen, taken to a place called Paris by an organization known as the Order of Babel. She combed for clues to the book's whereabouts in every object she read, but so far her search had proven fruitless. If she could only have direct access to the Order's knowledge, she was certain she'd find it immediately. She couldn't do that, however, unless she had a patriarch at her side. Acquiring the Horus Eye meant she finally would. It was the twisted humor of fate that the patriarch should be the only one who'd ever made her forget she was a crafted thing with an expiration date hanging over her head. Which was all the more reason to pretend that night had never happened. No distraction was worth death. Layla watched her scar shift in the mirror's reflection. Delicately, she pressed her fingers along the puckered edges. Part of her wondered if the day she turned 19, she would split down the middle, unraveling into a pile of shining pelts and worn bones, the barest glimmer of an almost girl vanishing into the air like smoke. If they acquired the Horus Eye, she'd never have to find out. Layla zipped up her dress, hiding the seam down her back. She left the store wearing the brilliant ironwork gown, the straps of her Night and Stars costume glimmering just beneath the satin. On the Boulevard de Clichy, the Palais des Rêves embodied its name, the Palace of Dreams. It was designed like a jewel box. On the roof, beams of lights pirouetted into the sky. The palace's stone facade was forged with an illusion of dusk-touched clouds, purple-bellied and dream-swollen as they skimmed across balconies. No matter how many times Layla saw the Palais, she always felt transformed. As if right then her lungs drew in not air, but the very night sky. Stars fizzed through her veins, the alchemy of the Palais's music and illusions reshaping her from dancer to dream. Layla stepped through the Palais's secret stairway entrance. Inside, a guard holding a silver lightstick greeted her. "L'Enigma?" he said respectfully. Layla held still as the lightstick flashed over her pupils. It was routine protocol for anyone who entered the Palais. The lightstick revealed whether or not someone was under the influence of a forging affinity of the mind. Mind affinity was a dangerous talent, and the favorite method of assassins who could pass off the blame on an innocent. Once cleared, Layla entered the Palais. A sense of calm washed over her. The familiar perfume of the stage filled her. Waxed wood, oranges studded with cloves dangling from the ceiling, talc powder and rubber. Inside, cleverly designed skylights filtered in the starlight. The ceiling arched like a vault over the stage. Champagne chandeliers ghosted over the crowd, glittering like constellations crushed underfoot by feverish dancers. On the wide, scalloped stage, the singer, La Fée Verte, sang a glorious song of revolution. Her gossamer green gown floated out behind her. Wings of thinly cut mother-of-pearl slowly opened and closed from her back. The sharp scent of absinthe lingered in the air, and her most fervent admirers raised smoking goblets of the liquor high in their hands. Behind her, she'd chosen a strange backdrop, not of the Bastille, the fortress that was stormed by a crowd of revolutionaries, but the catacombs of Paris. The ossuaries which held the bones of millions, the remains of voices both terrible and grand from the Revolution. It was a chilling image on the stage, rows upon rows of grinning skulls, femurs bent into hallways and crosses. But it was a reminder, too, that every victory had its costs. The second terrace was reserved for dressing rooms. Each star of the Palais had their own, customized to their specifications. Layla cast a glance over the terrace, quickly scanning the crowd, spotting the mark. The House Corps courier. He looked unsure of himself, sitting in a velvet-upholstered chair. On the table before him was a bowl of chocolate-covered strawberries. Layla grinned. "You took my advice." A sphinx stood motionless in the corner, as she and Séverin had known one would. For large parties, the Palais always kept two on hand in the event someone tried to swindle an order member or smuggle house-marked treasure out the doors. Today, the second Sphinx would not show up until an hour later, thanks to Zofia and Tristan's clever tampering with the Palais's forged Sphinx schedules. But there would be another Sphinx to take the guard's place, Séverin. Tristan would be with him, posing as a police officer. A decoy item would be slipped in the courier's pocket. Something that looked as if it might be house-marked, thus letting a Sphinx approach him. From there, the courier would be accused of theft, taken to a holding cell, freed of all personal effects, including the catalog coin with the Horus Eye location, interrogated, and let go. Simple. In the background, La Fée Verte had just finished to thunderous applause. Next, it would be her turn. Layla opened the door to her room. Inside, flames danced on stunted candles. The low light turned the room drowsy and golden. On a side table near her vanity lay a bouquet of white roses, and on her burgundy chaise longue, a boy. He was reclining on his side, absent-mindedly tearing petals off a rose. He must have heard her open the door because he lifted his head and grinned. His eyes were strikingly pale against the lustrous dark of his skin. "Ah, hello, ma chère," said the boy. "Who are you?" The boy stood and bowed. "Hypnos." Layla lifted her chin. "And what are you doing here?" Hypnos laughed. "I adore you already. So imperious. I bet Séverin likes to be bossed around a little, doesn't he?" At Séverin's name, Layla snapped upright. "What did you do to him?" Hypnos clapped his hands together and sighed. "Oh, goodness. You care for Séverin. And why wouldn't you? That boy looks like every dark corner of a fairy tale. The wolf in bed, the apple in a witch's palm." He winked. Heat rose to Layla's cheeks. I don't really care one way or the other," said Hypnos, waving his hand. His smile held all the danger of a pride-open secret. "And that's not why I came, lovely. I'm here because if we don't act soon, I'm afraid Tristan and Séverin will be dead within the hour." 9. Zofia. Zofia chewed on a matchstick, her eyes fixed on the exhibition door. The exhibition on colonial superstitions was a glass and steel enclosure the size of a large greenhouse. Inside it were examples of ancient forging objects throughout France's overseas empire. Any moment now, the security guard's shift would end. After that, she and Enrique would sneak in, steal an artifact Enrique believed would neutralize the effects of Verret stone, and meet up with the others back at l'Eden.
"God, this wait is miserable,"
said Enrique. At this time of evening, no one was left in the Champ de Mars but vagrants, beggars, and the occasional tourist trying to catch a glimpse of the exposition before it opened. Over the past few months, preparations for the Exposition Universelle had transformed the city, pulling the skyline into new shapes every day. Colorful tents sprouted up overnight, and the trill of new languages joined the sonorous buzz of electrical lights. But nothing captured Zofia's attention more than the imposing Eiffel Tower, the official entrance to the 1889 Exposition Universelle. The papers said that, together, forging and science would pave a new age of industry. But Zofia did not consider forging separate from the sciences. To her, forging was not some divine art bestowed by ancient objects, but a science not yet understood. Zofia glanced at the forbidding Eiffel Tower. Some called it a Tower of Babel for the new age, for both had been built without forging, and both marked the start of a new era. But the Tower of Babel had been built to reach God in the heavens. Zofia was not sure what kind of God the world sought to reach now.
"What is taking that security guard so long?"
Enrique grumbled.
"He was supposed to be out by 8 o'clock. It's nearly 9.
Maybe he doesn't have a clock. He stared at her.
"Are you finally making a joke?"
"I'm pointing out the gap in your observation." Enrique let out a low, whooshing breath.
"And to think I could have been dancing at the Palais des Rêves tonight."
"They didn't want you, remember? Severin said your face was all wrong."
"Thank you."
"You are welcome." Past the forging exhibition loomed the points of stone temples, tops of palm fronds, and silk tents that marked the sprawling colonial pavilions along the Esplanade des Invalides. It was to be the largest attraction after the Gallery of Machines and the Eiffel Tower. According to the newspapers, it contained a Negro village with almost 400 Africans in their natural habitat. That word struck Zofia as wrong. Habitat. It sounded like it was meant for animals. People were not animals. It didn't seem right that they were there solely to be seen. "Ugly," she said, not quite realizing she'd spoken until she heard her voice. "What?" asked Enrique. He followed her gaze to the tops of the tents, and his mouth twisted into a grimace. "Part of Europe's civilizing mission," he said quietly. Zofia knew the definition of civilize, but she didn't understand why it was being used. In school, civilize meant bringing people to a stage of development deemed advanced. But Zofia had seen the illustrations in the traveling books. The grand temples, the complex inventions, techniques, and leaps in medicine that had been discovered and implemented long before they ever reached European shores. "That word does not fit." Enrique's mouth was downturned, his eyes wide and jaw set. A pattern of sorrow mixed with something else. "I know." Now Zofia knew what else his expression said. He understood. A sound in the alley made them both jump. "A sphinx," he hissed under his breath. "Don't move." Zofia stayed still as the lamplight twisted into a familiar reptilian shape. Tasked with tracking down stolen house-marked items, the Sphinx operated for and answered to the Order. As the Sphinx stalked past their hiding spot, Enrique and Zofia sank farther into the shadows. Behind him limped a thief, his arm bent at a wrong angle, his wrist broken and bleeding into the Sphinx's jaws. Zofia averted her eyes. The moment a Sphinx targeted someone, the forgery in their crocodile masks took over. They moved inhumanly fast, and their jaws snapped through skin and bone on whatever they caught first. The man was lucky the Sphinx had only gone for his wrist. When the Sphinx and the thief had passed, a clanging sound at the exhibition on colonial superstitions caught her attention. The security guard had finished his shift, and the door to the exhibition swung open. Once the night security guard finished locking up, he pressed his palm to a pane of glass. It glowed a brief shade of blue, then faded. The man looked around him. In the distance, beggars huddled into corners for the night. Skinny cats dissolved into shadows. Enrique adjusted his outfit of a threadbare shirt and coat. "Remember what Severin said. The theft has to look like an accident." "No explosives," she said, bored. "No explosives." Zofia did not mention that she brought her fire tape, incinerator, and matches, just in case. Enrique pulled a mask over his head. The guard started walking toward the street. Lantern light glinted off the edge of his top hat. Enrique ambled toward him, swinging an empty bottle of wine he'd found near the trash heap. "You there!" Enrique hollered. "Have you got any coin on you?" The guard recoiled. Zofia moved farther into the lean-to, which meant losing sight of Enrique, but she still heard him. The scuffle, the guard shouting, coins hitting the ground, Enrique's drunken apology reverberating off the buildings. Now it was her turn. Zofia crept through the trash. Like Enrique, she was dressed as a beggar, albeit a slightly better-kept one. Acting like someone else was easy, a relief even. She had a script. She followed the script. The end. "Sir!" she called. The guard walked faster. "Sir, you dropped this!" She ran forward to catch up to him right before he left. As she ran, she was careful to keep her gel-covered hands from touching anything more than she had to. The man turned, glancing down at her open palm full of silver coins. "Merci," he said, uneasily taking the coins. Zofia held still. She pulled her cheeks into a grin that looked like hopefulness. She bent her knees to appear shorter, more childlike. If this didn't go as she planned, there was one other way. Her necklace was hidden under a high collar, and she felt its dangerous pendants like chips of ice against her skin. "For your trouble," he said gruffly, dropping one silver on the ground. Zofia grabbed his open hand, leveraging it so that she trapped it in a flat grip with both hands. "Thank you, sir," she said in falsetto. "Oh, thank you so much." The man quickly yanked away his hand. Then he ran off into the night. Zofia watched after him. Then she looked at her hands. The gel was streak of Sia, a forged material first developed in ancient Egypt that retained the shape of prints. Specifically, handprints. Normally the gel was bright blue and frigid to the touch, but Zofia had altered the formula, turning the gel colorless and warm as human skin. It was said the fallen house could do more with the streak of Sia, that they could forge the gel not just to remember handprints, but to leave prints on a person that would allow them to be tracked. But such technology, if it had ever existed, had died with the fallen house. At the entrance of the forging exhibition, Enrique stepped out of the shadows. His beggar costume had been shucked off for a plain dark suit and top hat. "Got it?" She held up her hand. Enrique kept an eye out as she pressed her hand to the window pane. It glowed a dull blue. Match. On the heavy doors, the iron locks unbraided, falling into a noisy pile. The inside of the forging exhibition was far larger than the outside suggested. The gallery stretched into a long row of darkness, lit up by occasional points of light in front of glass display cases. Though the outside looked like steel and glass, the interior allowed no natural light. Instead, large murals covered the windows. All along the back wall stretched panels of brocade fabric. They were so silky and bright they looked almost wet. Enrique pulled a forged spherical detection device, one of her own inventions, from his pocket. He tossed it in the air. As it slowly spiraled downward, light burst from the sphere, illuminating the room's contours. The place seemed empty enough to Zofia, though she didn't like how it looked. Too closed off, despite the space. "There's no one here," she said. "And there aren't any recording devices. Come on." Just as she stepped forward, Enrique grabbed her from behind and quickly pulled her against his chest. "Get off!" "Easy, Phoenix, easy," Enrique said, low in her ear. "Look at the floor." The sphere had rolled to a stop near one of the many podiums. A spiraled grid of red light radiated out from the object, netting across the entire floor. "They hid the recording devices in the floor? Rather clever of them," said Enrique, releasing her. "We'll have to go slower than I thought." Zofia glanced at the front door, the pile of iron chains just on the other side. Enrique had slipped extra cash to the madam of a brothel the next night guard frequented, so the man wouldn't arrive for at least another 20 minutes. That should have given them plenty of time, but they'd planned their time assuming the recording devices would be on the wall, not the floor. "As long as we don't touch any of the red light, it'll be fine," said Enrique. He took the lead. He stepped carefully and completely within the bounded space of red light. Zofia followed, matching him step for step. Within 5 minutes, her calves started cramping. Every space became narrower. She could hardly fit the whole of her foot into each one. Zofia rose on her tiptoes, hands out to the sides for balance. Enrique did the same. "Nearly there," whispered Enrique. "We just crossed the 7th podium, and I marked it at the 9th. Zofia didn't look up from her feet. The darkness cinched tight around her. She knew it wasn't a locked room. She knew it, and yet she thought she could feel the air touching her, soft as a feather dragged across her skin. Bile reared up in her throat. "It's open. It's open." She looked up. She had to see the sky, had to know it wasn't a wall, that the podiums weren't students, that the electric whir wasn't laughter. Enrique stopped a foot away from her. "We're here. I can see the artifact." Her shoe slipped. The red line across from her snapped in half. Beams of light shot down from the ceiling. Outside the exhibition hall, sirens screamed into the night. Enrique turned to face her. "What did you do?" Zofia looked up wildly, but her gaze went not to Enrique or the black column where the artifact sat, but to the man leaning against the wall behind them. In the dark, he had melded in with the shadows, but the light revealed him. His eyes narrowed, lips pulled in a sneer as he raised his hand. Light glanced off a raised blade. "Watch out!" screamed Zofia. The man thrust the blade. Enrique pivoted out of the way. Instinct took over. When it came to socializing, Zofia had difficulty knowing the right moves. But fighting was different. It was all patterns, anticipation of the movement of muscle. That she could do. Zofia reached for her necklace. At her touch, the forged pendants shifted. Enrique jumped to her side. "Get the artifact," said Zofia. He looked between her face and the pendant, brows quirked for barely an instant. The man with the knife made a grab for her. She thrust up her elbow, catching him in the nose. Before he could yelp, she caught him sideways with a right hook. The man growled, backhanding her. Zofia's face stung as she reeled back. Then she clicked her heels together. Steel spurs spun out from her shoes. The man lunged once more, and she kicked out, swiping his kneecaps so he fell, writhing, onto the floor. The second he was down, Zofia raced to Enrique. He was busy wresting the square-shaped artifact off the wooden block. Behind her came a loud groaning sound. The man had pushed himself off the ground. As he lumbered toward them, a gold chain spilled from the collar of his shirt.
"Foolish girl,"
he rasped. He reached for something in his cloak. Zofia ripped off another pendant, flinging it at his face. Chemically speaking, it was nothing more than a metal oxidizer and metallic fuel, but Zofia had forged it to do more than just flash with light once. She had bent her will to the object, encouraging it to draw from the very air itself. Now it sparked and burned, hissing against the man's face. His hands sprung apart as he batted uselessly at the pendant.
"Got it!"
yelled Enrique. 3 policemen appeared at the front of the entrance.
"Arrêtez!"
shouted the first police officer. All 3 of them looked up. The man's mouth twisted into a grin. He reached for the hat on his head, then flung it toward the police officer. Zofia caught a strange sheen to its brim. The second Zofia realized what it was, she waved her arms to get the police officer's attention.
"Move! It's a blade!"
Too late. The brim swept across one of the police officer's throats. Blood bloomed down the man's shirt.
"No!"
she screamed.
"No!"
The man grabbed her wrist. She tried to twist out of his grip, but he was too strong. Instead, she grabbed the gold chain around his neck. The man spluttered as the chain broke off in her hand, the force of it throwing her to the ground.
"You don't know what you're stopping,"
the man wheezed.
"This is the start of something new. A true revolution."
He stalked toward her. The dark shape of him choked off the light. Zofia staggered, crawling backward as she reached for the forged tape concealed on the underside of her collar. She peeled it off, throwing it between her and the man. As she threw it, she willed it. Ignite! Flames spurted up from the ground and heat shimmered in the air. Just through the flames, she saw the man's face, livid and red in the glow. Enrique helped her stand, his voice sounding far away as he rallied her. "Move, move!" The exit was within reach. One step, then another, then running. The glass doors flung back. Footsteps slapped the pavement. The scent of fire stung her nose. Her mouth tasted like iron and salt from accidentally biting her tongue, and her ears rang out with the man's last word. Revolution. 10. Layla. Layla couldn't find enough breath to pull into her lungs. Hypnos had sent her head spinning.
"Tristan and Severin will be dead within the hour."
"What do you want me to do?" Hypnos clapped his hands.
"I adore when people ask me that."
Layla narrowed her eyes. "Why don't you—" she started. But Hypnos ignored her, crossing the room to Layla's large gilt mirror propped up on her vanity.
"Allow me to show you the scene I just left behind on the floor of the ballet."
Hypnos pressed his hand to the mirror, and the image rippled. The reflection changed from Layla's dressing room to an eye-level perspective of the audience facing the stage. In the mirror's reflection, men lit up their cigars. Waitresses weaved through the audience wearing wings made of newsleaf, each sheet covered in the words of the French Constitution, Liberté, égalité, fraternité. Layla eyed Hypno suspiciously. Only the courtesans and dancers of the palais knew the mirror's abilities. He met her gaze and shrugged. Please, ma chère, this room is not the first dancer's room I've been invited to. A flicker of movement in the mirror stole Layla's response. A sphinx. We anticipated one sphinx in the crowd, said Layla uneasily. That's nothing new. Hypnos pointed at the mirror. From the eastern hall, a second sphinx. It paced back and forth. At the table nearest it sat the house core courier. At first, Layla's heart lightened. Maybe Séverin and Tristan had gotten there earlier than she expected. Maybe Tristan had just put the decoy on the house core courier. That must be Séverin, she started. Just then, right on schedule, a third sphinx stepped through the doors of the western hall. Beside it walked a sûreté officer in plain uniform, Séverin and Tristan. Tristan spotted the house core courier on the other side of the room. Don't! Layla yelled. She knew even as she yelled that it was useless. The mirror relayed only images, not sound. No one could hear her. If he walked forward, she wouldn't be able to see him anymore. The mirror only allowed a look at a strict width of the audience. Tristan looked as if he was about to take a step forward when something yanked him backward. Abruptly, a group of men stood from their table, cutting Tristan and Séverin from view. When the men cleared, Layla caught a glimpse of Tristan and Séverin hiding behind a wide marble column. Any moment now, the two genuine sphinxes would recognize the imposter. A violent image flashed before her eyes. Séverin and Tristan, face down in a pool of blood. Layla whirled to face Hypnos. Get a message to them! Besides, you're a patriarch of the order. Can't you call off the sphinx? The moment I step outside my home, my every action is recorded and submitted to the order at the end of every month, said Hypnos, tapping his lapel where a Nemo bug in the shape of a moth was pinned. No wonder he'd come here. All dressing rooms were forged to nullify any recording devices. Outside her door, someone began to beat drums, her cue to enter the stage. Layla eyed Hypnos's fancy clothes, from the watch and the Nemo bug to the crescent moon cufflinks of his sleeves. Are all your accessories house-marked? Hypnos's gaze turned haughty. He stroked his matching crescent moon brooch. Of course. Far too pretty to be on commoners. Layla had an idea. She unclasped her dress, candlelight catching on her Night and Stars costume. Hypnos's eyebrows skated up his forehead. Oh, heavens, he said. I don't blame you in the least, but I can't have the death of my hired associates on the conscience of my irresistibility. Your virtue is safe with me. Layla winked. How would you like to cause some drama? She asked, shrugging off the rest of her gown. Her forged peacock headdress tickled her skin. Hypnos's teeth flashed in the candlelight. I live for it, lovely. L'Enigma did not take the stage as planned. She did not take the stage at all. Layla descended the main staircase instead of the stairwell that led directly to the stage. She told no one, not the stage manager, musicians, or even her fellow dancers, which was just as well. When the grand courtesan had trained her, she had told her the only rules to follow were instincts and color palettes. Tonight, Layla followed both. At the top of the staircase, she waited. In one hand, she carried a half-empty bottle of champagne. Her other hand brimmed with strings of pearls, a set of emerald earrings, and 2 crescent moon cufflinks. The 2 sphinxes had not moved from their posts. Tristan and Séverin were nowhere to be seen. Hypnos! She hollered. The crowd turned. The French horn and piano music cut off sharply. Hypnos sat at a table, his arm around a beautiful man. When he looked up at her, he flashed a wicked smile. Layla walked down a few steps, swaying her hips generously so the light caught on her spangled corset. She hadn't faked a lover spat in 6 months. She owed it to the crowd. Gingerly, Hypno slid his arm off the other man. "You lied to me," she said loudly. Hypno stood, putting up his hands. "My darling, I can explain." Layla threw the champagne bottle in a wide arc. Some people dove out of the way. Others raced to catch it before it fell. But they were too late. The champagne bottle smashed to the floor, glittering shards spinning out across the dance floor. The Sphinx nearest the stage lifted its head. Its nostrils flared. "She meant nothing to me," cried Hypnos, dropping to his knees. "She?" repeated Layla. "I was talking about a he." "Oh," Hypnos winced. "Him too?" "I am through with this," announced Layla. "All of this." From her vantage point on the stairway, Layla broke the streams of pearls. They rained down on the audience. As the crowd dove for the pearls, the second Sphinx lifted its head. "L'Enigma is not performing today," yelled Layla, and then she turned on her heel, disappearing up the stairs. The stage manager huffed, but she didn't care. Her contract allowed, and frankly encouraged, one outburst and canceled performance a year. She was just doing her job. The moment Layla was in her room, she touched the mirror and watched the scene unfurling on the palais floor. Séverin and Tristan weren't there, but neither was the house corps courier. On the floor, the two real sphinxes crouched on their knees, pawing through the stray pearls and jewels, their hands wet with champagne. Tossed in with all that rubbish had been Hypnos's house-marked cufflinks and the crescent moon brooch. Layla was fairly certain one of the cufflinks had fallen between the floor panels, which meant they'd be searching for ages. Layla changed out of her costume, and then selected a violet crêpe-de-chine dress from her wardrobe. Polished amethyst pendants forged to drink in the moonlight adorned the sharp V of the waistline and the tips of her billowing sleeves. Layla paused to swipe more rouge on her lips before taking a specially commissioned staircase behind her wardrobe that led to the servants' exit and the cellar that served as a holding cell. At the cellar, she pressed her ear to the door. Behind the wood, the voices were indistinct. After a moment, she heard a chair scrape back, then a door slamming shut. If all had gone to plan, Tristan had finished interrogating the house corps courier, while Séverin discovered the Horus Eye location. Layla was still straining to hear more sounds when the door swung open. She lost her footing, and her head thudded against someone's hard chest. She looked up, a scream caught in her throat. Sphinx. Its jaws were cracked wide. Reptilian eyes like a gold coin slit down the middle. It caught her with one hand, and then with its other, pulled back the mask to reveal a disheveled Séverin. He grinned. "Had you there for a moment, didn't I?" "God," said Layla, clutching her heart. "A mere mortal at your service," he said, bowing. The Sphinx mask had mussed his hair, and Layla's hands twitched with the memory of her fingers combing through it, the surprising texture of it like roughened silk. She shoved aside the memory. She knew all the carefully cobbled pieces of him. He was deception steeped in elegance, from his sharp smile to his unsettling eyes. Séverin's eyes were the precise color of sleep, sable velvet with a violet sheen, promising either nightmare or dream. Séverin held open the door, and Layla brushed past him. The basement holding space was narrow and lined with bookshelves and rusting cutlery. Tristan was in the middle of peeling off his Sûreté uniform in exchange for a swallowtail coat and top hat. He waved a shy hello at her. Layla blew him a kiss. "So, did you get the catalog coin?" Séverin grinned. "Yes." "Where's the courier?" "With a stiff drink, I imagine." "Did you keep the coin, or—" "Returned it," said Séverin. "No point holding on to it once we had the coordinates." "Good," she said. She'd begun to feel rather guilty for the courier, and the thought of landing him into even more trouble with his employers didn't sit well with her. "What happened back there with the Sphinx schedules?" Séverin rubbed his hand through his hair. "I couldn't tell you. Zofia forged the schedule perfectly. Tristan delivered it on time. A clerical error, perhaps. But you saved us. Feigning a lover's spat with Hypnos? He shuddered. On the contrary, it was quite fun, said Layla. Séverin seemed to go rigid, and Layla felt the slightest thrill. He was the one who came to warn me, anyway. He did? Asked Tristan and Séverin at the same time. I did. The three turned to the doorway. Hypnos leaned against the entrance. He held up his mangled Nemo bug, a sign that, for the time being at least, he was not recording anything. Hypnos grinned at Tristan. Ah, I used you as bait. He walked forward with his hand outstretched. How do you do? Tristan crossed his arms. I should set one of my spiders on you. They're very venomous, you know. Hypnos looked around the room. Are they present? Tristan faltered. Well, no, not exactly. This is when Goliath eats, you see, and... Séverin cut him off. Why are you here? We are in business together, are we not? Asked Hypnos. His gaze swept over the room as he tilted his head to one side. Where's that handsome historian? On business, said Séverin tersely. Which is the only topic I am willing to discuss with you. Ah, yes, business. So, were you successful in finding the catalogue coin? Séverin eyed him for a moment. Then he nodded. We have the exact coordinates for the Horus Eye in House Core's collection. Now we just need the invitation. My domain, naturally. And I'll need a guest list and the name of the private security organization the matriarch of House Core hires for her event. Done, said Hypnos, clapping his hands. Is this what teamwork is like? How hierarchical? Hypnos winked at Layla. Hello, lover. Ex-lover, she said, a touch fondly. Hypnos reminded her of Enrique. If Enrique's wits had been fed on champagne and bitter smoke for the better part of a decade. Séverin's face darkened. A small muscle in his jaw twitched, as if he were chewing down an imaginary clove to calm his temper. He stalked forward, placing himself between Layla and Hypnos. You and I should talk privately, he said to Hypnos. I'll come for tea tomorrow. There's no need for you to come to the hotel. Hypnos's shoulders dropped, his voice pitched like a child's. But I want to. He grinned and spoke normally again. And I always do what I want. I shall see you tomorrow. Hypnos blew Tristan 2 kisses, which Tristan pretended to squash under his heel. Then Hypnos pushed past Séverin and bent over Layla's hand. I shall keep your identity secret, l'enigme. And before I forget, I must tell you I adored your costume. So shiny. I'm rather tempted to see if it will fit me. Hypnos glided out the door. Once he was gone, Tristan's shoulders dropped, and he released his breath. I really don't want him at the hotel. For a moment, a cold, hollow look flickered on his face. Layla knew how protective Tristan was of Séverin, but she'd never seen him look like that. A moment later, his expression melted into a warm smile. He beamed. Oh, I liked your costume too, Layla. You looked beautiful. Layla bowed, then glanced at Séverin. He'd taken unusual care with how he dressed. The color of his silk pocket square matched the silvery shade of his scar. On the second button of his shirt, he'd pinned an elaborate Ouroboros brooch, one that she knew dug painfully into his skin because he'd told her. His shoes were scuffed hand-me-downs from his father, the long-dead patriarch of House Vanth. Layla's chest tightened. Today, Séverin had dressed in subtle pain. Layla recognized it because she did the same thing to herself every night when she took off her clothes, splaying her fingers against the long scar down her back as she tried to read her own body. Sometimes the pain was a reminder of where she was, who she was, and what she wanted to be. Séverin's eyes flashed knowingly to hers, and Layla forced herself to smile wryly. Tristan and Hypnos admired my outfit, she said, resting her hand on her hip. No compliment from you? I didn't have a chance to look, he said. His smile didn't meet his eyes.
Too busy avoiding certain deaths. It's terribly distracting, you know.
He could say what he wanted, but she hadn't forgotten how he'd watched her yesterday, how still he stood, how his eyes darkened, leaving only a halo of violet. Men had looked at her 1,000 ways and times, and none of them had made her feel as she did yesterday. The almost painful exquisiteness of being unveiled by a glance. It made her feel aware of everything about her, skin stretched over bone, silk clinging to her limbs, her breath heating the air, the kind of awareness that makes one feel alive. It terrified her. It was the same reason why, after that one night, she knew it had to end there. There was no point entertaining that awareness when, in less than a year, she wouldn't even exist. But she still remembered. She remembered that she'd reached for him first, and he was the first to break it off. Layla had to leave.
The driver is waiting for me, she said.
On her way out, she gazed over her shoulder at Séverin.
Be sure to appear very sad at Leyden. After all, if you really were my lover, you should be utterly devastated, both by my public dismissal of you and by my marvelous costume.
She did not wait to see his expression.
11. Enrique collapsed in his favorite blue armchair in the stargazing room. A thunderstorm rattled the windows, and the curtains covered in embroidered constellations shook like rags of night sky. Someone was waiting for us.
"Revolution, man,"
said Zofia softly. He looked up. Zofia was curled warily in the armchair across from him. As usual, she chewed on a matchstick. "What did you say?"
"Revolution, man,"
she said, still not looking at him.
"That's what he talked about. About the start of a new age. Also, the censor should have picked him up. But it didn't."
That had bothered Enrique, too. It was almost as if the man had watched them from somewhere, materializing only after they had secured the area for signs of any recording devices or other people. But there was no way he could have gotten in. The entrance had been locked. The windows were all covered with murals. The exit had been closed and barred until the police officers had broken it open. All that was in that room were the forging displays and the massive mirror wall. Zofia opened her palms, and a golden chain spilled out. A pendant no larger than a franc dangled from it. She brought the chain to her face, turning over the pendant. "Where did you get that?"
"He wore it on his neck."
Enrique frowned. Behind Zofia, the hands of the grandfather clock tilted slowly to midnight. All around them, the stargazing room bore signs of their planning. Papers and blueprints covered every surface. Different sketches of the Horus Eye hung from the ceiling. Until now, this had felt like any other acquisition. Planning, casing, squabbling over cake. Until the man had raised a knife to him. It struck him then. The cold knowledge that perhaps someone didn't want them to find the Horus Eye, and would do anything to make sure they didn't find it. Enrique pulled the artifact from the breast pocket of his jacket. According to his research, it had been placed above the entrance of a Coptic church in North Africa. Enrique turned over the artifact in his hand. It was made of brass, its edges jagged. When he ran his thumb along the top, he could feel the depressions of grooves, but it was too caked with verdigris to see properly. The back of the square showed chisel marks from where it had been hewn off the base of a statue depicting the Virgin Mary. According to the locals, the square at the base of the statue emanated a strange glow when someone stepped into the church carrying evil in their hearts. He'd never heard of a stone forged to do such a thing, except Verit. If this square held a piece, or pieces, though that seemed impossible, of Verit, then perhaps it had detected a weapon on a man who had entered the church. Perhaps the man truly was bad, and when they'd noticed the glowing stone, they'd accosted him, found the weapon, and made their own connections. There was always an observation at the root of a superstition,
It's a honeybee, said Zofia suddenly.
What? She held up the chain pendant.
It's in the shape of a honeybee.
A strange fashion choice, said Enrique, distracted. Or a symbol, perhaps. Maybe he sympathized with Napoleon. I'm fairly certain honeybees were thought to be a symbol of his rule.
Did Napoleon like mathematicians?
What does that have to do with anything?
Honeybees make perfect hexagonal prisms. My father called them nature's mathematicians.
Maybe, said Enrique. But seeing as how Napoleon died in 1821, I don't think I'll have the opportunity to ask him. Zofia blinked at him, and a pang of guilt struck Enrique. She couldn't always process jokes the way the others did, and sometimes his attempts at wit came off severe rather than sophisticated. But Zofia didn't notice. Shrugging, she placed the honeybee chain on the coffee table between them. Enrique turned the artifact over in his hands. Where did he come from, though? Was he waiting the whole time? Or was there a door there?
No doors except the entrance and exit we noted.
I just don't understand what he wanted. Why wait for us? Who was he? Zofia glanced at the honeybee necklace and made a non-committal Herm sound, and then stuck out her hand.
Hand me that.
Have you never heard this saying, you attract more flies with honey than vinegar?
Why would I want to attract flies?
Never mind. Enrique handed it to her. Be careful, he said.
It's nothing but brass with some corrosion,
she said disdainfully. Can you take off the corrosion?
Easily,
she said. She rattled the square.
I thought you said this could be solid verite inside. This looks like the superstitious charms sold in my village. What proof did you have? What was your research?
Superstition? Stories? Said Enrique, before adding, just to annoy her, a gut instinct. Zofia made a face.
Superstitions are useless, and a gut cannot have an instinct.
She took a solution from her makeshift work table and cleaned off the square. When she was finished, she slid it across the table. Now he could make out a grid-like pattern and the shape of letters, but little else. In the stargazing room, the fires had been banked. No lanterns were allowed so as not to disrupt the view of the stars, and only a couple of candle tapers stood on the table. I can barely see, said Enrique. Do you have a flint to light the match?
No.
Enrique sighed, looking around the room. Well, then He stopped when he heard the unmistakable sound of fire ripping from a match. Zofia held a tiny fire out in her hand. In her other hand, she took a second match and struck it against the bottom of one of her canine teeth. Firelight lit up her face. Her platinum hair looked like the haze of lightning on the underside of a cloud. That glow looked natural on her, as if this was the way she was meant to be seen. You just struck a match with your teeth, he said. She looked at him quizzically.
I'll have to do it again if you don't light the candles before these burn out.
He quickly lit the candles. Then he took one and held it over the metal disc that had slipped out of the compass, examining it. On closer inspection, he saw writing on its surface. All the letters on the square were concentrated in the middle, but there were enough squares for 25 letters to be written vertically and horizontally. The letters were contained in a 5x5 grid. S-A-T-O-R, A-R-E-P-O, T-E-N-E-T, O-P-E-R-A, R-O-T-A-S. His heart began to race. It always did whenever he felt on the verge of discovering something. Looks like Latin, said Enrique, tilting the disc. Sator could mean founder, usually of a divine nature. Arepo is perhaps a proper name, though it doesn't seem Roman. Maybe Egyptian. Tenet means to hold or preserve.
Then there's opera, like work, and then rotas, plural for wheels.
Latin? Asked Zofia. I thought this artifact was from a Coptic church in North Africa.
It is, said Enrique. North Africa was one of the first places Christianity spread, believed to be as early as the 1st century, and Rome had frequent interaction with North Africa. I believe their first colony is now known as Tunisia.
Zofia took one of the other candles and held it close to the disc.
If the verret is inside, can I just break it?
Enrique snatched the brass square off the table and clutched it.
No!
Why not?
I'm tired of people breaking things before I get a chance to see them, he said. And besides, look at this switch on the side.
He pointed to a small toggle sunken into the width of the square.
Some ancient artifacts have fail-safes to protect the object within, so if you smash it, you might destroy whatever is inside it.
Zofia slouched, nesting her chin in her palm.
Perhaps one day I'll discover how to chisel verret stone itself.
Enrique whistled.
You'd be the most dangerous woman in France.
As a rule, it was impossible to break verret stone. Every piece that existed at the entrance of palaces, banks, and other wealthy institutions were raw slabs that had naturally come apart during the lengthy mining and purification process, all of which made procuring a gravel-sized piece of verret unheard of, even on the extensive black market that usually suited their purposes.
The words are the same,
said Zofia.
What do you mean?
They're just the same. Can't you see it?
Enrique stared at the letters, and then realized what she meant. There was an S in the upper left and bottom right corner, an A adjacent to both. From there, the pattern made sense.
It's a palindrome.
It's a metal square with letters.
Yes, but the letters spell the same thing backward and forward, said Enrique. Palindromes used to be inscribed on amulets to protect the wearer from harm. Not just amulets, though, come to think of it. There was one in ancient Greek found outside the Hagia Sophia Church in Constantinople. Nipson anomemata me monan opsin. Wash the sins, not only the face. It was thought the wordplay would confuse demons.
Wordplay confuses me too.
I shall withhold comment, said Enrique.
He studied the letters once more.
There's something familiar about this arrangement. I feel as though I've seen it before.
Enrique walked over to the library within the stargazing room. He was looking for a specific tome, something he had come across during his linguistic studies in ancient Latin.
Found you,
he said, pulling out a small volume. Excursions to the Lost City of Pompeii. He quickly scanned the pages before he found what he was looking for.
I knew it! This arrangement is called the Sator Square, he said. It was found in the ruins of Pompeii in the 1740s, commissioned by the King of Naples. Apparently, the Order of Babel helped fund the excavation, alongside Spanish engineer Roque Joaquin de Alcubierre, in hopes that it would reveal previously unknown forge instruments.
Did it?
Doesn't look like it, said Enrique.
What about the palindrome's meaning?
Still under scrutiny, he said. Nothing else has appeared like it in the ancient realm. So it's either a riddle or a cryptogram, or a very bored inscription by someone who was about to be killed by a gigantic volcano. Personally, I think it's a key. Figure out the code, and the brass square will unlock. Maybe there's some math involved here. Zofia? Any ideas?
Zofia chewed on the end of a matchstick.
There's no math to it. Just letters.
Enrique paused, an idea flying to his head.
But numbers and letters have plenty in common, he said slowly. Mathematics and the Torah led to gematria, a Kabbalistic method of interpreting Hebrew scripture by assigning numerical value to the words.
Zofia sat upright.
My grandfather used to give us riddles like that.
How do you know about that?
It's been around for some time, said Enrique, feeling his academic tone creeping into his voice. He had a bizarre urge to sit in a leather chair and acquire a fluffy cat. And a pipe. Mathematics has long been considered the language of the divine. Besides, the system of alphanumeric codes doesn't just belong to the Hebrew language. Arabs did it with Abjad numerals.
Our Zeta taught my sister and I how to write coded letters to each other,
said Zofia softly. She twirled a strand of platinum hair around her finger.
Every number matched its alphanumeric position on the alphabet. It was fun.
At this, the barest smile touched her face. Not once had he ever heard her talk about her family. But no sooner had she mentioned them than she set her jaw. Before he could say anything, Zofia grabbed a quill and scraps of paper.
If I take all these letters from your Sator square and look at their position in the alphabet and add them up, here's what we get.
Sator. S plus A plus T plus O plus R equals 19 plus 1 plus 20 plus 15 plus 18 equals 73. Arepo. A plus R plus E plus P plus O equals 1 plus 18 plus 5 plus 16 plus 15 equals 55. Tenet. T plus E plus N plus E plus T equals 20 plus 5 plus 14 plus 5 plus 20 equals 64. Opera. O plus P plus E plus R plus A equals 15 plus 16 plus 5 plus 18 plus 1 equals 55. Rotas. R plus O plus T plus A plus S equals 18 plus 15 plus 20 plus 1 plus 19 equals 73. That hardly looks helpful. Zofia frowned.
Separate the numbers. The first line is 73. 7 plus 3 is 10. Move to the next line. 5 and 5 is 10. Each of them becomes 10 when treated as a separate integer. Or perhaps it is not 10. Perhaps it is just 1 and 0. See?
It's like the I Ching, said Enrique, impressed. The movement of 0 to 1 is the power of divinity. Ex nihilo and all that. That would fit if there was a piece of verite inside this square, because the stone was believed to examine the soul, the way a deity might. But that doesn't give us a hint to how to open the box itself. Plus, do the letters look like they're sliding? Zofia held up the metal square, tilting it back and forth. She pressed the letter S and moved her finger. It dragged a couple spaces to the right. For the next hour, Enrique and Zofia copied out the letters on at least 20 different sheets of paper before cutting them up and trying to arrange them as they went. Every now and then, his gaze darted to her face. As she worked, Zofia's brows were pressed down, her mouth slanted in a grimace. In the past year or so that she'd worked for Sévérin, Enrique had never spent much time with Zofia. She was always too quiet or too cutting. She rarely laughed and scowled more than she smiled. Watching her now, Enrique was beginning to think she wasn't really scowling. Maybe this was just the face she made when thinking, as if everything was an exercise in computation. And here, with the numbers and the riddle before them, it was like watching her come alive. Language of the divine. Language of the divine, muttered Enrique, over and over to himself. But how does it want to be arranged? I see A and O, which could theoretically be said to represent the alpha and omega power of God. Those are, coincidentally, the first and last letters of the Greek alphabet, said to suggest that God is first and last.
Then take out the 2 A's and 2 O's,
said Zofia.
Wouldn't it make sense if it stood apart?
Enrique did as she suggested. Maybe it was the light in the room, or the fact that his eyes were strangely unfocused in exhaustion. But he thought of home as he muttered a quick prayer. He thought of kneeling with his mother, father, Lola, and brothers in the church pews, heads bowed as the priest recited the Lord's Prayer in Latin.
Pater noster, qui es in caelis, sanctificator nomen tuum.
Pater noster, breathed Enrique, his eyes flying open.
That's it! Our Father in Latin!
His eyes skipped over the arrangement of letters, hands moving furiously as he moved the bits of paper into a cross.
Zofia, he said, I think I know how to use it.
He took the metal disc from her, then dragged the letters into the Pater Noster formation, with the A's and O's placed outside of the cross. The square split down the middle, and a ghostly light shimmered before them. Zofia reeled back as the top half of the brass square slid away, revealing 4 gravel-sized pieces of veritstone that could ransom a kingdom. 12. Sévérin. Sévérin was 10 years old when he was brought to his third father, Envy. Envy took them in after Wrath accidentally drank tea steeped with wolfsbane. It was not a peaceful death. Sévérin knew, for he had watched. Envy had a wife named Clotilde, and 2 children whose names Sévérin no longer remembered. On the first day with Envy, Sévérin fell in love. He loved the charming whitewashed house, and the charming children who were the same age as Tristan and him. When the men in suits and hats had dropped them before the house, Clotilde had told them, charmingly of course,
"Call me Mama."
When she said that, his throat burned. He wanted to say that word so badly his teeth hurt. Clotilde allowed them almost 1 perfect week. Milky tea and biscuits in the morning. Warm hugs in the afternoon. Pheasant shimmering in golden fat for dinner. Cocoa just before bed. 2 feather-down beds down the hall from the other 2 children. And then, before the week ended, Sévérin had heard Clotilde and Envy fighting behind closed doors. Sévérin had been on his way to her tea room. In his hand were flowers that he and Tristan had spent all morning picking.
"I thought they were heirs,"
Clotilde yelled.
"You said this was our chance to earn back a place."
"Not anymore," said Envy, his voice heavy. "One has an immense fortune, though he won't see a penny of it until he comes of age."
"Well, what are we supposed to do? Feed and clothe them on that measly allowance from the order? This week's meal cost the king's ransom. We can't go on this way."
Finally, Envy sighed.
No, we cannot."
That was the end of milky tea and biscuits, of warm hugs in the afternoon, of shining pheasant, of cocoa in bed. That was the end of Mama, for now she preferred to be known as Madame Canot. Sévérin and Tristan were relocated to the guest house. The other 2 children no longer sought them out. The only blessing was that Tristan and Sévérin were given a tutor from the university. And as it was all he was given, Sévérin abandoned himself to it. After Madame Canot moved them to the guest house, Tristan cried for weeks. Sévérin did not. He did not cry when Christmas dinner was only for Envy and his wife and children. He did not cry when Envy's daughters received a silk-eared puppy for a present, while Tristan and Sévérin received a scolding for keeping their narrow, chilly rooms unkempt. He did not cry at all. But he watched. He watched them fiercely. Sévérin stared at the bone clock. He'd moved it from its original place on his bookshelf to his desk to help him concentrate. Behind him, late afternoon sun poured through the tall bay windows of l'Eden. It had been 2 weeks since they'd uncovered a few precious pieces of Veritstone and the Horus Eye location from the catalog coin. In 3 days, they would leave for Housecourt's Spring Festival celebration at Château de la Lune, Housecourt's country estate. On those sprawling grounds hid the Horus Eye, the rare artifact that could see the Babel fragment. The acquisition that would change everything. And yet one fact kept pressing at the back of his skull. Enrique and Zofia had reported that a man had been waiting for them in the dark of the exhibit. That fact haunted all of them, Tristan especially. Not that this particularly worried Sévérin. Tristan was always the most terrified out of them, always concerned they were on the brink of death, always looking for a way out of it. Only this time, Sévérin hadn't indulged him. Last night, they'd been laying traps in the garden, trying to catch whatever creature had been killing off all the birds. "You're sure it's not Goliath?" Sévérin had asked.
"Goliath would never do that,"
said Tristan, blushing.
"But forget the bird killer. What about the man that almost killed Enrique and Zofia? Sévérin, this acquisition isn't safe. When was it ever going to be safe? But no one was after us before. They could hurt us. Really hurt us."
Tristan scowled.
"I bet it's Hypnos. I bet he's leading us into a trap. How else would someone know we're after the Horus Eye?"
"He swore an oath of no harm. He can't break it."
"But what about someone working with him?"
"Our intelligence cleared all of his guards."
"But obviously there's someone."
"Likely from Housecourt," said Sévérin. "They've had teams dedicated to finding their matriarch's missing Babel ring, and they might have mistaken Zofia and Enrique for the thieves."
"You're too excited to see what's right in front of you. This is different, and you're not listening to me,"
shouted Tristan.
"Honestly, it's all about your ego. What's the point of this? Enough!"
Tristan had flinched. Only when Sévérin looked down did he realize he'd slammed his hand against the desk. But he couldn't help it.
"What's the point?"
Sévérin had repeated.
"The point is getting back what was taken. But you don't get that, do you? You were always used to wrath, but I wasn't. I used to have a family, Tristan. A fucking future. What do I have now?"
Tristan opened his mouth, but Sévérin spoke first.
"I have you, of course,"
he'd said. Tristan eyed him warily, tense.
"But—"
Sévérin turned his palm skyward, eyeing his silver scar.
"But I used to have more."
Tristan had stormed out. When Sévérin had gone to talk to him, he'd found the Tezcat door locked. No matter how many times he knocked and twisted the gilded ivy leaf, he couldn't get through. Apparently, Tristan wasn't the only one angry with him. Layla was acting unusually distant, and no matter how many times he ran through their interactions, he wasn't sure what he'd done. A knock at his door jolted him from his thoughts. He straightened in his chair.
"Come in."
At first, all Sévérin's mind registered was raven hair. Something caught in his chest. 100 memories just like this. Layla entering his study unannounced every single week, sugar sparkling in her hair. In her hand, a new dessert she simply couldn't wait for someone to try.
Hello?
Enrique stood inside his office, carrying a piece of paper and looking very bewildered. Sévérin shook himself. He needed more sleep. He glanced at Enrique, noting the dark circles beneath his eyes, his usually impeccable black hair twisted into horns. Sleeplessness frayed at all of them.
"What have you got there?" "Well, considering the way you were looking at me, I feel like I should be holding the secret to world domination. Sadly, I am not."
Then Enrique grinned widely.
"Out of curiosity, who did you think I was?"
Severin rolled his eyes. No one. Didn't look like no one to me. Enrique, what have you got for me?
Enrique collapsed into the chair across from him and slid a piece of paper scrawled in sloppy notes across his desk.
You asked for a report on honeybee imagery, but there's nothing particularly groundbreaking here for me to tell you. Same as I told you before. They appear across a cultural spectrum of mythology, most often as portents of prophecy, given the ancients' understanding of their honey, or as psychopomps, creatures capable of spiriting the dead from one world to the next. In terms of how it relates to France, all I can find is that Napoleon Bonaparte used them as part of his emblem, perhaps trying to make himself seem more aligned with the ancient Franco kings, the Merovingians.
Severin reached for his tin of cloves.
That's all? That's all, said Enrique. And it's not like we can go back and take a look at the area of the exposition where we were attacked either. It's crawling with police officers. And while I'm not saying we don't have someone on our tail, I am saying that the man's necklace and pendant was just a honeybee ornament. Maybe he has someone in his family who once worked for Bonaparte.
Maybe. Enrique eyed him.
Is there something you're not telling me?
Severin waved his hand.
No. Thank you for this. Just keep digging up what you can find.
Enrique nodded, then pushed back his chair. As he stood, his gaze fell to an object on Severin's desk. The bone clock that had allegedly belonged to the fallen house.
Is that new? Asked Enrique. Old. The markings on it are distinct. Though why someone would choose to twist perfectly good gold into the shape of human bones is rather macabre. And is that a pattern of a six-pointed star? It almost looks as if it is.
Enrique's eyes widened.
It's a relic of the fallen house? Why do you have it?
It serves as a reminder.
Enrique shifted on his feet. You don't... you're not planning to...
The last thing I want is to emulate the fallen house, said Severin. I'm only looking for the Orusai. I have no intention of trying to unite every Babel fragment and build my way to the heavens or whatever it was the fallen house intended to do with them.
I wonder why they did it, said Enrique quietly, fixated on the bone clock.
I believe they thought it was their sacred duty. Though, how they went about doing so led to some nasty murders, or so I'm told. Who knows? Who cares? The fallen house fell. This bone clock is a reminder of that.
You have such cheerful taste, Severin.
I try. Enrique stared at the clock longingly. He always got that look whenever there was an object he desperately wanted to analyze. Severin sighed.
After all this acquisition, you may inspect it. Mine! Huzzah! I win!
Enrique gave a little wriggle of joy, straightened his jacket, and then collected himself.
Meet you upstairs?
Yes. Get everyone ready. I want to run through the layout of Chateau de la Lune. Hypnos will be here too, with the invitations and new identities. Spots of color touched the top of Enrique's cheeks.
He's been coming around a lot, hasn't he?
Then, as if to explain it himself, he added,
I guess he has to.
The patriarch of House Nix had been over quite a lot, though always undercover. The Order wouldn't take kindly to them socializing, even though the second he came of age they deemed Severin forever beneath their notice. It made Severin suspicious. As much as he wished that everyone found Hypnos' company repulsive, they didn't. Well, most didn't. Tristan refused to speak to him. Someone had even played a prank on him by hiding his shoes, though no one confessed to it. Hypnos hadn't been mad at all. Instead, he'd clapped excitedly.
Ah, a prank! Is this what friends do?
It was not, though Hypnos refused to be swayed. I think Les Dens' cuisine is the most deciding factor. Enrique laughed. Probably. Severin chewed on a clove. When Enrique left, he opened a concealed drawer in his study and took out the file he'd had stolen from the coroner's office. Enrique had guessed right. There was something he hadn't told them. The House Corps courier was dead. He had been found in a brothel with his throat cut, and all his personal effects removed, save for the catalog coin. It had either been left on his person by accident or intention. Severin remembered when he and Tristan had interrogated the man. How when he removed his catalog coin, it was not on his body as they had imagined, but inside his mouth, hiding under his tongue like a golden drachma placed as payment to the farrier of the dead. But when the coroner had looked in the man's mouth, he found something else hiding behind his teeth. A golden honeybee. Everyone was already waiting in the stargazing room. Tristan paced back and forth, spinning a daisy with golden petals in one hand. It was, Severin remembered, a prototype for the hotel's summer installation, the Midas touch. Zofia sat with her legs crossed beneath her, a matchstick dangling from her lip, her black smock striped with ash. Enrique hunched over a book that he handled with kid gloves. Layla reclined on her chaise. Her hair was elegantly coiffed, and she wore a dove-gray gown with pearl beading at the neck. In her hand, she lazily twirled what looked like a piece of black string. Severin looked at it closely. Not a string at all. A shoelace. Not that he'd paid remarkable attention to Hypnos' choice of footwear, but he was fairly certain those belonged to him. Layla met Severin's gaze and flashed a conspiratorial grin. She was reading Hypnos' objects. Severin smiled back. "Where's Hypnos?" he asked, looking around the room. "Who knows?" Tristan scowled. "Do we have to wait for him?" "Given that he has our identifications and invitations, yes. It's the last piece left to plan." At his name, the door swung open. In walked Hypnos wearing a dark green suit and shoes studded with emeralds. "I come bearing gifts," he announced. Enrique didn't look up from his book. "Timeo danaos et dona ferentes." The five of them fixed him with blank stares. "What?" asked Zofia. "It's from the Aeneid," said Enrique. "Beware of Greeks bearing gifts." "I'm not Greek." "Same principle." But when Enrique said it, a smile twitched at his lips. "Are those our invitations?" asked Layla, looking at the handful of golden cards in his hand. Hypnos fanned them out on the coffee table. "One for each of you, except Tristan, who has to be there anyway to landscape the gardens. For your invitations, I've arranged that you will arrive Friday in time for the midnight feast. You will depart Saturday at midnight, as Sunday is reserved strictly for order members." "Perfect," said Severin. "In and out." "First invitation goes to our aging Oriental flower expert all the way from China, Monsieur Chang," said Hypnos. He held out the gold card to Enrique. Enrique didn't take it, but rather stared at the card like it was a disease. "Are you serious?" "I'm Hypnos." "Well, I'm not Chinese. I'm Filipino and Spanish." Enrique took the card. "That's terribly offensive." Hypnos shrugged. "Terribly convenient, too. The matriarch of House Corps is obsessed with all things Chinese. Next, a card for the notch dancer, who is joining the titillating entertainment troupe." Severin shook his head. Layla might perform on the Palais stage as L'Enigme, but he knew that for her, dance, the classical way in which she had been trained in India, was considered sacred.
Layla took the invitation imperiously, disgust rippling across her features.
However, the dancers are not technically arriving until the day after the festival starts, so you'll first have to pose as a house sneak servant.
Layla nodded tightly.
Makes sense? No, it doesn't. Why does she have to pretend to be an older servant?
Demanded Tristan, rising to his feet.
She's not part of the order. None of us are.
Tristan, my love,
said Layla with dangerous calm.
If you get in the way of a woman's battle, you'll get in the way of her sword.
Tristan sat back down, his face flushed.
Oh, so sweet, said Hypnos. You don't want her tainted by association with me, I assume? Fair enough. However, it would be unwise for you to smuggle all the tools you might require in one travel excursion. Far better, I believe, to separate the burden. What's the saying? Don't put all the baskets on your head?
Enrique rolled his eyes.
It's don't put all your eggs in one basket.
I hate eggs. I like my version better,
said Hypnos. He pulled out the next golden card.
The next invitation goes to our government official, Claude Fauché. And don't worry, every guest is required to wear a mask. And as far as I know, I am the only member of the order who cares to know what you look like.
Sévérin took his invitation, pushing down twinges of relief, guilt, and though he hated it, outrage. All this time and all that he'd done, and the order had never once looked his way. His guilt was sharper, though. His mother's Algerian bloodline showed only subtly in his features, but otherwise he could hide in plain sight as a Frenchman. Others could not.
And finally, an invitation for the Russian Baroness Sofia Osokina.
Zofia looked around the room, even though Hypnos held the card out to her.
Me? Oui. I'm to be a Russian Baroness?
Zofia might be wandering in a cloud when it came to politics, but under Tsar Alexander, Russia had no love for Jews, and she had no love for Russia.
You'll be grand,
said Hypnos, tossing the invitation into her lap. With nothing left in his hands, Hypnos glanced down at them, unsure of what to do next. He clasped them behind his back. It looked painfully childish. In the light, his emerald-studded shoes looked less grand and more gaudy. Everything about him had been so carefully put together. But it didn't matter how well one's clothes fit, if the skin didn't. Not one of them looked at Hypnos, or thanked him. Sévérin understood that. He saw how each invitation flew in the face of each person's self-image. But he also understood how Hypnos had seen the scenario, how he had worked to ensure that each person could access the Château de la Lune without incident.
When you are who they expect you to be, they never look too closely. If you're furious, let it be fuel, Sévérin said, looking each of them in the eye. Just don't forget that enough power and influence makes anyone impossible to look away from. And then, they can't help but see you.
He didn't meet Hypnos' gaze, but he saw the lines of his shoulders relax.
Now as for the chateau,
he said, bringing up the blueprints by Nemo hologram. The others leaned forward eagerly. Hypnos' jaw dropped.
How'd you get those? I have my sources,
said Layla, smiling.
Parts of a useful legion of lovesick men, said Sévérin quickly.
He didn't want to linger on the pining men in Layla's arsenal.
Now, the mansion itself is nothing we haven't seen in the past. 2 salons, grand banquet hall, kitchen, dining room, chapel, crypt, and boot room. The matriarch of House Carr commissioned particular forged staircases that lead to the servants' quarters, which will be challenging.
The chateau itself was situated on nearly 50 hectares of land, and surrounded by a collection of smaller buildings. Squares of purple marked the gardens, the winter and spring orchard. A star marked the observatory. A leaf marked the greenhouse, a sprawling building, and a handful of blue circles marked the estate fountains. A red X marked the library, their target for where the Horus Eye was held.
"These are the core features of the estate," said Severin. "Tristan, the only one of us who has actually been to Auscar's country estate, noted that aspects such as the tent arrangements and entertainment pavilions change by the season. These," he pointed at the alternating black and red dashes haloing the buildings, "mark the positions of the hired guards. A total of 100 men and women with rifles. Every 8 hours, the house is paying for the guards to be switched out. 20 incoming, 20 outgoing. Presumably so that no one stays long enough to commit any unsavory acts."
Enrique whistled.
100 guards! I don't mind leaving parties with holes in my memory. My body, however, is a little different. I'm not trying to end up in the catacombs.
"You're assuming the rifles will be loaded," said Severin.
They won't be?
"Only half, according to our man in the police force."
Guess what 2 places they are guarding the most?
"Library and greenhouse," guessed Zofia. Correct. Those were, after all, the 2 features that House Core celebrated most: the entrance to its otherworldly gardens and its extensive collections.
"But we already knew that," said Enrique.
"Also correct," said Severin.
"But the half of the police force assigned to the library are carrying blanks in their rifles."
Enrique lifted an eyebrow.
"And the half at the greenhouse?"
"Fully loaded."
"According to the catalog coin, the Horus Eye is in the library, though," said Layla. "Why guard the greenhouse?"
"A mystery that only access to the greenhouse can solve. Tristan?"
Tristan had been oddly silent until now. When he looked at Severin, his eyes were rimmed red. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes.
"I can handle that," he said. "With the help of my good friend, the ancient and honorable botanist, Mr. Ching."
Enrique groaned.
"Ah, it's Chang. Wait, why am I even correcting this?"
"What about the rifles?"
asked Hypnos. Zofia waved her hand.
"My designs are superior."
"Also, how are we getting out?" asked Enrique.
"I can help with that," said Hypnos. "I can invoke Order Rule to ensure the matriarch must place something in her most well-protected vaults. She won't be able to tell what it is, and it can be anything you need. Getaway clothes, etc."
"Fine, but what about weapons?" asked Enrique. "We can't just stroll in armed to the teeth."
"True," said
Zofia, frowning.
"I don't know how you'll get around that,"
sighed Hypnos.
"First, the matriarch of House Core has to throw the party to keep up appearances, but she isn't taking any chances on security after the theft of her ring. Second, the entrances will all have Veritstone, so weapons will be useless. Third, the Sphinxes will be present."
At this, Layla grinned. She winked.
"Trust in cake."
Severin nodded, knowing exactly what Layla had been working on to bypass House Core's security. But Hypnos looked horrified.
"Have a care for my figure, mon cher."
It was a silly throwaway comment that had nothing to do with Layla's plans. And maybe because of that, it stole a laugh out of Severin. Behind Hypnos, Tristan looked stricken. Severin's flash of humor crumpled. He'd promised Tristan the Order would not touch them. Now look at them. Hypnos reaching for a cookie from the plate of treats Layla had made. Hypnos grinning with his 2 asymmetrical dimples, a smile that Severin remembered since their childhood. Hypnos sitting among them, making them laugh
even as Severin wore that oath tattoo like a dagger pressed to the heart. Hypnos took a bite of cookie and nodded approvingly at Layla.
Good plan. Now we can all...
Cold washed over Severin. There is no we. The four members of his team exchanged glances of confusion. He would have to be clearer.
Hypnos, he said. You're employing our services for shared gain. You're not one of us.
Slowly, Hypnos put down the rest of the cookie. His gaze shuddered. When he stood, he didn't look at them, choosing instead to brush invisible crumbs from his fine suit.
Seeing as we're in a business arrangement, I am privy to information about your progress and will continue to inquire about it, he said tightly. I will see you in 3 days' time at the Château de la Lune. Oh, and Severin, you have never been on the inside of an order festivity, have you?
Hypnos knew he hadn't. If anything, it was a well-placed jab that he was on the inside, while Severin would always be the orphan circling for a way in. There was no point affirming Hypnos with a spoken answer.
I should warn you now. It will be as if your eyes are seeing for the first time,
said Hypnos, smiling slowly.
And, if you fail at the tasks at hand or get caught, the last time, too.
Part 3. Letter from Matriarch Delphine Desrosiers of House Cour to her sister, Countess Odette, upon her initiation to the Order of Babel. Dear sister, I so look forward to meeting my new nephew when you come to visit. You asked how I feel having been entrusted with our family's lineage, and I confess I feel a mixture of emotions. I feel awe on one hand for the sacred responsibility entrusted to me, and yet wariness. Do you remember the house that fell? Its name has been wiped from the records, so it is known only as the Fallen House. Father said it fell near the time when I was born, but he showed me a letter he received from its executed patriarch. He told me it is a reminder that we do not fully understand the depths of that which we protect. It haunts me, sister, for the executed patriarch wrote, I cannot help but wonder if for all that we protect the West's Babel fragment from the public, we are also protecting the public from it. 13. Zofia. Zofia liked computing numbers aloud. Math calmed her, distracted her. 222 squared is 49,284, she muttered, climbing the marble steps. In her hand, the golden invitation looked like a flame peeled off a fire. She traced the elaborate letters, Baroness Sofia Osokina. 791 squared is... Zofia frowned. 625,681. Not as fast as she used to be. That numeral had taken her almost 15 seconds to compute. By now she should have felt calmer. She didn't. In an hour, they would board the train for the Château de la Lune. By midnight, they would be seated at the opening feast. This wouldn't be like acquisitions in the past, when impersonating someone meant memorizing a handful of lines. This meant hiding herself in plain sight. It would have been easier if she was still a sum unto herself. But Séverin and the others made her part of an equation. If she failed, she wouldn't fail alone. It was Séverin and Enrique and Layla, and all the weight of their hopes. It was Gila, who was acting governess to their pampered cousins, waiting for freedom. It was the dream she clung to, that small image she replayed over and over, the peace of walking down a street and feeling as though she were no different from anyone else. Such fragile things swaying in the balance. Zofia's hands were damp as she crossed the final hallway to Layla's room. She had only visited Layla there once. She hadn't liked it. It smelled too strong, and it was so colorful. not like the kitchens with their uniform shades of cream. Before she could knock, Layla opened the door, her smile wide as always. "Ready?" she asked brightly. A wave of perfume hit her nose. Zofia scrunched her face, stepping back sharply, her shoulders rounding like a cornered animal. Layla left the door open, disappearing into her room. She did not invite Zofia inside, nor did she wait for an answer. From where Zofia stood, she could only see a sliver of the room. A hint of green silk on the walls, one window draped in linen curtains so the room was not too bright. Near the threshold was a little jade table, and on it, a perfectly pale and round cookie. Zofia took a step forward and swiped the cookie off the plate. She wanted to step back immediately, but then she caught a glance at the vanity table. Layla was habitually messy. Once Zofia had tried to rearrange the kitchen, but stopped when Layla threatened not to make any more desserts. The last time she had been here, it was a disaster. Pots of cosmetics on the floor, jewelry hanging from light fixtures, the bed not only unmade, but also asymmetrically positioned because Layla liked to wake with the sunshine on her face. It gave Zofia chills. Now it looked different. She poked her head through the door. All the cosmetics on the vanity were evenly spaced apart, exactly as Zofia would have done. But there was an exception. One glaringly tall tube in the middle of an otherwise perfectly descending scale. Zofia's fingers twitched to rearrange it. Zofia glanced to her left. Layla was fiddling with a long black dress. Just ahead was another pale cookie balancing on a low trunk near Layla's vanity. Warily, Zofia stepped inside. She padded over to the second cookie and promptly ate it. She felt less terrible, but that might have just been the cookie. "Nearly finished selecting your outfits," said Layla. Now she was sitting cross-legged on the floor, fluffing up the train of the black dress. "You'll need 4 outfit changes between Friday's midnight feast and Saturday's midnight ball. And, of course, you'll have time to tailor them with whatever incendiary devices you deem fit. I think all of that should fit in your traveling wardrobe." Zofia's traveling wardrobe stood at the back of the room. It was less a travel wardrobe and more of a travel workspace. When completely closed and locked, it resembled tiers of embossed leather suitcases. When opened, it became something else. All the suitcases were attached and forged to hold compartments containing a chemistry set, lockpicks, moldings, vials of diatomaceous earth, iron filings, various acids, and dresses. A single piece of precious Verret stone lay at the bottom, rendering it undetectable to House Core's sensors. "You're going to be fine," said Layla softly. "You have the bearing of a baroness. Now you have to believe it." Layla took the dress off the hanger, bringing it toward Zofia. Zofia recoiled. She thought of the women she had studied in the lobby. They looked terribly uncomfortable, all cinched waists and pinched shoes, laughing at unfunny things. "Try it on," said Layla. "My couturier at the House of Worth made it especially for you. There's a changing screen, right?" Zofia shrugged off her apron, kicked off her shoes, and started shucking off her clothes. Layla laughed, shaking her head. "Or that." Zofia knew that weighted sigh. Her mother used to make that sound all the time whenever she thought Zofia lacked modesty. Lacking. Another word that did not fit. It was not as if she had some secret stash of modesty and had used it all up. She had learned what was considered modest. Taking off one's clothes in public? Bad. In private? Fine. This was a closed room, which meant private. Who cared? Besides, she never liked the feel of too much clothing. And she didn't understand why she had to be self-conscious of her body anyway. It was just a body. All the same, Zofia missed the sound of her mother's sigh. After their parents died in the house fire, Gila had done her best not to fill their days with grief, but it seeped into the cracks of their life anyway. "Tell me when you can't breathe," grunted Layla, pulling the stays. "That makes no sense," Fashion, my love, just like the universe, owes you neither explanation nor rationale. Zofia tried to make a sound of protest, but ended up gasping. Tight enough, announced Layla. Arms up. Zofia obeyed. Black silk shimmered around her. She glanced down, noting the perfectly round beads of jet that frothed at the hem like black waves. They were forged, too, and the waves rippled and pulsed down the fabric. Zofia's mind latched onto the pattern. Not discovered until 1746 by D'Alembert. Layla paused in her ministrations. You lost me. Waves, said Zofia, pointing at the pattern of black beading. Classical physics had lots of waves. They're a beautiful hyperbolic partial differential equation. There's sound waves, light waves, water waves. The rest of the room fell away while Zofia talked about waves. Her father, a physics professor in Glauvno, had taught her all about recognizing the beauty of mathematics, how one could hear it, even the effect of waves, in something as complex as a piece of music. As she spoke, she hardly felt Layla pulling on the corset stays, sliding her feet into shoes, or tugging at her hair. And lastly, longitudinal and transverse waves, she finished, looking up. But it was not Layla's face she saw, but her own, staring back at her in the mirror's reflection. She did not look like herself. There was black smudged on her eyes, red on her mouth and cheeks, an aigrette fastener with a white plume and gray pearls pinned to coiled-up hair. She looked like the women in the grand lobby. Zofia reached up to touch the elegant bun on top of her head. You look beautiful, Baroness Sofia Osokina. Zofia leaned forward, scrutinizing her reflection. She might look like the women in the lobby, but she was nothing like them. If anything, Layla was. Layla, who was as elegant as a wave. It should be you, said Zofia. Layla's eyes widened in the mirror. Her shoulders fell slightly, a pattern of sorrow. I can't, she said softly. You remember what Severin said. If you dress to the world's expectations, it doesn't look too closely when you steal from it. Though I do wish I didn't have to go as a nautch dancer. Her mouth twisted on that word. Nautch dancers used to be sacred in temples. Where I'm from, dancing is an expression of the divine. Like at the Palais des Rêves? Layla snorted. No, not like at the Palais. It's not even me on that stage. Even if it were. No one deserves a performance of my faith. Zofia pulled at the tips of her gloves. The right words kept hitting her tongue wrong. Layla looked at her, concern etched on her features. Then she reached out, cupping her chin. Oh, Zofia, she said. Don't be sad, everyone hides. Zofia was the first to board the train. Séverin had arranged for himself, Enrique, and Zofia to occupy an entire block of suites. The others took separate transit. Tristan had left for House Cour's country estate yesterday to handle their landscaping, and Layla had gone with Hypnos, lugging with her a marvelous and gigantic cake that House Nix would transport. They were all due to arrive at the Château de la Lune at the same time. Once in her train suite, Zofia yanked down the window's velvet drapes. Just looking at the crowded train platform teeming with people and engine steam made her stomach hurt. Her nose stung from the char of burnt street snacks, and she was getting bored of those forged posters floated along the platform. Each one advertised different parts of the Exposition Universelle, which would open to the public in 4 days. Zofia plucked at loose threads on her dress. Across her lap was the walking stick she'd forged for Enrique. It was hollow, polished ebony, the top of it fashioned like an eagle with outstretched wings. Zofia sighed, wishing she could have brought her chalkboard. There was nothing to do except wait for Séverin or Enrique. Weary, she counted the cut crystals dangling from the chandelier. 112. Next, she counted the golden buttons sewn into the quilted satin seats. 17. Zofia was about to sit on the floor and start counting the carpet tassels when her compartment slid open. An old man with a hunched back stood there, He was bald with splotches of brown on his scalp. He paused at the threshold of the compartment and bowed low.
What do you think? Took nearly 3 hours to conceal my unearthly beauty.
Zofia blinked. Enrique?
At your service.
He started, looking at her. He paused, and Zofia fought the urge to nestle farther into her compartment.
Be like Layla,
said a voice in her brain. Zofia sat up straight, held his gaze, then did what she'd seen Layla do many times when she looked at Séverin. Lift one corner of her mouth ever so slightly, but tilt her head down at the same time. Wait, now she couldn't see anything. Oh, and Layla would sometimes lift up one shoulder.
What on earth are you doing?
I am imitating patterns of flirtation.
Wait, you're flirting with me?
Zofia frowned. Why would he think that? She just said she was imitating the general strategy of others.
Maybe I have the methodology wrong. I also saw women do this. Better?
She relaxed her body, then pretended there was something on her upper lip and licked it off with a slow swipe of her tongue. Enrique blinked rapidly, then shook his head. Shaking one's head meant no. Zofia shrugged and waved her hand.
I'll practice later. You don't need much,
said Enrique, his voice pitched lower than usual. He wasn't looking at her. She must have been terrible. Enrique took the seat across from her. Because of the hump on his back, he had to lean forward. The sun hit his face, exposing the faintest seam along his cheek that belonged to a forged mask.
In the dark, it won't look like a mask at all,
said Enrique, gently touching his face.
I checked, and I won't have to go out into the light either. Apparently, my identity as an aging botanist means I'm also nocturnal.
So are skunks.
Splendid.
At that moment, the train lurched forward. The walking stick on Zofia's lap began to roll. She grabbed it quickly and thrust it at him. Yours? Enrique reached for it.
Is it a prop for my disguise?
It's a bomb. Enrique nearly dropped it. Don't, said Zofia.
A bomb?
He demanded.
Maybe lead with that?
It's a light bomb.
That sounds oxymoronic.
A light bomb in the sense that it releases a lot of light.
Oh.
Zofia pointed at the middle of the walking stick. It's hollow. The filler has a pyrotechnic metal oxidant mix of magnesium and an oxidizer of ammonium perchlorate.
What the hell does any of that mean?
If you hit it against something, it will explode.
None of that bodes well.
And it will produce a flash that will cause your enemy to lose their sight for a full minute. Only use it in emergencies.
I figured once you said bomb.
Zofia pointed at the hump on his back that he had strapped on. She had made the prosthetic last week after Séverin had designed a Verret-repelling vessel. Give me the hump. Enrique started laughing. Zofia tilted her head. Is rapid disintegration because of an industrial acid funny? He stopped laughing. Every line of his body went rigid. He leaned forward, arching slightly as if trying to distance his skin from the hump.
Is that what's inside this?
Zofia nodded.
This is the kind of thing someone would like to know before they attach it to their body.
The compartment slid open again. Séverin stepped inside, dressed in the attire of a government official. On his lapel, the golden Marianne emblem shone, a symbol of the Third Republic of France.
Thank you for letting me know I was strapping acid to my back when you gave me the hump.
Séverin started laughing. Zofia crossed her arms. She hated when she didn't get the joke. She wished Layla were here. What's so funny about disintegration?
Nothing, said Séverin.
He wiped at his eye.
I needed that. Give it to her, she'll show you.
Scowling, Enrique took off his jacket, unstrapped the hump, then handed it to Zofia. Zofia took out one of her hairpins and gently pried it open.
I need one of those,
started Enrique. It's hidden in the heel of your shoe, said Zofia. Just click them together and it will pop out.
Enrique let out a whistle. First the walking stick, then the acid, now this. Not to mention what you do with numbers. I like how you think, Zofia. Zofia paused, the pin still in her hand. No one had ever said that to her before. In fact, the way she thought was usually the thing that got her into trouble in the first place. She frowned. You do? Enrique smiled. A real smile. She knew it was real because he always smiled like that when Layla snuck him a second helping of cake. I do. I do. Zofia returned to the hairpin and lock, but something fluttered low in her stomach. The hump opened with a small pop, revealing a glass tube on a velvet bed. Piranha solution, said Séverin. It's what you're going to use when you're escorted to the greenhouse as Monsieur Xing. It's Chang. Chang, my apologies. Point is, you're going to get us started. Tell me what you're doing. This isn't my first, Enrique. Enrique crossed his arms. We arrive at Chateau de la Lune before midnight. You, Zofia, and Hypnos go off and feast and do what rich people do, even though I'm an honored botanist who has traveled over many, many oceans and... Enrique. And then we meet in your rooms and do a final rundown. Between the hours of 3 a.m. and 4 a.m., me and Tristan meet in the greenhouse. Then we break open the acid container, raise an alarm, and make sure the greenhouse is sectioned off. Zofia yawned. She already knew this. Correct. Tristan will get us both gas masks so we can keep breathing after we use Zofia's chemical death trap, and we show up there again by the 8th hour. Yes. I don't know why you're so fixated on the greenhouse, though. What do you think is there? At the very least, it's a safe zone for keeping the Horus Eye, but I think it's more than that. Why else would all the guards' guns be loaded there and not elsewhere? It's a little too interesting, said Séverin. But I won't make any guesses until after the midnight feast. Hypnos is bringing something precious, or so he said. Under order law, he can demand that any object he deems important be immediately removed and taken to the house's most protected vaults. The library, said Zofia. Exactly. The house core matriarch will have no choice but to put away whatever it is. While Hypnos does that, I'm going to be tailing him and the house core matriarch. Séverin removed his tin of cloves from his jacket pocket and popped one into his mouth. Zofia, tell him how the piranha solution works. It's hydrogen chloride and sulfuric acid, so the chemical process is fairly simple. Not that way, Zofia. She pointed at the glass vial. I've forged the glass with levitating titanium. All you have to do is break it, then throw it into the air of the greenhouse. It will fall slowly and spray acid from top to bottom. But once you break it, don't let it touch your skin, unless you want to disintegrate. She started laughing. Séverin and Enrique stared at her. See? She said. It's like your joke earlier. Disintegrating. Oh, Zofia, sighed Séverin. He glanced at his watch, his mouth flattening. I need to take care of some things. I'll see you when we exit. Separate carriages for all of us. As they approached the Chateau de la Lune, the silvery mist reminded Zofia of the light that split the metal Satyr Square. She remembered how it felt to watch the letters of the Satyr Square slide back and forth. How the numbers had aligned perfectly into a repetition of zeros and ones. Enrique had called mathematics the language of the divine. When she thought about the power of the Horus Eye, her skin crawled. What it could do did not seem within human grasp, but that was the thing about numbers. They weren't like people, who could say one thing and do another. They weren't like riddles of social mannerisms or conversations. Numbers never lied.
14. Séverin. When Séverin turned 11, Envy and Clotilde gave them up, and Tristan and Séverin moved into the home of their fourth father, Gluttony. Gluttony was Severon's favorite father. Gluttony made funny faces and told funnier stories. Gluttony discarded garments after one day of wearing them. He threw cake with mild imperfections onto the streets. Jewels in storefronts disappeared almost as fast as he smiled. Gluttony had nothing to his name but a dusty aristocratic title and some fallow land in the countryside. But this did not bother him.
Aristocracy is just a fancy word for thievery, my dear wallets. I am simply embodying what I was innately born with, you see?
He did not call Severon and Tristan by name, because he preferred to call children as he saw them. But names or no, he fed them regularly, found them tutors, and even a forging affinity specialist for Tristan. Tristan loved Gluttony, for he read him poetry at night and promised that he could reshape the world as he saw fit. Severon loved Gluttony, because he stoked a hunger within him. The tutors may have fed him languages and history, but Gluttony taught him diction and how to recognize the accent of wealth. He taught him how to level a man with a turn of phrase, how to order dishes and send them back. He taught him about terroir and wine, and the godliness of a dish that satisfied all the senses.
It's not just the fat, acidity, and salt, my dear wallet. It's about devouring it with your eyes, licking flavors with your sight, and you must never underestimate the importance of presentation.
He taught him how to eat, and how to hunger for things out of reach, and how to steal without ever looking like you lack for something. He taught him all his tricks and all he knew, until the day he took his nightly 50-year-old aged tawny port, with a dash of rat poison. At his funeral, Severon stole a bottle of champagne from Gluttony's favorite restaurant and left it on his grave. Of all his fathers, he thought of Gluttony the most.
Half of winning, my dear wallet, is simply looking victorious.
Severon, Enrique, and Zofia stood before the train doors. Outside the windows lay true night, not the hesitant midnight of Paris, where gas lamps and trapped steam smudge the stars and threw the city into eternal dusk. Severon could smell the countryside, sweet grass and loam, the spring season too young to melt winter out of the air. Beside Severon, Enrique touched his false mustache.
Am I pretty?
Asked Enrique, plucking at his fake beard and patting his hands over his jowls, wrinkles, and age spots.
Be honest. Pretty is a stretch. Let's call you striking. Or impossible to look away from. Ooh, like the sun? I was thinking more along the lines of a train wreck.
Enrique let out a wounded humph. After 2 years and countless acquisitions, Severon knew how his team wore their fear. Enrique wore an armor of ready jokes. Zofia wore hers with mechanical calm, her eyes roving down the train compartment one last time, probably looking for something to count. In the silence, he thought he could see all their wants stretched out and warping the air. 3 days. 3 days, and they would find and secure the Horus Eye. With it, Hypnos could protect the Babel fragment's location, maybe even find House Kor's missing ring, and his inheritance would be restored. Around him, lantern light flashed against the train's stained glass panes, turning it a shade of molten gold. Severon's scar twitched. He blinked, and the image of the golden honeybee found in the dead courier's mouth itched at the back of his thoughts. A loud knock echoed through the compartment door. His cue to leave. Severon touched his hat, not looking at them as he spoke. "After midnight," he said. The two of them split, heading for different doors and different carriages. their wants cast out in front of them, large as shadows. He knew he was nearing House Core when the road changed. His father had brought him here when he was 7 years old. Back then, Tante Delphine, as he had known the House Core matriarch, had taken him horseback riding.
"He's like a son to me,"
she'd said.
"Of course I shall teach him how to ride."
She'd held him close, his spine to her chest, her laugh in his ear.
"Next summer, we'll practice jumping. How does that sound?"
But there was no next summer. There was nothing after the day she administered the inheritance test and dropped his hands as if he were rotten fruit.
"Tante?"
He'd tried, only for her to shudder.
"You may not call me that. Not anymore."
Sévérin quickly shoved down the memory. It belonged to another life. Ahead, the road split into 5 lanes that looked like rivers. One lane was polished hematite that looked like a ripple of silver. One lane glowed red and looked like twisted candlelight. The other, a pale blue, looked like a sky scraped of clouds. Beside it, a lane of glass appeared dimpled as if invisible rain kept denting its surface. And last, a lane of smoke. Beyond the 5 lanes disguised as rivers, fog and mist stretched or pinched into fantastical shapes. 3-headed dogs yawning and baring translucent teeth, gigantic hands scraping misty nails down the mountain, women wearing ragged tunics, folding in half as they wept and wept and wept. Beyond that, well, Sévérin could hear the music, the laughter.
Lethe, Styx, Phlegethon, Cocytus, and Acheron,
he recited softly. The 5 rivers in the home of Hades. House Core had turned its country estate into an opulent underworld. How fitting, he thought, for this place was his hell. The carriage door opened on the river Styx. Before him stood an elaborate entrance. A glowing jade skull of what might have been a monster dragged out of myth, with a row of teeth concealing verit stone. The barest prickle of ice ghosted over Sévérin's skin. When they'd tested the verit that Enrique and Zofia discovered, it had worked like a charm.
"It will work. It has to work."
To the left of the verit entrance stood a group of 3 guards. Jutting over their shoulders, the points of their bayonets caught the flat green light of the stone.
"Monsieur Fauché, welcome to House Core's country estate," said the first guard. "If you do not mind, may we check you before you enter through the jaws? Into the belly of the beast, as it were."
The first guard let out a nervous laugh. The light stick in his hand flashed.
"May I?"
"Of course." Sévérin forced himself not to flinch as the penlight neared his skin. Every time he saw a penlight, he thought of Wrath, who had used the penlights to double-check there was no sign left of the forged mind affinity he used on them. He always knew when the Order was planning their monthly check-in, because for 12 precious hours, Wrath would not place the Phobos helmet on him. It was just enough time for traces of mind manipulation to disappear. Just enough time that no one from the Order ever believed him. The familiar light flashed over his pupils. Memory conjured the nightmares of the Phobos helmet behind his eyes. But just as quickly, the light flashed off, and the guard waved him toward the Verit jaws. Behind him, he heard the scrape of carriages. The others had arrived right on time, including, judging from the low laugh, Hypnos, which meant Layla was here, pushing that gigantic icebox of cakes and forged tools, all hidden by a Verit stone concealed in the metal. As Sévérin walked through the Verit entrance, he held his breath. But the small nub of Verit in his shoe had done the job. With the entrance behind him, he headed to a dock choked in fog and mist, where Zofia and Enrique were already waiting.
"Welcome to the country estate of our score,"
announced a calm, disembodied voice from the air.
"Please be advised that all boats may only transport 3 guests at a time."
A long boat carved of onyx rose out of the water. Once in the boat, the false sticks flowed beneath them, leading them toward a cave. The cave walls were hewn onyx, gleaming wet and lustrous. Stalactites dripped down from the ceiling. Within minutes, the small boat glided to a stop in front of another elegantly appointed dock, this one shrouded in mist, save for the gigantic pair of ebony doors, forged with the snarling, barking faces of the 3-headed guard dog of the underworld. Each head barked.
"Invitations."
The 3 heads kept their mouths wide. One by one, Severin, Zofia, and Enrique placed their invitations onto the black tongues. The dog's jaws slammed shut, the heads melting into the wood and stone. A moment passed before the doors swung open. Light and sound and music poured out of the doors, blinding Severin. The 3 of them stood, and the boat rocked beneath them. Once more the dog heads appeared. This time a slip of velvet dangled from their teeth.
"Take your masks."
They did. Zofia entered first, then Enrique. Severin went last. He couldn't undo this step once he took it. Past the greeting vestibule, a floor of polished black marble drank up the light cast down from chandeliers of etched bone and stained glass. It looked like nothing he remembered as a child, and for that he was glad. Beneath the light, a delicate pattern spiraled across the floor, like that of a nautilus. A network of crystal vines and quartz veins formed the walls, as if they were sumptuously below the ground. Masked guests clad in black and gray and blood red moved down the halls. An after-echo of a chimed gong lingered in the air. They had arrived moments after the dinner gong had rung. Only the matriarch and a group of her servants were left. She walked toward them, dressed in an oxblood gown and a choker of black diamond thorns. On her face, a gold mask. He stared at her a second too long, convinced she'd recognize him. She didn't. The last time he'd seen her, he'd seen the blue glow on the Babel ring, the color that declared he was the rightful heir, ripped from his sight. The last time she'd spoken to him was the last time he had a family.
"Welcome to our spring festival,"
she said in her smoky voice, her smile tight. She extended one velvet-gloved hand. Severin noted the glove of her right hand was heavily padded. Her bones had not yet healed after the theft of her ring. Enrique bent over her proffered hand and Zofia executed a perfect curtsy. The matriarch whispered something to her manservants, who immediately led them to different parts of the mansion. Last, the matriarch turned to him. Severin had prepared himself for this, but practice paled to the reality of her. 11 years ago, that gloved hand had thrown him in the dark and stripped him of his title. And now he had to kiss it, to thank it. Slowly, he held her fingers. His hand shook. The matriarch smiled. She must have thought him overwhelmed, stewing in his insignificance before this opulence, before her. His eyes narrowed. Severin squeezed the joints of her broken fingers. "So honored to be here." He pressed his other hand atop hers, watching her breath hitch, her smile turn brittle. "Truly." To her credit, the matriarch did not snatch back her hand, but let it fall limply to one side. He smiled.
A tiny hurt was better than none. Sévérin missed Léden the moment he sat in Housecourt's dining room. It was nothing like the bright green of his hotel. Here the ceiling had been forged to resemble the inside of a jeweled cave. Hunks of blood-red rubies and cabochons of emerald and jasper cast stained light onto the onyx table below. Candles like flowers seemed to bloom from evenly spaced piles of snow. On the floor, Sévérin recognized Tristan's design. Vines that sprouted beside guests, blooming to reveal dainty wine glasses, much to their awe and delight. As anticipated, his insignificance earned him a seat near the exit, far from the matriarch. Many of the people around him had been, or were soon to be, guests of Léden. They might have recognized him had they looked close enough. But they didn't. Near the head of the table, Hypnos slung back his drinks with happy abandon, while the smile on the matriarch's face turned tense every time he spoke. Near the middle, Zofia had perfected the picture of aristocracy, bored and beautiful. She kept moving her fingers to a strange rhythm, eyes roving around the dining room. Counting again. When she met Sévérin's gaze, he raised his glass to her. She did the same, holding it aloft long enough that people saw. The meals progressed quickly. Pan-fried foie gras, leek sprouts in a rich marrow broth, creamy quail eggs served in an edible nest of spun rye bread, and a tender fillet of beef. Finally, the pièce de résistance, a single serving of ortolans. The songbirds were a rare delicacy, trapped and drowned in Armagnac, a regional cognac, then roasted and eaten whole. The sauce dribbled thickly onto the plate, streaking ruby blood-like smears onto the pristine white porcelain. At the head of the table, the matriarch led the meal. She took the crimson napkin and placed it over her head. The guests followed suit. As Sévérin reached for his, the man beside him laughed softly.
Do you know what the napkins are for, young man?
I confess I do not, but I am far too enthralled with fashion to deny a trend.
Again the man laughed. Sévérin took a moment to study him. Like everyone else, he wore a black velvet mask across his eyes. There were wrinkles around his mouth, and his hair was streaked gray. What skin Sévérin could see was pale and thin, waxen with illness. The man's mustard-colored suit wasn't obviously forged, so he likely wasn't aristocratic. Something gleamed on the man's lapel, but he turned before Sévérin could get a closer look.
The point of the napkins, said the man, placing the napkin over his head, is to hide your shame from God for eating such a beautiful creature.
Is it our shame that we are hiding, or our delusions that we can hide at all?
Sévérin caught the edges of the man's grin from beneath his napkin.
I like you, monsieur.
Sévérin didn't look too closely at the brown flesh on the plate. He knew objectively that it was a delicacy. Gluttony always said he wished for a dish of ortolan to be his last meal. But Sévérin had never approved them for Léden's menu. It felt wrong. Cautiously, Sévérin bit into the bird. The thin bones snapped between his teeth. His mouth filled with the taste of the bird's flesh, tender and rich with the flavor of figs, hazelnuts, and his own blood, as tiny bits of bone cut the inside of his mouth. He licked his lips, hating that it was delicious. Brandy followed dessert, and guests were encouraged to move to a separate lounge. As Sévérin rose, he saw Hypnos whisper something to the matriarch of Housecourt. Her mouth pursed into a thin line,
but she nodded and whispered something to her manservant. Hypnos summoned his factotum from the edge of the room. The man carried a black box. This was it. Hypnos had invoked Order Rule, and now the matriarch would have to safeguard the object by entering the vault. While the guests streamed out of the dining room, Sévérin lingered by the door, pretending he had just seen someone he knew. The matriarch walked out the door, Hypnos on her heels. The left corner of Hypnos's mouth turned up as he passed him. A signal to join. Sévérin waited, giving them a head start. Then, as he was about to follow, the man in the mustard suit blocked him. He wheezed as he spoke, sweat shining on his forehead.
"A pleasure talking with you, Monsieur."
"Fauché," said Sévérin, pushing down his annoyance. "I did not catch your name." The man smiled.
"Rouge Joubert."
Outside the dining room, the large staircase blocked off the light. The hall broke off into 3 separate vestibules. Sévérin had memorized the layout earlier, including the entrance to the library where the forged treasures were kept. He kept to the shadows. From the blueprints, he knew where House Core kept their Nemo bugs and moved against their patterns of surveillance. At the entrance of a hall full of twisting mirrors, Sévérin paused. He reached into the sleeves of his jacket, slicing the silk seams that hid a forged bell designed by Zofia. He rang it twice, and his steps turned silent. Between the Hall of Mirrors and the library was a rotunda full of astrological tools and a wide skylight. The matriarch, Hypnos, and manservants all had their backs to him. Sévérin touched the tip of his shoe to one side of the wall, then quietly ducked into one of the recessed niches on the opposite side. A slender, nearly invisible forged glass thread stretched across the hall, connected to Sévérin's shoe. Outside the niche, he heard the others talking.
"A moment for me to place the box within my vaults." "Of course," said Hypnos. "I appreciate it truly. Though, is it not tradition for us to hold our rings together as proof of agreement? You know me. I am ironclad to tradition, right down to my blood."
Sévérin smirked at Hypnos's self-jab.
"I don't believe that's necessary,"
she said, her voice slightly higher-pitched.
"We are old friends, are we not? Old dynasties and all that is left of the houses of France. Surely, as I am doing you a favor at great cost to myself, we might excuse the formality."
Hypnos's comment was a test. The matriarch must not have disclosed to the order that the ring had been stolen. Her words were proof that she too thought the theft had been an inside job.
"Of course," said Hypnos brightly. "May I speak frankly with you?"
asked the matriarch. Sévérin could sense the hesitation in his voice, but Hypnos answered,
"Of course. What are old friends for?"
The matriarch took a deep breath.
"I know you are aware my ring has been stolen."
Hypnos feigned a gasp, but the matriarch must have cut him off.
"Don't humiliate me," she snapped. "Every member of my house that I trust has been searching for it. I am not asking for you to set your own guards to finding it, but I ask that you keep your wits about you. I know we've had our differences, but this damage that might be wrought would affect far more than just us." "I know,"
said Hypnos solemnly.
"Very well,"
said the matriarch.
"Now, if you'll excuse me."
Sévérin listened for the sound of something clicking open, the massive doors of the library unlocking. Moments turned into minutes. Hypnos started tapping his foot. After exactly 9 minutes and 45 seconds, the door to the library opened once more.
"Shall we?"
asked Hypnos.
The matriarch said nothing. Perhaps she had taken his arm. Sévérin heard their footsteps quickly approaching. He opened his watch, taking out some mirror powder. He smeared it onto his fingers, dragged them down the wall behind him, and touched his clothes. Instantly, his clothing shimmered, turning the same brocade pattern as the wall. The disguise would last for a little over a minute, all he needed. Sévérin propped up his foot, ready. But the matriarch stopped just outside the thread, as if to catch her breath. This was not part of the plan.
"It's beautiful, is it not?"
asked the matriarch.
"Yes, yes, it is."
Irritation flickered in Hypnos's voice. Sévérin's fingers twitched. He glanced at his watch. He hadn't been able to get another order of mirror powder in time, and that was all that was left. His clothing shimmered. Less than 30 seconds, and it would vanish. They would see him. 10 seconds left. The servants walked past. 4 seconds. Hypnos escorted the matriarch. Sévérin willed himself to breathe, not to let his hands get damp and soak up what remained of the mirror powder. 3 seconds. The matriarch was about to cross the glass thread. Sévérin lifted his shoe. Right on time, she tripped. Hypnos caught her before she fell, but her dress had billowed, lifting high enough to reveal her shoes. Sévérin looked intently for the one sign that would have proved his theory, and found it. Mud.
"Are you quite all right?"
asked Hypnos. Hypnos crushed the glass thread, spinning the matriarch so her back faced Sévérin, just as the last traces of powder vanished from his fingertips. When Sévérin entered his room at 2:30 in the morning, he found his bed occupied. "Flattered as I am, get out." Enrique clutched a pillow.
"No, it's deliriously comfortable. You know I hate when my pillows get warm. Like this?"
Enrique started rubbing his face on the pillows and hugging them.
"Ugh, just take them."
On Enrique's other side, Tristan lay on his back, staring up at the ceiling. He didn't say anything when Sévérin entered. Even when Enrique smacked his face with a pillow, he merely groaned and turned on his side. Blue-black circles hollowed his eyes. He looked exhausted, and he kept flexing his hands, sinking his nails into his palms. He got like this sometimes, lost in his own head. And then either Sévérin or Layla would have to bandage his hands to keep him from breaking his own skin. Layla moved to Tristan's side, carefully flattening his palms. When it came to Tristan, all of them acted a little differently. Layla coddled, Enrique teased, Zofia instructed. Sévérin protected. Ever since their fight in his office, he hadn't been able to apologize. Everything left unsaid gathered and crackled in the air between them. Footsteps echoed outside the door. Layla held a finger to her lips, glowering at the room. The door opened. In glided Zofia. The first thing she did was kick off her heels. With the bed and chair taken, Zofia plopped on the floor.
"How come we had to hide out in the laundry to get in here, and she just strolled into your bedroom?"
asked Enrique. Zofia started rubbing her feet.
"We're having an affair."
"It's clearly very torrid," said Sévérin. Zofia grunted. To Enrique's bewildered expression, he added, "We raised a glass of wine to each other across a dinner table and threw in a lingering look. Voila. Easiest way to go somewhere unnoticed is to tell everyone where you're going. Now, what do you have for me?" The door creaked open. All 5 of them leapt up, hands immediately reaching for knives or fire tape. Hypnos. He grinned in the doorway and waved.
"Why are you here?"
asked Sévérin.
"It's my plan, too. I helped downstairs. You're drawing unwanted attention. On the contrary, I'm affirming your penchant for eccentric proclivities. A rumor I judiciously spread at dinner. And as you just said, the easiest way to go somewhere unnoticed is to tell everyone where you're going. If I left now and someone saw, it might draw... What was it you said? Oh, Hypnos beamed. Unwanted attention. Severin scowled. Fine. Just sit and don't talk or touch anything. Or anyone. Hypnos sat on the floor beside Zofia. Layla spoke first. I confirm that the only guards with loaded weapons are the ones surrounding the terrariums and hothouse garden wall. I also confirm they're being regularly transferred. Every 8 hours, 20 guards are switched out. And the outdoor grounds facing the library? Asked Severin. All blanks in their shotguns. Enrique and Zofia looked shocked. How did you figure that out without firing their rifles? I rummaged through their artillery and wardrobe room. It's right next to the maids' quarters, said Layla. But why does the matriarch have her best men guarding her flowers? Demanded Enrique. Does that mean she doesn't care about the objects at all? Maybe the Horus Eye was moved somewhere else. No, said Severin. It's here, on these grounds. Then why wouldn't she be hiding it in the library where she said it was? It is in a library, said Severin, thinking of the mud. She has another one. In the greenhouse? Asked Enrique flatly. No, said Severin, grinning. Beneath it. How do you figure that? I saw the mud on her shoes. Besides, you've seen the blueprints. The dimensions of the library are too small for the size of the rumored collection. She has to be accessing the real library underground. That must be why the guns are guarding the gardens, which is where our next stage comes into play. Enrique and Tristan, are you all set to release the piranha solution? They nodded. Good. The solution will take about 8 hours to work. Layla, what happened with the icebox? But Layla didn't have a chance to answer. It's all set to be debuted as a surprise to the matriarch for tomorrow evening, said Hypnos. I've even arranged for it to be wheeled into the office where the matriarch keeps the physical key to the vault. She can't access it using her ring anymore, so it's not forged. Layla's Notch Dancer costume has already been hidden under the cushion of the chaise lounge. Once she has the key, she can exit the office dressed as a Notch Dancer who presumably got lost. Then, Severin, the ever-helpful gentleman, assists in finding her way while she slips him the key. He gives the key to Zofia, who makes a copy. At dinner, Zofia gives the key to me, and I return it to the study. Me and Severin go through the house access, while the others go through the greenhouse, and we meet in the library vault. Hypnos? Yes? Are you Layla? Hypnos hung his head. No. Layla? Layla pointed at Hypnos. What he said? Are we clear? Asked Severin. Layla gets the key. Zofia makes the copy. Me and Hypnos take the library route, meet you in the underground vault. We get the Horus Eye, and we're out no later than an hour after midnight, when our transport comes. Hypnos, Enrique, Zofia, and Layla nodded as one. Tristan, who had silently been curled up on the bed, was the last to nod. Enrique left first, escaping down the laundry chute armed with forged bells that muffled his sounds. Next went Hypnos and Zofia, their heads bent close, which left Tristan and Layla. Stay a moment, Layla, asked Severin. She frowned but nodded. Tristan shuffled to him. Severin shoved his hands in his pockets and looked down at him. Listen, started Tristan. At the same time, Severin said, I forgive you. Tristan paused. I'm not asking for forgiveness. He swallowed hard.
then lifted his gaze. His gray eyes looked bleak, sleepless.
I don't trust Hypnos. I don't trust the Order.
Severin groaned.
Not this again. I'm serious this time. I have a feeling and I need you to listen to me.
Tristan. Severin gripped his shoulders.
You're my family, and I will always protect you. But I won't hear this. But another word, and I will find a way to get you off this acquisition and send you straight back to Leyden. Is that what you want?
Tristan's face burned red. Without another word, he stalked out of the room. Severin stared at the closed door.
You shouldn't dismiss him like that,
said Layla. He closed his eyes, exhaustion dragging through his bones.
He didn't give me much of a choice.
There's always a choice, Majnun.
Madman.
That name meant only for him. On her lips, it sounded like a talisman, something that could protect him, chew up the dark. He caught her scent as she came closer. Sugar and rose water. Had she packed that vial of perfume with her? Swiped it down her throat and across her wrists as the train pulled to a stop? Those mysteries were for some other man to uncover. Not him. And then he remembered that he hadn't been alone in a bedroom with her since that night.
Majnun?
She asked, tilting her head.
I've never asked why you call me that,
he said, fumbling for something to say.
That's a secret you haven't earned.
She smiled. Her mouth was red. Not by rouge, but by blood rush. On her full lower lip, he could see the faint indents of teeth marks. They held him in thrall.
What will it take?
He asked. His voice was roughened by lack of sleep, and it came out gruffer than he meant it to.
What will you offer?
Teased Layla. Her hair had come undone from its chignon. He liked her hair best like this. A little feral. A little soft. Wholly her. Wisps of black silk curled around her long neck. She tucked a strand behind her ear, and Severin wished a strong wind would blow through the room, if only so that she'd do it again.
What do you want, Layla?
He asked.
A feather from a legendary bird. Magic apple.
Please,
said Layla.
I hate repeats in my wardrobe.
Severin paused. Wardrobe. The word brought him back to himself. That's what he wanted to talk to her about. The wardrobe was how she'd accessed the guard uniforms.
Layla, in the guards' wardrobes, I think you could only read the uniforms for the incoming guards, not the outgoing. I need you to double-check, he said. We can't have any surprises.
For a second, it looked as if she wanted to say something else. But in the end, she only nodded.
Of course. I'll go right now.
After Layla left, Severin didn't move from his spot on the wall. He thought of the matriarch's gloved hands, the way he could have crumpled her broken fingers if he wanted to. Even if Enrique hadn't ruined his pillows, Severin couldn't bring himself to climb into Housecourt's bed. What if he'd slept in it once as a child and simply couldn't remember? He fell asleep where he sat, slumped with his head against the wall. And as he did, he dreamt of the snap of ortolan bones and teeth marks on Layla's blood-red mouth. 15.